Chapter 1 of The Pretty Lady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. Chapter 1. The Promenade. The piece was a West End success so brilliant that even if you belonged to the intellectual despisers of the British theatre, you could not hold up your head in the world unless you had seen it. Even for such as you, it was undeniably a success of curiosity at least. The stage scene flamed extravagantly with crude orange and viridian light, a rectangle of bedazzling illumination. On the boards, in the midst of great width, with great depth behind them and arching height above, tiny squeaking figures ogled the primeval passion in gesture and innuendo. From the arc of the upper circle, convergent beams of light pierced through gloom and broke violently on this group of the half-clad lovely and the swathed grotesque. The group did not quail. In fullest publicity it was licensed to say that which in private could not be said where men and women meet, and that which could not be printed. It gave a voice to the silent appeal of pictures and posters and illustrated weeklies all over the town. It disturbed the silence of the most secret groves in the vast, undiscovered hearts of men and women, young and old. The half-clad lovely were protected from the satires in the audience by an impalpable screen made of light and of ascending music, in which strings, brass, and concussion exemplified the naive sensuality of lyrical niggers. The guffaw, which, occasionally leaping sharply out of the dim, mysterious auditorium, surged round the silhouetted conductor and drove like a cyclone between the barriers of plush and gilt and fat cupids onto the stage. This huge guffaw seemed to indicate what might have happened if the magic protection of the impalpable screen had not been there. Behind the audience came the restless promenade. Where was the reality which the stage reflected? There it was, multitudinous, obtainable, seizable, dumbly imploring to be carried off. The stage, very daring, yet dared no more than hint at the existence of the bright and joyous reality. But there it was, under the same roof. Christine entered with Madame Larivaudieres. Between shoulders and broad hats, as through a telescope, she glimpsed in the far distance the elusive, glowing oblong of the stage, then the silhouetted conductor and the tops of instruments, then the dark, curved, concentric rows of spectators. Lastly, she took in the promenade in which she stood. She surveyed the promenade with a professional eye. It instantly shocked her, not as it might have shocked one ignorant of human nature and history, but by reason of its frigidity, its constraint, its solemnity, its pretence. In one glance she embraced all the figures, moving or stationary, against the hedge of shoulders in front and against the mirrors behind, all of them. The programme girls, the cigarette girls, the chocolate girls, the cloakroom girls, the waiters, the overseers, as well as the vivid courtesans and their clientele in black, tweed, or khaki. With scarcely an exception, they all had the same strange look, the same absence of gesture. They were northern, blonde, self-contained, terribly impassive. Christine impulsively exclaimed, and the faint cry was dragged out of her, out of the bottom of her heart, by what she saw. "My God, how mournful it is!" Lisa Larivaudieres, a stout and benevolent Bruxelloise, agreed with uncomprehending indulgence. The two chatted together for a few moments, each ceremoniously addressing the other as Madame, Madame, and then they parted, insinuating themselves separately into the slow, confused traffic of the promenade. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The Power. Christine knew Piccadilly, Leicester Square, Regent Street, a bit of Oxford Street, the Green Park, Hyde Park, Victoria Station, Charing Cross. Beyond these, London, measureless as the future and the past, surrounded her with the unknown. But she had not been afraid, because of her conviction that men were much the same everywhere, and that she had power over them. She did not exercise this power consciously. She had merely to exist, and it exercised itself. For her this power was the mystical central fact of the universe. Now, however, As she stood in the promenade, it seemed to her that something uncanny had happened to the universe. Surely it had shifted from its pivot. Her basic conviction trembled. Men were not the same everywhere, and her power over them was a delusion. Englishmen were incomprehensible. They were not human, they were apart. The memory of the hundreds of Englishmen who had yielded to her power in Paris, for she had specialized in travelling Englishmen, could not re-establish her conviction as to the sameness of men. The presence of her professed rivals of various nationalities in the promenade could not restore it either. The promenade, in its cold, prim languor, was the very negation of desire. She was afraid. She foresaw ruin for herself in this London, inclement, misty, and inscrutable. And then she noticed a man looking at her, and she was herself again, and the universe was itself again. She had a sensation of warmth and heavenly reassurance, just as though she had drunk an anisette or a crème de menthe. Her features took on an innocent expression. The characteristic puckering of the brows denoted not discontent, but a gentle concern for the whole world, and also virginal curiosity. The man passed her. She did not stir. Presently he emerged afresh out of the moving knots of promenaders, and discreetly approached her. She did not smile, but her eyes lighted with a faint, amiable benevolence, scarcely perceptible, doubtful, deniable even, but enough. The man stopped. She at once gave a frank, kind smile which changed all her face. He raised his hat an inch or so. She liked men to raise their hats. Clearly he was a gentleman of means, though in morning dress. His cigar had a very fine aroma. She clasped him in half a second, and was happy. He spoke to her in French with a slight unmistakable English accent, but very good, easy, conversational French. French. She responded almost ecstatically. "Ah, you speak French." She was too excited to play the usual comedy, so flattering to most Englishmen, of pretending that she thought from his speech that he was a Frenchman. The French, so well spoken from a man's mouth in London, most marvellously enheartened her, and encouraged her in the perilous enterprise of her career. She was candidly grateful to him for speaking French. He said after a moment, "You have not at all a fatigued air, but would it not be preferable to sit down?" A man of the world, he could phrase his politeness. Ah, there were none like an Englishman of the world. Frenchmen, delightfully courteous up to a point, were unsatisfactory past that point. Frenchmen of the south were detestable, and she hated them. "You have not been in London long?" said the man, leading her away to the lounge. She observed then that, despite his national phlegm, he was in a state of rather intense excitation. Luck, enormous luck, and also an augury for the future. She was professing in London for the first time in her life. She had not been in the promenade for 5 minutes, and lo, an ideal admirer. For he was not young. What a fine omen for her profound mysticism and superstitiousness. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Flat. Her flat was in Cork Street. As soon as they entered it, the man remarked on its warmth and its cosiness, so agreeable after the November streets. Christine only smiled. It was a long, narrow flat, a small sitting room with a piano and a sideboard, opening to a larger bedroom shaped like a thick L. The short top of the L, not cut off from the rest of the room, was installed as a cabinet de toilette, but it had a divan. From the divan, behind which was a heavily curtained window, you could see right through the flat to the curtained window of the sitting-room. All the lights were softened by paper shades of a peculiar hot tint between Indian red and carmine, giving a rich, romantic effect to the gleaming, pale, enamelled furniture, and to the voluptuous engravings after Sir Frederick Leighton, and the sweet, sentimental engravings after Marcus Stone, and to the assorted knick-knacks. The flat had homogeneity, for everything in it, except the stove, which had been bought at one shop in Tottenham Court Road by a landlord who knew his business. The stove, which was large, stood in the bedroom fireplace, and thence radiated celestial comfort and security throughout the home. The stove was the divinity of the home, and Christine the priestess. She had herself bought the stove, and she understood its personality. It was one of your finite gods. "Will you take something?" she asked, the hostess. Whisky and a siphon and glasses were on the sideboard. "Oh, no, thanks." "Not even a cigarette?" Holding out the box and looking up at him, she appealed with a long, anxious glance that he should honour her cigarettes. "Thank you," he said. "I should like a cigarette very much." She lit a match for him. "But do you not smoke?" "Yes, sometimes." "Try one of mine, for a change." He produced a long, thin, gold cigarette case stuffed with cigarettes. She lit a cigarette from his. "Oh," she cried after a few violent puffs, "I like enormously your cigarettes. Where are they to be found?" "Look," said he, "I will put these few in your box." And he poured 20 cigarettes into an empty compartment of the box, which was divided into 2. "Not all," she protested. "Yes." "But I say no," she insisted with a gesture suddenly firm, and put a single cigarette back into his case, and shut the case with a snap, and herself returned it to his pocket. "One ought never to be without a cigarette." He said, "You understand life. How nice it is here." He looked about and then sighed. "But why do you sigh?" "Sigh of content. I was just thinking this place would be something else if an English girl had it. It is curious, lamentable, that English girls understand nothing, certainly not love." "As for that, I have always heard so." "They understand nothing, not even warmth. One is cold in their rooms." "As for that, I mean warmth, one may say that I understand it. I do." "You understand more than warmth. What is your name?" "Christine." She was the accidental daughter of joy. The mother, as frequently happens in these cases, dreamed of perfect respectability for her child, and kept Christine in the country far away in Paris, meaning to provide a good dowry in due course. At 42 she had not got the dowry together, nor even begun to get it together, and she was ill. Feckless, dilatory, and extravagant, she saw as in a vision her own shortcomings, and how they might involve disaster for Christine. Christine, she perceived, was a girl imperfectly educated, for in the affair of Christine's education the mother had not aimed high enough. Indolent, but economical, affectionate, and with a very great deal of temperament. Actuated by deep maternal solicitude, she brought her daughter back to Paris, and had her inducted into the profession under the most decent auspices. At 19, Christine's second education was complete. Most of it the mother had left to others from a sense of propriety. But she herself had instructed Christine concerning the 5 great plagues of the profession. And also she had adjured her never to drink alcohol save professionally, never to invest in anything save bonds of the city of Paris, never to seek celebrity, which according to the mother meant ultimate ruin, never to mix intimately with other women. She had expounded the great theory that generosity towards men in small things is always repaid by generosity in big things, and if it is not, the loss is so slight. And she taught her the fundamental differences between nationalities. With a Russian you had to eat, drink, and listen. With a German you had to flatter, and yet adroitly insert, "Do not imagine that I am here for the fun of the thing." With an Italian you must begin with finance. With a Frenchman you must discuss finance before it is too late. With an Englishman you must talk, for he will not, but in no circumstances touch finance until he has mentioned it. In each case there was a risk, but the risk should be faced. The course of instruction finished, Christine's mother had died with a clear conscience and a mind consoled. Said Christine, conversational, putting the question that lips seemed then to articulate of themselves in obedience to its imperious demand for utterance, "How long do you think the war will last?" The man answered with serenity, "The war has not begun yet." "How English you are! But all the same, I asked myself whether you would say that if you had seen Belgium. I came here from Ostend last month." The man gazed at her with new, vivacious interest. "So it is like that you are here? But do not let us talk about it," she added quickly, with a mournful smile. "No, no," he agreed. "I see you have a piano. I expect you are fond of music." "Ah!" she exclaimed in a fresh, relieved tone. "Am I fond of it? I adore it, quite simply. Do play for me. Play a Boston, a two-step." "I can't," he said. "But you play, I am sure of it." "And you?" he parried. She made a sad, negative sign. "Well, I'll play something out of the Rosenkavalier." "Ah, but you are a musician." She amiably scrutinized him. "And yet, no?" Smiling, he too made a sad, negative sign. "The waltz out of the Rosenkavalier, eh?" "Oh, yes, a waltz. I prefer waltzes to anything." As soon as he had played a few bars, she passed demurely out of the sitting-room, through the main part of the bedroom, into the cabinet de toilette. She moved about in the cabinet de toilette, thinking that the waltz out of the Rosenkavalier was divinely exciting. The delicate sound of her movements and the plash of water came to him across the bedroom. As he played, he threw a glance at her now and then. He could see well enough, but not very well, because the smoke of the shortening cigarette was in his eyes. She returned at length into the sitting-room, carrying a small silk bag about 5 inches by 3. The waltz finished. "But you'll take cold," he murmured. "No, at home I never take cold. Besides—" Smiling at him as he swung round on the music-stool, she undid the bag and drew from it some folded stuff, which she slowly shook out, rather in the manner of a conjurer, until it was revealed as a full-size kimono. She laughed. "Is it not marvellous?" "It is." "That is what I wear. In the way of chiffons, it is the only fantasy I have bought up to the present in London. Of course, clothes. I have been forced to buy clothes. It matches exquisitely the stockings, eh?" She slid her arms into the sleeves of the transparency. She was a pretty and highly developed girl of 26, short, still lissom, but with a fear of corpulence in her heart. She had beautiful hair and beautiful eyes, and she had that pucker of the forehead denoting, according to circumstances, either some kindly, grave preoccupation, or a benevolent perplexity about something or other. She went near him and clasped hands round his neck and whispered, "Your waltz was adorable. You are an artist." And with her shoulders she seemed to sketch the movements of dancing. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Edwards. Chapter 4. Confidence. After putting on his thick overcoat and one glove, he had suddenly darted to the dressing-table for his watch, which he was forgetting. Christine's face showed sympathetic satisfaction that he had remembered in time, simultaneously implying that even if he had not remembered, the watch would have been perfectly safe till he called for it. The hour was 5 minutes to midnight. He was just going. Christine had dropped a little batch of black and red treasury notes onto the dressing-table with an indifferent, if not perhaps an impatient air, as though she held these financial sequels to be a stain on the ideal, a tedious necessary, a nuisance, or simply negligible. She kissed him good-bye, and felt agreeably fragile and soft within the embrace of his huge, rough overcoat, and she breathed winningly, delicately, apologetically into his ear, "Thou wilt give something to the servant?" Her soft eyes seemed to say, "It is not for myself that I am asking, is it?" He made an easy philanthropic gesture to indicate that the servant would have no reason to regret his passage. He opened the door into the little hall, where the fat Italian maid was yawning in an atmosphere comparatively cold, and then, in a change of purpose, he shut the door again. "You do not know how I knew you could not have been in London very long," he said confidentially. "No." "Because I saw you in Paris one night in July, at the Marigny Theatre." Not at the Marigny. Yes, the Marigny. It is true, I recall it. I wore white and a yellow stole. Yes, you stood on the seat at the back of the promenade to see a contortionist girl better, and then you jumped down. I thought you were delicious, quite delicious. Thou flatterest me, thou sayest that to flatter me. No, no, I assure you, I went to the Marigny every night for 5 nights afterwards in order to find you. But the Marigny is not my regular music hall. Olympia is my regular music hall. I went to Olympia and all the other halls too, each night. Ah, yes, then I must have left Paris. But why, my poor friend, why didst thou not speak to me at the Marigny? I was alone. I don't know. I hesitated. I suppose I was afraid. Thou? So tonight I was terribly content to meet you. When I saw that it was really you, I could not believe my eyes. She understood now his agitation on first accosting her in the promenade. The affair very pleasantly grew more serious for her. She liked him. He had nice eyes. He was fairly tall and broadly built, but not a bit stout. Neither dark nor blonde. Not handsome, and yet, beneath a certain superficial freedom, he was reserved. He had beautiful manners. He was refined, and he was refined in love. And yet he knew something. She very highly esteemed refinement in a man. She had never met a refined woman, and was convinced that few such existed. Of course he was rich. She could be quite sure from his way of handling money that he was accustomed to handling money. She would swear he was a bachelor merely on the evidence of his eyes. Yes, the affair had lovely possibilities. Afraid to speak to her, and then ran round Paris after her for 5 nights. Had he then had the lightning stroke from her? It appeared so. And why not? She was not like other girls, and this she had always known. She did precisely the same thing as other girls did, true, but somehow, subtly, inexplicably, when she did them, they were not the same things. The proof? He, so refined and distinguished himself, had felt the difference. She became very tender. To think, she murmured, that only on that one night in all my life did I go to the Marigny, and you saw me. The coincidence frightened her. She might have missed this nice, dependable, admiring creature for ever. But the coincidence also delighted her, strengthening her superstition. The hand of destiny was obviously in this affair. Was it not astounding that on one night of all nights he should have been at the Marigny? Was it not still more astounding that on one night of all nights he should have been in the promenade in Leicester Square? The affair was ordained since before the beginning of time. Therefore, it was serious. Ah, my friend, she said, if only you had spoken to me that night at the Marigny, you might have saved me from troubles frightful, fantastic. How? He had confided in her, and at the right moment. With her human law, she could not have respected a man who had begun by admitting to a strange and unproved woman that for 5 days and nights he had gone mad about her. To do so would have been folly on his part. But having withheld his wild secret, he had charmingly showed, by the gesture of opening and then shutting the door, that at last it was too strong for his control. Such candour deserved candour in return. Despite his age, she looked just then attractively, sympathetically boyish. He was a benevolent creature. The responsive kindliness of his inquiring, "How?" was beyond question genuine. Once more, in the warm and dark glowing comfort of her home, the contrast between the masculine, thick, rough overcoat and the feminine, diaphanous, useless kimono appealed to her soul. It seemed to justify, even to call for, confidence from her to him. The Italian woman behind the door coughed impatiently, and was not heard. Chapter 5. Ostend. In July she had gone to Ostend with an American, a gentleman, but mad, one of those men with a fixed idea that everything would always be all right, and that nothing really and permanently uncomfortable could possibly happen. A very fair man, with red hair and radiating wrinkles all round his eyes, phenomenon due to his humorous outlook on the world. He laughed at her because she travelled with all her bonds of the city of Paris on her person. He had met her one night, and the next morning suggested the Ostend excursion. Too sudden, too capricious, of course, but she had always desired to see the cosmopolitanism of Ostend. Trouville she did not like, as you had sand with every meal if you lived near the front. Hotel Astoria at Ostend. Complete flat in the hotel, very chic. The red-haired one, the Rouquois, had broad ideas, very broad ideas, of what was due to a woman. In fact, one might say that he carried generosity in details to excess. But naturally with Americans it was necessary to be surprised at nothing. The Rouquois said steadily that war would not break out. He said so until the day on which it broke out. He then became a Turk. Yes, a Turk. He assumed rights over her, the rights of protection, but very strange rights. He would not let her try to return to Paris. He said the Germans might get to Paris, but to Ostend never, because of the English. Difficult to believe, but he had locked her up in the complete flat. The Ostend season had collapsed, pluff, like that. The hotel staff vanished almost entirely. One or two old, fat Belgian women on the bedroom floors, that seemed to be all. The Rouquois was exquisitely polite, but very firm. In fine, he was a master. It was astonishing what he did. They were the sole remaining guests in the Astoria, and they remained because he refused to permit the management to turn him out. Weeks passed. Yes, weeks. English forces came to Ostend. Marvellous. Among nations there was none like the English. She did not see them herself. She was ill. The Rouquois had told her that she was ill when she was not ill, but lo, the next day she was ill. Oh, a long time. The Rouquois told her the news, Battle of the Marne, and all species of glorious deeds. An old, fat Belgian told her a different kind of news. The stories of the fall of Liège, Namur, Brussels, Antwerp, the massacres at Erschot, at Louvain. Terrible stories that travelled from mouth to mouth among women. There was always rape and blood and filth mingled, stories of a frightful fascination, unrepeatable, The Rouquois had informed her one day that the Belgian government had come to Ostend. Proof enough, according to him, that Ostend could not be captured by the Germans. After that he had said nothing about the Belgian government for many days. And then one day he had informed her casually that the Belgian government was about to leave Ostend by steamer. But days earlier the old fat woman had told her that the German staff had ordered 75 rooms at the Hôtel des Postes at Ghent. 75 rooms! And that in the space of a few hours Ghent had become a city of the dead. Thousands of refugees in Ostend, thousands of escaped virgins, thousands of wounded soldiers. Often the sound of guns all day and all night. And in the daytime occasionally a sharp sound, very loud. That meant that a German aeroplane was over the town, killing. Plenty to kill. Ostend was always full behind the digue, and yet people were always leaving by steamer. Steamers taken by assault. At first there had been formalities, permits, passports. But when one steamer had been taken by assault, no more formalities. In trying to board the steamers, people were drowned. They fell into the water, and nobody troubled. So said the old woman. Christine was better, desired to rise. Rouquois said, no, not yet. He would believe naught. And now he believed one thing, and it filled his mind, that German submarines sank all refugee ships in the North Sea. Proof of the folly of leaving Ostend. Yet immediately afterwards he came and told her to get up. That is to say, she had been up for several days, but not outside. He told her to come away, come away. She had only summer clothes, and it was mid-October. What a climate, Ostend in October! The old woman said that thousands of parcels of clothes for refugees had been sent by generous England. She got a parcel. She had means of getting it. She opened it with pride in the bedroom of the flat. It contained 8 corsets and a ball dress. A droll race, all the same, the English. Had they no imagination? But no doubt society women were the same everywhere. It was notorious that in France. Christine went forth in her summer clothes. The Rouquois had got an old horse-carriage. He gave her much American money, or rather cheques, which, true enough, she had since cashed with no difficulty in London. They had to leave the carriage. The station square was full of guns and women and children and bundles. Yes, together with a few men. She spent the whole night in the station square with the Rouquois, in her summer clothes and his overcoat. At 6 o'clock in the evening it was already dark. A night interminable. Babies crying. One heard that at the other end of the square a baby had been born. She, Christine, sat next to a young mother with her baby. Both mother and baby had the right arm bandaged. They had both been shot through the arm with the same bullet. It was near Ayrshire. The young woman also told her, no, she could not relate that to an Englishman. Happily it did not rain, but the wind and the cold. In the morning the Rouquois put her onto a fishing vessel. She had nothing but her bonds of the city of Paris and her American cheques. The crush was frightful. The captain of the fishing vessel, however, comprehended what discipline was. He made much money. The Rouquois would not come. He said he was an American citizen and had all his papers. For the rest, the captain would not let him come, though doubtless the captain could have been bribed. As they left the harbour with other trawlers, they could see the quays all covered with the disappointed, waiting. Somebody in the boat said that the Germans had that morning reached, she forgot the name of the place, but it was the next village to Ostend on the Bruges road. Thus Christine parted from the Rouquois. Mad. Always wrong, even about the German submarines. But chic. Truly chic. What a voyage. What adventures with the charitable people in England. People who resembled nothing else on earth. People who did not understand what life was. No understanding of that which it is, life. In fine. However, she should stay in England. It was the only country in which one could have confidence. She was trying to sell the furniture of her flat in Paris. Complications. Under the emergency law, she was not obliged to pay her rent to the landlord. But if she removed her furniture, then she would have to pay the rent. What did it matter, though? Besides, she might not be able to sell her furniture after all. Remarkably few women in Paris at that moment were in a financial state to buy furniture. Ah, no. But I have not told you the 10th part, said Christine. Terrible, terrible, murmured the man. All the heavy sorrow of the world lay on her puckered brow and floated in her dark, glistening eyes. Then she smiled, sadly, but with courage. I will come to see you again, said the man comfortingly. Are you here in the afternoons? Every afternoon, naturally. Well, I will come, not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Already, long before, interrupting the buttoning of his collar, she whispered softly, persuasively, clingingly, in the classic manner. Thou art content, chérie? Thou wilt return? And he had said, That goes without saying. But not with quite the same conviction as he now used in speaking definitely of the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. The fact was, he was moved. She, too. She had been right not to tell the story earlier, and equally right to tell it before he departed. Some men, most men, hated to hear any tale of real misfortune at any moment from a woman, because of course it diverted their thoughts. In thus departing at once, the man showed characteristic tact. Her recital left nothing to be said. They kissed again, rather like comrades. Christine was still the vessel of the heavy sorrow of the world, but in the kiss and in their glances was an implication that the effective, triumphant antidote to sorrow might be found in a mutual trust. He opened the door. The Italian woman, yawning and with her hand open, was tenaciously waiting. Alone, carefully refolding the kimono in its original creases, Christine wondered what the man's name was. She felt that the mysterious future might soon disclose a germ of happiness. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. The Albany. G.J. Hope, he was usually addressed as G.J. by his friends, and always referred to as G.J. by both friends and acquaintances, woke up finally in the bedroom of his flat with the thought, Today I shall see her. He inhabited one of the 3 flats at the extreme northern end of the Albany, Piccadilly, W1. The flat was strangely planned. Its shape as a whole was that of a cube. Imagine the cube to be divided perpendicularly into 2 very unequal parts. The larger part, occupying nearly 2/3 of the entire cubic space, was the drawing-room, a noble chamber, large and lofty. The smaller part was cut horizontally into 2 stories. The lower story comprised a very small hall, a fair bathroom, the tiniest staircase in London, and G.J.'s very small bedroom. The upper story comprised a very small dining room, the kitchen, and servants' quarters. The door between the bedroom and the drawing-room, left open in the night for ventilation, had been softly closed as usual during G.J.'s final sleep, and the bedroom was in absolute darkness, save for a faint grey gleam over the valance of the window curtains. G.J. could think. He wondered whether he was in love. He hoped he was in love, and the fact that the woman who attracted him was a courtesan did not disturb him in the least. He was nearing 50 years of age. He had casually known hundreds of courtesans in sundry capitals, a few of them very agreeable, also a number of women calling themselves, sometimes correctly, actresses, all of whom, for various reasons which need not be given, had proved very unsatisfactory. But he had never loved, unless it might be mildly Concepcion, and Concepcion was now a war bride. He wanted to love. He had never felt about any woman, not even about Concepcion, as he felt about the woman seen for a few minutes at the Marigny Theatre, and then for 5 successive nights vainly searched for in all the chief music halls of Paris. A nice name, Christine. It suited her. He had given her up, never expected to catch sight of her again. But she had remained a steadfast memory, sad and charming. The encounter in the promenade in Leicester Square was such a piece of heavenly and incredible luck that it had, at the moment, positively made him giddy. The first visit to Christine's flat had beatified and stimulated him. Would the second? Anyhow, she was the most alluring woman, and yet apparently of dependable character, he had ever met. No other consideration counted with him. There was a soft knock. The door was pushed, and wavy reflections of the drawing-room fire played on the corner of the bedroom ceiling. Mrs. Brading came in. G.J. had known it was she by the caressing quality of the knock. Mrs. Brading was his cook, and the wife of his man. It was not her place to come in, but occasionally, because something had happened to Brading, she did come in. She drew the curtains apart, and the day of Vigo Street, pale, dirty, morose, feebly and perfunctorily took possession of the bedroom. Mrs. Brading, having drawn the curtains, returned to the door, and from the doorway said, "Breakfast is practically ready, sir." G.J. perceived that this was one of her brave, resigned mornings. Since August she had borne the entire weight of the war on her back, and sometimes the burden would overpower her, but never quite. G.J. switched on the light, arose from his bed, assumed his dressing gown, and, gazing with accustomed pleasure round the bedroom, saw that it was perfect. He had furnished his flat in the Regency style of the first decade of the 19th century, as matured by George Smith, upholder extraordinary to His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. The pavilion at Brighton had given the original idea to G.J., who saw in it the solution of the problem of combining the somewhat massive dignity suitable to a bachelor of middling age with the bright, unconquerable colours which the eternal twilight of London demands. His dome bed was yellow as to its upper works, with crimson valances above and yellow valances below. The yellow-lined crimson curtains, of course never closed, had green cords and tassels, and the counterpane was yellow. This bed was a modest sample of the careful and uncompromising reconstitution of a period which he had everywhere carried out in his abode. The drawing-room, with its moulded ceiling and huge recessed window, had presented an admirable field for connoisseurship. Here the clash of rich primary colours, the perpendiculars which began with bronze girls' heads and ended with bronze girls' feet or animals' claws, the vast flat surfaces of furniture, the stiff curves of wood and of drapery, the morbid rage for solidity which would employ a candelabrum weighing 500 weight to hold a single wax candle, produced a real and imposing effect of style. It was a style debased, a style which was shedding the last graces of French empire in order soon to appeal to a Victoria determined to be utterly English and good. But it was a style, and G.J. had scamped no detail. Even the pictures were hung with thick tasselled cords of the Regency. The drawing-room was a triumph. Do not conceive that G.J. had lost his head about furniture, and that his notion of paradise was an endless series of second-hand shops. He had an admirable balance, and he held that a man might make a faultless interior for himself and yet not necessarily lose his balance. He resented being called a specialist in furniture. He regarded himself as an amateur of life, and, if a specialist in anything, as a specialist in friendships. Yet he was a solitary man, liking solitude without knowing that he liked it, and, in the midst of the perfections which he had created, he sometimes gloomily thought, "What in the name of God am I doing on this earth?" He went into the drawing-room, and there, by the fire and in front of a formidable blue chair whose arms developed into the grinning heads of bronze lions, stood the lacquered table consecrated to his breakfast tray, and his breakfast tray, with newspaper and correspondence, had been magically placed thereon as though by invisible hands. And on one arm of the easy-chair lay the rug, which, because a dressing-gown does not button all the way down, he put over his knees while breakfasting in winter. Yes, he admitted with pleasure that he was well served. Before eating he opened the piano, a modern instrument concealed in an ingeniously confected Regency case, and played, with taste, a Bach prelude and fugue. His was not the standardized and habituated kind of musical culture which takes a Bach prelude and fugue every morning before breakfast, with or without a glass of lithia water or fizzy saline. He did, however, customarily begin the day at the piano, and on this particular morning he happened to play a Bach prelude and fugue. And as he played, he congratulated himself on not having gone to seek Christine in the promenade on the previous night, as impatience had tempted him to do. Such a procedure would have been an error in worldliness, and bad from every point of view. He had wisely rejected the temptation. In the deep blue armchair, with the rug over his knees, and one hand on a lion's head, he glanced first at the opened Times, because of the war. Among the few letters was one with the heading of the Rivali Motorhorn Company Limited. G.J., like his father, had been a solicitor. When he was 25, his father, a widower, had died, and left him a respectable fortune and a very good practice. He sold half the practice to an incoming partner, and 4 years later he sold the other half of the practice to the same man. At 30 he was free, and this result had been attained through his frank negative answer to the question, "The law bores me. Is there any reason why I should let it continue to bore me?" There was no reason. Instead of the law, he took up life. Of business preoccupations naught remained but his investments. He possessed a gift for investing money. He had helped the man who had first put the Rivali Motorhorn on the market. He had had a mighty holding of shares in the Rivali Syndicate Limited, which had so successfully promoted the Rivali Motorhorn Company Limited, and in the latter, too, he had held many shares. The Rivali Motorhorn Company had prospered and had gone into the manufacture of speedometers, illuminating outfits, and all manner of motor car accessories. On the outbreak of war, G.J. had given himself up for lost. "This is the end," he had said, as a member of the sore-shaken investing public. He had felt sick under the region of his heart. In particular, he had feared for his Rivali shares. No one would want to buy expensive motor horns in the midst of the greatest war that the world, etc., etc. Still, the Rivali Company, after sustaining the shock, had somehow continued to do a pretty good business. It had patriotically offered its plant and services to the War Office, and had been repulsed with contumely and ignominy. The War Office had most caustically intimated to the Rivali Company that it had no use, and never under any conceivable circumstances could have any use whatever, for the Rivali Company, and that the Rivali Company was a forward and tedious jackanapes, unworthy even of an articulate rebuff. Now the autograph letter with the Rivali note heading was written by the managing director, who represented G.J.'s interests on the board, and it stated that the War Office had been to the Rivali Company and implored it to enlarge itself, and given it vast orders at grand prices for all sorts of things that it had never made before. The profits of 1915 would be doubled, if not trebled, perhaps quadrupled. G.J. was relieved, uplifted, and he sniggered at his terrible forebodings of August and September. Ruin? He was actually going to make money out of the greatest war that the world, etc., etc. And why not? Somebody had to make money, and somebody had to pay for the war in income tax. For the first time, the incubus of the war seemed lighter upon G.J. And also, he need feel no slightest concern about the financial aspect of any possible developments of the Christine adventure. He had a very clear and undeniable sensation of positive happiness. Chapter 7. For the Empire. Mrs. Brading came into the drawing-room, and he wondered, paternally, why she was so fidgety, and why her tranquilizing mate had not appeared. To the careless observer she was a cheerful woman, but the temple of her brightness was reared over a dark and frightful crypt, in which the demons of doubt, anxiety, and despair, year after year, dragged at their chains, intimidating hope. Slender, small, and neat, she passed her life in bravely fronting the shapes of disaster with an earnest, vivacious, upturned face. She was 35, and her aspect recalled the pretty, respected lady's maid which she had been before Brading got her, and knocked some nonsense out of her, and turned her into a wife. G.J., still paternally, but firmly, took her up at once. "I say, Mrs. Brading, what about this dish-cover?" He lifted the article, of which the copper was beginning to show through the Sheffield plating. "Yes, sir, it does look rather impoverished, doesn't it? But I told Brading to use the new toast dish I bought last week but one." "Did you, sir? I was very happy about the new one as soon as I saw it, but Brading never gave me your instructions in regard to it." She glanced at the cabinet in which the new toast dish reposed with other antique metalwork. "Brading's been rather upset these last few days, sir." "What about?" "This recruiting, sir. Of course, you're aware he's decided on it." "I'm not aware of anything of the sort," said G.J. rather roughly, perhaps to hide his sudden emotion, perhaps to express his irritation at Mrs. Brading's strange habit of pretending that the most startling pieces of news were matters of common knowledge. "Well, sir, of course you were out most of yesterday, and you dined at the club. Brading attended at a recruiting office yesterday, sir. He stood 3 hours in the crowd outside because there was no room inside, and then he stood over 2 hours in a passage inside before his turn came, and nothing to eat all day, or drink neither. And when his turn came and they asked him his age, he said 36, and the person was very angry and said he hadn't any time to waste, and Brading had better go outside again and consider whether he hadn't made a mistake about his age. So Brading went outside and considered that his age was only 33 after all. But he couldn't get in again, not by any means. So he just came back here, and I gave him a good tea, and he needed it, sir." "But he saw me last night, and he never said anything." "Yes, sir," Mrs. Brading admitted with pain. "I asked him if he had told you, and he said he hadn't, and that I must." "Where is he now?" "He went off early, sir, so as to get a good place. I shouldn't be a bit surprised if he's in the army by this time. I know it's not the right way of going about things, and Brading's only excuse is it's for the Empire. When it's a question of the Empire, sir—" At that instant the white man's burden was Mrs. Brading's, and the glance of her serious face showed what the crushing strain of it was. "I think he might have told me." "Well, sir, I'm very sorry, but you know what Brading is." G.J. felt that this was just what he did not know, or at any rate had not hitherto known. He was hurt by Brading's conduct. He had always treated Brading as a friend. They had daily discussed the progress of the war. On the previous night, Brading, in all the customary sedateness of black coat and faintly striped trousers, had behaved just as usual. It was astounding. G.J. began to incline towards the views of certain of his friends about the utter incomprehensibility of the servile classes, views which he had often annoyed them by traversing. Yes, it was astounding. All this martial imperialism seething in the depths of Brading, and G.J. never suspecting the ferment. Exceedingly difficult to conceive Brading as a soldier. He was the Albany valet, and Albany valets were Albany valets and naught else. Mrs. Brading continued. "It's very inconsiderate to you, sir. That's a point that is appreciated by both Brading and I, but let us fervently hope it won't be for long, sir. The consensus of opinion seems to be we shall be in Berlin in the spring, and in the meantime I think—" She smiled an appeal. "I can manage for you by myself, if you'll be so good as to let me." "Oh, it's not that," said G.J. carelessly. "I expect you can manage all right." "Oh," cried she, "I know how you feel about it, sir, and I'm very sorry. And at best it's bound to be highly inconvenient for a gentleman like yourself, sir. I said to Brading, you're taking advantage of Mr. Hope's good nature. That's what I said to Brading, and he couldn't deny it. However, sir, if you'll be so good as to let me try what I can do for myself—" "I tell you that'll be all right." He stopped her. Brading, his mainstay, was irrevocably gone. He realized that, and it was a severe blow. He must accept it. As for Mrs. Brading managing, she would manage in a kind of way, but the risks to Regency furniture and china would be grave. She did not understand Regency furniture and china as Brading did. No woman could. Brading has been as much a find as the dome bed or the unique bookcase which bore the names of Homer and Virgil in bronzed characters on its outer wings. Also, G.J. had 100 little ways about neckties and about trouser stretching, which he, G.J., would have to teach Mrs. Brading. Still, the war. When she was gone, he stood up and brushed the crumbs from his dressing-gown, and emitted a short, harsh laugh. He was laughing at himself. Regency furniture and china, neckties, trouser stretching. In the next room was a youngish woman whose minstrel boy to the war had gone, though he might be only in the next street. And had she said a word about her feelings as a wife? Not a word. But dozens of words about the inconvenience to the godlike employer. She had apologized to him because Brading had departed to save the Empire without first asking his permission. It was not merely astounding, it flabbergasted. He had always felt that there was something fundamentally wrong in the social fabric, and he had long had a preoccupation to the effect that it was his business, to take a share in finding out what was wrong and discovering and applying a cure. This preoccupation had worried him, scarcely perceptibly, like the delicate oncoming of neuralgia. There must be something wrong when a member of one class would behave to a member of another class as Mrs. Brading behaved to him, without protest from him. "Mrs. Brading," he called out. "Yes, sir." She almost ran back into the drawing-room. "When shall you be seeing your husband?" At least he would remind her that she had a husband. "I haven't an idea, sir." "Well, when you do, tell him that I want to speak to him, and you can tell him I shall pay you half his wages in addition to your own." Her gratitude filled him with secret fury. He said to himself, "Futile, these grand gestures about wages." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Boots. In the very small hall, G.J. gazed at himself in the mirror that was nearly as large as the bathroom door to which it was attached, and which it ingeniously masked. Although Mrs. Brading was present, holding his ebony stick, he carefully examined his face and appearance without the slightest self-consciousness. Nor did Mrs. Brading's demeanour indicate that in her opinion G.J. was behaving in a manner eccentric or incorrect. He was dressed in mourning. Honestly, he did not believe that he looked anywhere near 50. His face was worn by the friction of the world, especially under the eyes, but his eyes were youthful, and his hair and moustache and short, fine beard scarcely tinged with grey. His features showed benevolence, with a certain firmness, and they had the refinement which comes of half a century's instinctive avoidance of excess. Still, he was beginning to feel his age. He moved more slowly. He sat down instead of standing up at the dressing-table. And he was beginning also to take a pride in mentioning these changes, and in the fact that he would be 50 on his next birthday. And when talking to men under 30, or even under 40, he would say in a tone mingling condescension and envy, "But of course you're young." He departed, remarking that he should not be in for lunch and might not be in for dinner, and he walked down the covered way to the Albany courtyard, and was approved by the Albany porters as a resident handsomely conforming to the traditional high standard set by the Albany for its residents. He crossed Piccadilly, and as he did so he saw a couple of jolly fine girls, handsome, stylish, independent of carriage, swinging freely along and intimately talking with that mien of experience and broad-mindedness which some girls manage to wear in the streets. One of them in particular appealed to him. He thought how different they were from Christine. He had dreamt of just such girls as they were, and yet now Christine filled the whole of his mind. You can't foresee, he thought. He dipped down into the extraordinary rectangle of St. James's, where he was utterly at home. A strange architecture, parsimoniously plain on the outside, indeed carrying the Oriental scorn for merely external effect to a point only reachable by a race at once hypocritical and madly proud. The shabby plainness of Wren's church well typified all the parochial parsimony. The despairing architect had been so pinched by his employers in the matter of ornament that on the whole of the northern facade there was only one of his favourite cherub's heads. What a parish! It was a parish of flat brick walls and brass doorknobs and brass plates, and the first commandment was to polish every brass doorknob and every brass plate every morning. What happened in the way of disfigurement by polishing paste to the surrounding brick or wood had no importance. The conventions of the parish had no eye save for brass doorknobs and brass plates, which were maintained daily in effulgence by a vast early-rising population. Recruiting offices, casualty lists, the rumour of peril and of glory, could do nothing to diminish the high urgency of the polishing of those brass doorknobs and those brass plates. The shops and offices seemed to show that the wants of customers were few and simple. Grouse moors, fisheries, yachts, valuations, hosiery, neckties, motor cars, insurance, assurance, antique china, antique pictures, boots, riding whips, and above all, Eastern cigarettes. The master passion was evidently Eastern cigarettes. The few provision shops were marmoreal and majestic, catering as they did chiefly for the multifarious palatial male clubs which dominated the parish and protected and justified the innumerable bachelor suites that hung forth signs in every street. The parish, in effect, was first an immense monastery, where the monks, determined to do themselves extremely well in dignified peace, had made a prodigious and not entirely unsuccessful effort to keep out the excitable sex. And second, it was an excusable conspiracy on the part of intensely respectable tradesmen and stewards to force the non-bargaining sex to pay the highest possible price for the privilege of doing the correct thing. G.J. passed through the cardiac region of St. James's, the square itself, where knights, baronets, barons, brewers, viscounts, marquises, hereditary marshals and chief butlers, dukes, bishops, banks, librarians, and government departments gazed throughout the 4 seasons at the statue of a Dutchman. And then he found himself at his bootmaker's. Now his bootmaker was one of the 3 first bootmakers in the West End, bearing a name famous from Peru to Hong Kong. An untidy interior full of old boots and the hides of various animals. A dirty girl was writing in a dirty tome, and a young man was knotting together 2 pieces of string in order to tie up a parcel. Such was the note of the house. The girl smiled, the young man bowed. In an instant the manager appeared, and G.J. was invested with the attributes of God. He informed the manager with pain, and the manager heard with deep pain, that the left boot of the new pair he then wore was not quite comfortable in the toes. The manager simply could not understand it, just as he simply could not have understood a failure in the working of the law of gravity. And if God had not told him, he would not have believed it. He knelt and felt. He would send for the boots. He would make the boots comfortable, or he would make a new pair. Expense was nothing. Trouble was nothing. Incidentally, he remarked with a sigh that the enormous demand for military boots was rendering it more and more difficult for him to give to old patrons that prompt and plenary attention which he would desire to give. However, God, in any case, should not suffer. He noticed that the boots were not quite well polished, and he ventured to charge God with hints for God's personal attendant. Then he went swiftly across to a speaking tube and snapped, "Polisher!" A trap-door opened in the floor of the shop, and a horrible, padded, weak, cringing man came up out of the earth of St. James's, and knelt before God far more submissively than ever the manager had knelt. He had brushes and blacking, and he blacked and he brushed and breathed alternately, undoing continually with his breath or his filthy hand what he had done with his brush. He never looked up, never spoke. When he had made the boots like mirrors, he gathered together his implements and vanished, silent and dutifully bent, through the trapdoor back into the earth of St. James's. And because the trapdoor had not shut properly, the manager stamped on it and stamped down the pale man definitely into the darkness underneath. And then G.J. was wafted out of the shop with smiles and bows. Chapter 9. The Club. The vast morning room of the Monumental Club, pre-eminent among clubs for its architecture, was on the whole tonically chilly. But as one of the high windows stood open, and there were 2 fires fluttering beneath the lovely marble mantelpieces, between the fires and the window every gradation of temperature could be experienced by the curious. On each wall bookshelves rose to the carved and gilded ceiling. The furlongs of shelves were fitted with majestic volumes containing all the statutes, all the parliamentary debates, and all the reports of royal commissions ever printed to narcotize the conscience of a nation. These calf-bound works were not in fact read, but the magnificent pretence of their usefulness was completed by carpeted mahogany ladders, which leaned here and there against the shelving, in accord with the theory that some studious member some day might yearn and aspire to some upper shelf. On reading-stands and on huge mahogany tables were disposed the countless newspapers of Great Britain and Ireland, Europe and America, and also the files of such newspapers. The apparatus of information was complete. G.J. entered the splendid apartment like a discoverer. It was empty. Not a member, not a servant. It waited, content to be inhabited, equally content with its own solitude. This apartment had made an adjunct even of the war. The function of the war in this apartment was to render it more impressive, to increase, if possible, its importance, for nowhere else could the war be studied so minutely day by day. A strange thing. G.J.'s sense of duty to himself had been quickened by the defection of his valet. He felt that he had been failing to comprehend in detail the cause and the evolution of the war, and that even his general ideas as to it were inexcusably vague, and he determined to go every morning to the club, at whatever inconvenience, for the especial purpose of studying and getting the true hang of the supreme topic. As he sat down, he was aware of the solemnity of the great room, last fastness of the old strict decorum in the club. You might not smoke in it until after 10 p.m. 2 other members came in immediately, one after the other. The first, a little, very old and very natty man, began to read the Times at a stand. The second, old too, but of larger and firmer build, with a long, clean-shaven upper lip, such as is only developed at the bar, on the bench, and in provincial circles of nonconformity, took an easy-chair and another copy of the Times. A few moments elapsed, and then the little old man glanced round, and assuming surprise that he had not noticed G.J. earlier, nodded to him with a very bright and benevolent smile. G.J. said, "Well, Sir Francis, what's your opinion of this Ypres business? Seems pretty complicated, doesn't it?" Sir Francis answered in a tone whose mild and bland benevolence matched his smile. "I dare say the complications escape me. I see the affair quite simply. We are holding on, but we cannot continue to hold on. The Germans have more men, far more guns, and infinitely more ammunition. They certainly have not less genius for war. What can be the result? I am told by respectable people that the Germans had lost the war of the Marne. I don't appreciate it. I am told that the Germans don't realize the Marne. I think they realize the Marne at least as well as we realize Tannenberg." The slightly trembling, slightly mincing voice of Sir Francis denoted such detachment, such politeness, such kindliness, that the opinion it emitted seemed to impose itself on G.J. with extraordinary authority. There was a brief pause, and Sir Francis ejaculated, "What's your view, Bob?" The other old man now consisted of a newspaper, 2 seamy hands, and a pair of grey legs. His grim voice came from behind the newspaper, which did not move. We've no adequate means of judging.
True, said Sir Francis. Now another thing I'm told is that the War Office was perfectly ready for the war on the scale agreed upon for ourselves with France and Russia. I don't appreciate that either. No War Office can be said to be perfectly ready for any war until it has organised its relations with the public which it serves. My belief is that the War Office had never thought for one moment about the military importance of public opinion and the press. At any rate, it has most carefully left nothing undone to alienate both the public and the press. My son-in-law has the misfortune to own 7 newspapers, and the tales he tells about the antics of the Press Bureau— Sir Francis smiled the rest of the sentence. Let me see, they offered the Press Bureau to you, didn't they, Bob? The Times fell, disclosing Bob, whose long upper lip grew longer. They did, he said. I made a few inquiries and found it was nothing but a shuttlecock of the departments. I should have had no real power, but unlimited quantities of responsibility, so I respectfully refused. Sir Francis remarked, Your hearing's much better, Bob. It is, answered Bob. The fact is, I got hold of a marvellous fellow at Birmingham. He laughed sardonically. I hope to go down in history as the first judge that ever voluntarily retired because of deafness. And now, thanks to this fellow at Birmingham, I can hear better than 75% of the bench. The Lord Chancellor gave me a hint I might care to return and save a pension to the nation. I told him I'd begin to think about it when he persuaded the Board of Works to ventilate my whole court. He laughed again. And now I see the Press Bureau is enunciating the principle that it won't permit criticism that might in any way weaken the confidence of the people in the administration of affairs. Bob opened his mouth wide and kept it open. Sir Francis, with no diminution of the mild and bland benevolence of its attachment, said, The voice is the Press Bureau's voice, but the hands are the hands of the War Office. Can we reasonably hope to win, or not to lose, with such a mentality at the head? I cannot admit that the War Office has changed in the slightest degree in 100 years. From time to time a brainy civilian walks in, like Cromwell or Haldane, and saves it from becoming patently ridiculous, but it never really alters. When I was War Secretary in a transient government, it was precisely the same as it had been in the reign of the Duke of Cambridge, and today it is still precisely the same. I am told that Haldane succeeded in teaching our generals the value of staff work as distinguished from dashing cavalry charges. I don't appreciate that. The staffs are still wide open to men with social influence, and still closed to men without social influence. My grandson is full of great modern notions about tactics. He may have talent, for all I know. He got a staff appointment because he came to me and I spoke 10 words to an old friend of mine with oak leaves in the club next door but one. No questions asked. I mean, no serious questions. It was done to oblige me, the very existence of the Empire being at stake, according to all accounts, so that I venture to doubt whether we're going to hold Ypres or anything else. Bob, unimpressed by the speech, burst out, You've got the perspective wrong. Obviously, the centre of gravity is no longer in the West, it's in the East. In the West, roughly, equilibrium has been established. Hence, Poland is the decisive field, and the measure of the Russian success or failure is the measure of the Allied success or failure. Sir Francis inquired with gentle joy, Then we're all right. The Russians have admittedly recovered from Tannenberg. If there's any truth in that, they're doing excellently. They're more brilliant than Potsdam, and they can put 2 men into the field to the Germans 1. 2.5, in fact. Bob fiercely rumbled, I don't think we are all right. This habit of thinking in men is dangerous. What are men without munitions? And without a clean administration? Nothing but a rabble. It's notorious that the Russians are running short of munitions, and that the administration from top to bottom consists of outrageous rascals. Moreover, I see today a report that the Germans have won a big victory at Kutno. I've been expecting that. That's the beginning, mark me. Yes, Sir Francis cheerfully agreed. Yes, we're spending 1 million a day, and now income tax is doubled. The country cannot stand it indefinitely, and since our only hope lies in our being able to stand it indefinitely, there is no hope, at any rate for unbiased minds. Facts are facts, I fear. Bob cried impatiently, Unbiased be damned, I don't want to be unbiased, I won't be. I had enough of being unbiased when I was on the bench, and I don't care what any of you unbiased people say. I believe we shall win.
G.J. suddenly saw a boy in the old man, and suddenly he too became boyish, remembering what he had said to Christine about the war not having begun yet, and with fervour he concurred, "So do I." He rose, moved, relieved after a tension which he had not noticed until it was broken. It was time for him to go. The two old men were recalled to the fact of his presence. Bob raised the newspaper again. Sir Francis asked, "Are you going to the fair in the city?" "Yes," said G.J. with careful unconcern. "I have thought of going. My granddaughter worried me till I consented to take her. I got 2 tickets, but no sooner had I arrayed myself this morning than she ran me up to say that her baby was teething and she couldn't leave it. In view of this important creature's indisposition, I sent the tickets back to the Jean and changed my clothes. Great-grandfathers have to be philosophers. I say, Hope, they tell me you play uncommonly good auction bridge." "I play," said G.J. modestly, "but no better than I ought." "You might care to make a 4th this afternoon in the card-room?" "I should have been delighted to, but I've got one of these war committees at 6 o'clock. Again he spoke with careful unconcern, masking a considerable self-satisfaction. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. The Mission. The great dim place was full, but crowding had not been permitted. With a few exceptions in the outlying parts, everybody had a seat. G.J. was favourably placed for seeing the whole length of the interior. Accustomed to the restaurants of fashionable hotels, auction rooms, theatrical first nights, the haunts of sport, clubs, and courts of justice, he soon perceived, from the numerous samples which he himself was able to identify, that all the London worlds were fully represented in the multitude. The official world, the political, the clerical, the legal, the municipal, the military, the artistic, the literary, the dilettante, the financial, the sporting, and the world whose sole object in life apparently is to be observed and recorded at all gatherings to which admittance is gained by privilege and influence alone. There were, in particular, women, the names and countenances and family history of whom were familiar to hundreds of thousands of illustrated newspaper readers, even in the most distant counties, and who never missed what was called a function, whether brilliant, exclusive, or merely scandalous. At murder trials, at the sales of art collections, at the birth of musical comedies, at boxing matches, at historic debates, at receptions in honour of the renowned, at luscious divorce cases, they were surely present, and the entire press surely noted that they were present. And if executions had been public, they would in the same religious spirit have attended executions, rousing their maids at milkman's hours, in order that they might assume the right cunning frock to fit the occasion. And they were here, and no one could divine why or how, or to what eternal end. G.J. hated them, and he hated the solemn self-satisfaction that brooded over the haughty faces of the throng. He hated himself for having accepted a ticket from the friend in the War Office who was now sitting next to him. And yet he was pleased too. A disturbed conscience could not defeat the instinct which bound him to the whole fashionable and powerful assemblage. For ever afterwards, to his dying hour, he could say, casually, modestly, as a matter of course, but he could still say, that he had been there. The Lord Mayor and sheriffs, tradesmen glittering like oriental potentates, passed slowly across his field of vision. He thought with contempt of the city, living ghoulish on the buried past, and obstinately and humanly refusing to make a pile of its putrefying interests, set fire to it, and perish thereon. The music began. It was the Dead March in Saul. The long, rolling drums suddenly rent the soul, and destroyed every base and petty thought that was there. Clergy, headed by a bishop, were walking down the cathedral. At the huge doors, nearly lost in the heavy twilight of November noon, they stopped, turned, and came back. The coffin swayed into view, covered with the sacred symbolic bunting, and borne on the soldiers of 8 sergeants of the old regiments of the dead man. Then followed the pallbearers, 5 field marshals, 5 full generals, and 2 admirals. Aged men, and some of them had reached the highest dignity without giving a single gesture that had impressed itself on the national mind. Nonentities, apotheosized by seniority, and some showed traces of the bitter rain that was falling in the fog outside. Then the primate, then the king, who had supervened from nowhere, the magic production of chamberlains and comptrollers. The procession, headed by the clergy, moved slowly, amid the vistas ending in the dull burning of stained glass, through the congregation in mourning and in khaki, through the lines of yellow-glowing candelabra, towards the crowd of scarlet under the dome. The summit of the dome was hidden in soft mist. The music became insupportable in its sublimity. G.J. was afraid, and he did not immediately know why he was afraid. The procession came nearer. It was upon him. He knew why he was afraid, and he averted sharply his gaze from the coffin. He was afraid for his composure. If he had continued to watch the coffin, he would have burst into loud sobs. Only by an extraordinary effort did he master himself. Many other people lowered their faces in self-defence. The searchers after new and violent sensations were having the time of their lives. The Dead March, with its intolerable genius, had ceased. A coffin, guarded by flickering candles, lay on the lofty catafalque. The 8 sergeants were pretending that their strength had not been in the least degree taxed. Princes, the illustrious, the champions of allied might, dark Indians, adventurers, even Germans, surrounded the catafalque and the gloom. G.J. sympathized with the man in the coffin, the simple little man whose non-political mission had, in spite of him, grown political. He regretted horribly that once he, G.J., who protested that he belonged to no party, had said of the dead man, "Roberts, well-meaning of course, but senile." Yet a trifle, what did it matter? And how he loathed to think that the name of the dead man was now befouled by the calculating and impure praise of schemers. Another trifle. As the service proceeded, G.J. was overwhelmed and lost in the grandeur and terror of existence. There he sat, grizzled, dignified, with the great world, looking as though he belonged to the great world. And he felt like a boy, like a child, like a helpless infant before the enormities of destiny. He wanted help because of his futility. He could do nothing, or so little. It was as if he had been training himself for 20 years in order to be futile at a crisis requiring crude action. And he could not undo 20 years. The war loomed about him, coextensive with existence itself. He thought of the sergeant who, as recounted that morning in the papers, had led a victorious storming party, been decorated, and died of wounds. And similar deeds were being done at that moment. And the simple little man in the coffin was being tilted downwards from the catafalque into the grave close by. G.J. wanted surcease, were it but for an hour. He longed acutely, unbearably, to be for an hour with Christine in her warm, stuffy, exciting, languorous, enervating room, hermetically sealed against the war. Then he remembered the tones of her voice as she told her Belgian adventure. Was it love? Was it tenderness? Was it sensuality? The difference was indiscernible. It had no importance. Against the stark background of infinite existence, all human beings were alike, and all their passions were alike. The gaunt, ruthless autocrat of the War Office and the frail, crowned descendant of kings fronted each other across the open grave, and the coffin sank between them and was gone. From the choir there came the chanted and soothing words, "Steals on the air the distant triumph song." G.J. just caught them clear among much that was incomprehensible. An intense patriotism filled him. He could do nothing, but he could keep his head, keep his balance, practise magnanimity, uphold the truth amid prejudice and superstition, and be kind. Such at that moment seemed to be his mission. He looked round and pitied, instead of hating, the searchers after sensations. A being called the Garter King of Arms stepped forward and in a loud voice recited the earthly titles and honours of the simple little dead man. And although few qualities are commoner than physical courage, the whole catalogue seemed ridiculous and tawdry until the being came to the two words, Victoria Cross. The being, having lived his glorious moments, withdrew. The funeral march of Chopin tramped with its excruciating, dragging tread across the ruins of the soul. And finally the cathedral was startled by the sudden trumpets of the last post, and the ceremony ended. "Come and have lunch with me," said the young red-hatted officer next to C.J. "I haven't got to be back till 2:30, and I want to talk music for a change. Do you know, I'm putting in 90 hours a week at the W.O.?" "Can't," G.J. replied with an affectation of jauntiness. "I'm engaged for lunch. Sorry." "Who are you lunching with?" "Mrs. Smith." The staff officer exclaimed aghast. "Conception?" "Yes, why, dear heart?" "My dear chap, you don't know. Carlos Smith's been killed. She doesn't know yet. I only heard by chance. News came through just as I left. Nobody knows except a chap or two in casualties. He won't be sending out today's wires until 2 or 3 o'clock. G.J., terrified and at a loss, murmured, "What am I to do, then?" "You know her extremely well, don't you? You ought to go and prepare her." "But how can I prepare her?" "I don't know. How do people prepare people? Poor thing." G.J. fought against the incredible fact of death. "But he only went out 6 days ago. They haven't been married 3 weeks." The central hardness of the other disclosed itself as he said, "What's that got to do with it? What does it matter if he went out 6 days ago or 6 weeks ago? He's killed." "Well, of course you must go. Indicate a rumour. Tell her it's probably false, but you thought you owed it to her to warn her. And for God's sakes don't mention me. We're not supposed to say anything, you know." G.J. seemed to see his mission, and it challenged him. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Telegram. As soon as G.J. had been led into the abode by Concepcion's venerable parlour-maid, the voice of Concepcion came down to him from above. "G.J., who is your oldest and dearest friend?" He replied, marvellously schooling his voice to a similar tone of cheerful abruptness. "Difficult to say offhand." "Not at all. It's your beard." That was her greeting to him. He knew she was recalling an old declined suggestion of hers that he should part with his beard. The parlour-maid practised an admirable deafness, faithfully to confirm Concepcion, who always presumed deafness in all servants. G.J. looked up the narrow well of the staircase. He could vaguely see Concepcion on high, leaning over the banisters. He thought she was rather fluffily dressed for her. Concepcion inhabited an upper part in a street largely devoted to the sale of grand pianos. Her front door was immediately at the top of a long, straight, narrow stairway, so that whoever opened the door stood 1 step higher than the person desiring entrance. Within the abode, which was fairly spacious, more and more stairs went up and up. "My motto is," she would say, "1 room, 1 staircase." The life of the abode was on the busy stairs. She called it also her Alpine Club. She had made upper parts in that street popular among the select, and had therefore caused rents to rise. In the drawing-room she had hung a horrible enlarged photographic portrait of herself, with a chocolate-coloured mount, the whole framed in German gilt, and under it she had inscribed, "Presented to Miss Concepcion Inquist by the grateful landlords of the neighbourhood as a slight token of esteem and regard." She was the only daughter of Inquist's brother, who had had a business in a palace at Lima. At the age of 18, her last surviving parent being dead, she had come to London and started to keep house for the bachelor Inquist, who at that very moment, owing to a fortunate change in the ministry, had humorously entered the cabinet. These two had immediately become the most talked-of pair in London. London in this phrase signifying the few thousand people who do talk about the doings of other people unknown to them, and being neither kings, princes, statesmen, artists, jockeys, nor poisoners. The Inquists had led the semi-intelligent, conscious of its audience set which had ousted the old, quite unintelligent, stately homes of England set, from the first place in the curiosity of the everlasting public. Concepcion had wit. It was stated that she furnished her uncle with the finest of his mots. When Equus died, of course poor Concepcion had retired to the upper part, whence, though her position was naturally weakened, she still took a hand in leading the set. G.J. had grown friendly and appreciative of her, for the simple reason that she had singled him out and always tried to please him, even when taking liberties with him. He liked her because she was different from her set. She had a masculine mind, whereas many even of the males of her set had a feminine mind. She was exceedingly well educated. She had ideas on everything, and she never failed in catching an illusion. She would criticize her set very honestly. Her attitude to it and to herself seemed to be that of an impartial and yet indulgent philosopher. Withal she could be intensely loyal to fools, and worse, who were friends. As for the public, she was apparently convinced of the sincerity of her scorn for it, while admitting that she enjoyed publicity, which had become indispensable to her as a drug may become indispensable. Moreover, there was her wit, and her candid, queer respect for G.J. Yes, he greatly admired her for her qualities. He did not, however, greatly admire her physique. She was tall, with a head scarcely large enough for her body. She had a nice snub nose, which in another woman might have been irresistible. She possessed very little physical charm, and showed very little taste in her neat, prim frocks. Not merely had she a masculine mind, but she was somewhat hard, a self-confessed egoist. She swore like the set, using about one damn or one bloody to every 4 cigarettes, of which she smoked perhaps 50 a day, including some in taxis. She discussed the sexual vagaries of her friends and her enemies with a freedom and an apparent learning which were remarkable in a virgin. In the end, she had married Carlos Smith, and, characteristically, had received him into her own home instead of going to his. As a fact, he had none, having been a parent's close-kept darling. London had only just recovered from the excitations of the wedding. G.J. had regarded the marriage with benevolence, perhaps with relief. "Anybody else coming to lunch?" he discreetly inquired of his familiar, the parlour-maid. She breathed a negative. He had guessed it. Concepcion had meant to be alone with him. Having married for love, and her husband being rapt away by the war, she intended to resume her old, honest, quasi-sentimental relations with G.J. A reliable and experienced bachelor is always useful to a young grass-widow, and, moreover, the attendant hopeless adorer nourishes her hungry egotism as nobody else can. G.J. thought these thoughts clearly and callously in the same moment as, mounting the next flight of stairs, he absolutely trembled with sympathetic anguish for Concepcion. His errand was an impossible one. He feared, or rather he hoped, that the very look on his face might betray the dreadful news to that undeceivable intuition which women were supposed to possess. He hesitated on the stairs. He recoiled from the top step. She had coquettishly withdrawn herself into the room. He hadn't the slightest idea how to begin. Yes, the errand was an impossible one, and yet such errands had to be performed by somebody, were daily being performed by somebodies. Then he had the idea of telephoning privily to fetch her cousin Sarah. He would open by remarking casually to Concepcion, "I say, can I use your telephone a minute?" He found a strange Concepcion in the drawing-room. This was his first sight of Mrs. Carlos Smith since the wedding. She wore a dress such as he had never seen on her, a tea-gown, and for lunch. It could be called neither neat nor prim, but it was voluptuous. Her complexion had bloomed, the curves of her face were softer, her gestures more abandoned, her gaze full of a bold and yet shamed self-consciousness, her dark hair looser. He stood close to her. He stood within the aura of her recently aroused temperament, and felt it. He thought, could not help thinking, perhaps she bears within her the legacy of new life. He could not help thinking of her name. He took her hot hand. She said nothing, but just looked at him. He then said jauntily, "I say, can I use your telephone a minute?" Fortunately, the telephone was in the bedroom. He went farther upstairs and shut himself in the bedroom, and saw naught but the telephone, surrounded by the mysterious influences of inanimate things in the gay, crowded room. "Is that you, Mrs. Treves? It's G.J. speaking. G.J. Hope. Yes, listen, I'm at Concepcion's for lunch, and I want you to come over as quickly as you can. I've got very bad news indeed, the worst possible. Carlos has been killed at the front." "What?" "Yes, awful, isn't it? She doesn't know. I have the job of telling her." Now that the words had been spoken in Concepcion's abode, the reality of Carlos Smith's death seemed more horribly convincing than before. And G.J., speaker of the words, felt almost as guilty as though he himself were responsible for the death. When he had rung off, he stood motionless in the room until the opening of the door startled him. Concepcion appeared. "If you've done corrupting my innocent telephone," she said, "lunch is cooling." He felt a murderer. At the lunch table she might have been a genuine South American. Nothing could be less like Christine than she was, and yet in those instants she incomprehensibly reminded him of Christine. Then she started to talk in her old manner of a professional and renowned talker. G.J. listened attentively. They ate. It was astounding that he could eat. And it was rather surprising that she did not cry out, "G.J., what's the devil's the matter with you today?" But she went on talking evenly, and she made him recount his doings. He related the conversation at the club, and especially what Bob, the retired judge, had said about equilibrium on the Western Front. She did not want to hear anything as to the funeral. "We'll have champagne," she said suddenly to the parlour-maid, who was about to offer some red wine. And while the parlour-maid was out of the room, she said to G.J., "There isn't a country in Europe where champagne is not a symbol, and we must conform." "A symbol of what?" "Ah, the unusual." "And what is there unusual today?" he almost asked, but did not ask. It would, of course, have been utterly monstrous to put such a question, knowing what he knew. He thought, "I'm not a bit nearer telling her than I was when I came." After the parlour-maid had poured out the champagne, Concepcion picked up her glass and absently glanced through it and said, "You know, G.J., I shouldn't be in the least surprised to hear that Carly was killed out there. I shouldn't, really." In amazement, G.J. ceased to eat. "You needn't look at me like that," she said. "I'm quite serious. One may as well face the risks. He does. Of course, they're all heroes. There are millions of heroes. But I do honestly believe that my Carly would be braver than anyone. By the way, did I ever tell you he was considered the best shot in Cheshire?" "No, but I knew," answered G.J. feebly. He would have expected her to be a little condescending towards Carlos, to whom in brains she was infinitely superior. But no, Carlos had mastered her, and she was grateful to him for mastering her. He had taught her in 3 weeks more than she had learnt on 2 continents in 30 years. She talked of him precisely as any wee wifey might have talked of the soldier spouse, and she called him Carly. Neither of them had touched the champagne. G.J. decided that he would postpone any attempt to tell her until her cousin arrived. Her cousin might arrive at any moment now. While the parlour-maid presented potatoes, Concepcion deliberately ignored her, and said dryly to C.J., "I can't eat any more. I think I ought to run along to Debenham and Freebody's at once. You might come too, and be sure to bring your good taste with you." He was alarmed by her tone. "Debenham and Freebody's? What for?" "To order mourning, of course. To have it ready, you know, a precaution, you know." She laughed. He saw that she was becoming hysterical, the special liability of the war bride for whom the curtain has been lifted and falls exasperatingly, enragingly, too soon. "You think I'm a bit hysterical?" she questioned, half menacingly, and stood up. "I think you'd better sit down, to begin with," he said firmly. The parlour-maid, blushing slightly, left the room. "Oh, all right," Concepcion agreed carelessly, and sat down. "But you may as well read that." She drew a telegram from the low neck of her gown and carefully unfolded it and placed it in front of him. It was a War Office telegram announcing that Carlos had been killed. "It came 10 minutes before you," she said. "Why didn't you tell me at once?" he murmured, frightfully shocked. He was actually reproaching her. She stood up again. She lived. Her breast rose and fell. Her gown had the same voluptuousness, her temperament was still emanating the same aura. She was the same new Concepcion, strange and yet profoundly known to him. But ineffable tragedy had marked her down, and the sight of her parched the throat. She said, "Couldn't. Besides, I had to see if I could stand it. Because I've got to stand it, CJ. And moreover, in our sets, it's a sacred duty to be original." She snatched the telegram, tore it in two, and pushed the pieces back into her gown. "Poor wounded name," she murmured. "My bosom as a bed shall lodge thee." The next moment she fell to the floor, at full length, on her back. G.J. sprang to her, kneeling on her rich, outspread gown, and tried to lift her. "No, no," she protested faintly, dreamily, with a feeble frown on her pale forehead. "Let me lie. Equilibrium has been established on the Western Front." This was her greatest moe. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. Rendezvous. When the Italian woman, having recognized him with a discreet smile, introduced G.J. into the drawing-room of the Cork Street flat, he saw Christine lying on the sofa by the fire. She, too, was in a tea-gown. She said, "Do not be vexed. I have my migraine, am good for nothing. But I gave the order that thou shouldst be admitted." She lifted her arms, and the long sleeves fell away. G.J. bent down and kissed her. She joined her hands on the nape of his neck, and with this leverage raised her whole body for an instant, like a child, smiling, then dropped back with a fatigued sigh, also like a child. He found satisfaction in the fact that she was laid aside. It was providential. It set him right with himself. For to put the thing crudely, he had left the tragica Concepcion to come to Christine, a woman picked up in a promenade. True, Sada Trevize had agreed with him that he could accomplish no good by staying at Concepcion's. Concepcion had withdrawn from the vision of men. True, it could make no difference to Concepcion whether he retired to his flat for the rest of the day and saw no one, or whether, having changed his ceremonious clothes there, he went out again on his own affairs. True, he had promised Christine to see her that afternoon, and a promise was a promise, and Christine was a woman who had behaved well to him, and it would have been impossible for him to send her an excuse, since he did not know her surname. These apparently excellent arguments were specious and worthless. He would anyhow have gone to Christine. The call was imperious within him, and took no heed of grief, nor propriety, nor the secret decencies of sympathy. The primitive man in him would have gone to Christine. He sat down with a profound and exquisite relief. The entrance to the house was nearly opposite the entrance to a prim but fashionable and expensive hotel. To ring, and ring the right bell, and wait at Christine's door almost under the eyes of the hotel was an ordeal. The fat and untidy Italian had opened the door and shut it again, quick. He was in another world, saved, safe. On the dark staircase, the image of Concepcion with her temperament aroused and condemned to everlasting hunger. The unconquerable Concepcion blasted in an instant of destiny. This image faded. She would remarry. She ought to remarry. And now he was in Christine's warm room, and Christine, temporary invalid, reclined before his eyes. The lights were turned on, the blinds drawn, the stove replenished, the fire replenished. He was enclosed with Christine in a little world with no law and no conventions except its own, and no shames nor pretences. He was, as it were, in the East. And the immanence of a third person, the Italian, accepting naturally and completely the code of the little world, only added to the charm. The Italian was like a slave, from whom it is necessary to hide nothing, and never to blush. A stuffy little world with a perceptible odour. Ordinarily he had the common insular appetite for ventilation, but now stuffiness appealed to him. He scented it almost voluptuously. The ugliness of the wallpaper, of the furniture, of everything in the room was naught. Christine's profession was naught. Who could positively say that her profession was on her face, in her gestures, in her talk? Admirable as was his knowledge of French, it was not enough to enable him to criticize her speech. Her gestures were delightful. Her face? Her face was soft. Her puckered brow was touching in its ingenuousness. She had a kind and a trustful eye. It was a lewd eye, indicative of her incomparable endowment. But had he not encountered the lewd eye in the very arcana of the respectability of the world outside? On the sofa, open and leaves downward, lay a book with a glistening coloured cover entitled Fantomas. It was the 7th volume of an interminable romance, which for years had had a tremendous vogue among the concierges, the work-girls, the clerks, and the cocottes of Paris. An unreadable affair, not even indecent, which nevertheless had enchanted a whole generation. To be able to enjoy it was an absolute demonstration of lack of taste. But did not some of his best friends enjoy books no better? And could he not, any day, in any drawing-room, see martyred books dropped open and leaves downwards, in a manner to raise the gorge of a person of any bookish sensibility? "Thou would play for me?" she suggested. "But the headache?" "It will do me good. I adore music, such music as thou playest." He was flattered. The draped piano was close to him. Stretching out his hand, he took a little pile of music from the top of it. "But you play, then?" he exclaimed, pleased. No, I tap only, and a very little." He glanced through the pieces of music. They were all, without exception, waltzes, by the once popular waltz kings of Paris and Vienna, including several by the King of Kings, Berger. He seated himself at the piano and opened the first waltz that came. "Oh, I adore the waltzes of Berger," she murmured. "There is only he. You don't think so?" He said he had never heard any of this music. Then he played every piece for her. He tried to see what it was in this music that so pleased the simple. And he saw it, or he thought he saw it. He abandoned himself to the music, yielding to it, accepting its ideals, interpreting it as though it moved him, until in the end it did produce in him a sort of factitious emotion. After all, it was no worse than much of the music he was forced to hear in very refined circles. She said, ravished, "You decipher music like an angel," and hummed a fragment of the waltz from the Rosenkavalier, which he had played for her 2 evenings earlier. He glanced round sharply. Had she, then, real taste? "It is like that, isn't it?" she questioned, and hummed it again, flattered by the look on his face. While, at her invitation, he repeated the waltz on the piano, whose strings might have been made of zinc, he heard a ring at the outer door, and then the muffled sound of a colloquy between a male voice and the voice of the Italian. "Of course," he admitted philosophically, "she has other clients already." Such a woman was bound to have other clients. He felt no jealousy, nor even discomfort, from the fact that she lent herself to any male with sufficient money and a respectable appearance. The colloquy expired. "Ring, please," she requested, after thanking him. He hoped that she was not going to interrogate the Italian in his presence. Surely she would be incapable of such clumsiness. Still, women without imagination, and the majority of women were without imagination, did do the most astounding things. There was no immediate answer to the bell, but in a few minutes the Italian entered with a tea tray. Christine sat up. "I will pour the tea," said she, and to the Italian, "Martha, where is the evening paper?" And when Martha returned with a newspaper damp from the press, Christine said, "To monsieur." Not a word of curiosity as to the unknown visitor. G.J. was amply confirmed in his original opinion of Christine. She was 1 in 100. To provide the evening paper! It was nothing, but it was enormous. "Sit by my side," she said. She made just a little space for him on the sofa, barely enough so that he had to squeeze in. The afternoon tea was correct, save for the extraordinary thickness of the bread and butter. But G.J. said to himself that the French did not understand bread and butter, and the Italians still less. To compensate for the defects of the bread and butter, there was a box of fine chocolates. "I perfect my English," she said. Tea was finished. They were smoking. The evening news spread between them over the tea things. She articulated with a strong French accent the words of some of the headings. "Mr. Carlos Smith kneeled at the front," she read out. "What is it, that woman there? She must be celebrated." There was a portrait of the illustrious Concepcion, together with some sympathetic remarks about her, remarks conceived very differently from the usual semi-ironic, semi-worshipping, journalistic references to the stars of Concepcion's set. G.J. answered vaguely,
I do not like too much these society women. They are worse than us, and they cost you more. Ah, if the truth were known—" Christine spoke with a queer, restrained, surprising bitterness. Then she added, softly relenting, "However, it is sad for her. Who was he, this monsieur?" G.J. replied that he was nobody in particular, so far as his knowledge went. "Ah, one of those who are husbands of their wives," said Christine acidly. The disturbing intuition of women. A little later he said that he must depart. "But why? I feel better." "I have a committee." "A committee?" "It is a work of charity for the French wounded." "Ah, but in that case—" "But, beloved—" "Yes?" She lowered her voice. "How dost thou call thyself?" "Gilbert." "Thou knowest I have a fancy for thee." Her tone was delicious, its sincerity absolutely convincing. "Too amiable." No, it is true. Say, return after thy committee. Take me out to dinner. Some gentle little restaurant, discreet. There must be many of them in a city like London. It is a city so romantic. Oh, the little corners of London." "But of course I should be enchanted." "Well, then." He was standing. She raised her smiling, seductive face. She was young, younger than Concepcion, less battered by the world's contacts than Concepcion. She had the inexpressible virtue and power of youth. He was nearing 50, and she, perhaps half his age, had confessed his charm. "And say, my Gilbert, bring me a few flowers. I have not been able to go out to-day. Something very simple. I detest that one should squander money on flowers for me." 7:30 then," said he. "And you will be ready?" "I shall be very exact. Thou wilt tell me all that concerns thy committee. That interests me. The English are extraordinary." Chapter 13. In Committee. Within the hotel, the glowing gold hall, whose Lincrusta Walton panels dated it, was nearly empty. Of 100 small round tables, only one was occupied. A bald head and a large green hat were almost meeting over the top of this table, but there was nothing on it except an ashtray. A waiter wandered about amid the thick, plushy silence and the stagnant pools of electric light, meditating upon the curse which had befallen the world of hotels. The red lips beneath the green hat discernibly moved, but no faintest murmur therefrom reached the entrance. The hot, still place seemed to be enchanted. The sight of the hotel flower stall, recessed on the left, reminded G.J. of Christine's desire. 40,000 skilled women had been put out of work in England because luxury was scared by the sudden vista of war. But the black-garbed girl, entrenched in her mahogany bower, was still earning some sort of a livelihood. In a moment, wakened out of her terrible boredom into an alert smile, she had sold to G.J. a bunch of expensive chrysanthemums, whose yellow petals were like long, curly locks. Thoughtless, he meant to have the flowers delivered at once to Christine's flat. It would not do. It would be indiscreet. And somehow, in the absence of braiding, it would be equally indiscreet to have them delivered at his own flat. "I shall be leaving the hotel in about an hour. I'll take them away myself then," he said, and inquired for the headquarters of the Letchford French Hospitals Committee. "Committee?" repeated the girl vaguely. "I expect the Onyx Hall's what you want." She pointed up a corridor and gave change. G.J. discovered the Onyx Hall, which had its own entrance from the street, and which in other days had been a café-lounge. The pressured pavement was now half hidden by wooden trestles, wooden cubicles, and cheap chairs. Temporary flexes brought down electric light from a stained glass dome to illuminate card indexes and pigeonholes and piles of letters. Notices in French and Flemish were suspended from the ornate onyx pilasters. Old countrywomen and children in rough foreign clothes, smart officers in strange uniforms, privates in shabby blue, gentlemen in morning coats and spats, and untidy Englishwomen, with eyes romantic, hard, or wistful, were mixed together in the Onyx Hall, where there was no enchantment and little order, save that good French seemed to be regularly spoken on one side of the trestles, and regularly assassinated on the other. G.J., mystified, caught the grey eye of a youngish woman with a tired and fretful expression. "And you?"
she inquired perfunctorily. He demanded with hesitation, "Is this the Letchford Committee?" "The what committee?" "The Letchford Committee headquarters." He thought she might be rather an attractive little thing at, say, an evening party. She gave him a sardonic look and answered, not rudely, but with large tolerance, "Can't you read?" By means of gesture scarcely perceptible, she directed his attention to an immense linen sign stretched across the back of the big room, and he saw that he was in the ant-heap of some Belgian committee. "So sorry to have troubled you," he apologized. "I suppose you don't happen to know where the Letchford Committee sits?" "Never heard of it," said she, with cheerful disdain. Then she smiled, and he smiled. "You know, the hotel simply hums with committees, but this is the biggest by a long way. They can't let their rooms, so it costs them nothing to lend them for patriotic purposes." He liked the chit. Presently, with a page boy, he was ascending in a lift through story after story of silent, carpeted desert. Light alternated with darkness, winking like a succession of days and nights as seen by a god. The infant showed him into a private parlour, furnished and decorated in almost precisely the same taste as Christine's sitting room, where a number of men and women sat close together at a long deal table, whose pale classic simplicity clashed with the rest of the apartment. A thin, dark, middle-aged man of austere visage bowed to him from the head of the table. Somebody else indicated a chair, which, with a hideous noisy scraping over the bare floor, he modestly insinuated between two occupied chairs. A third person offered a typewritten sheet containing the agenda of the meeting. A blonde girl was reading in earnest, timid tones the minutes of the previous meeting. The affair had just begun. As soon as the minutes had been passed, the austere chairman turned and said evenly, "I am sure I am expressing the feelings of the committee in welcoming among us Mr. Hope, who has so kindly consented to join us and give us the benefit of his help and advice in our labours." Sympathetic murmurs converged upon G.J. from the four sides of the table, and G.J. nervously murmured a few incomprehensible words, feeling both foolish and pleased. He had never sat on a committee, and as his war conscience troubled him more and more daily, he was extremely anxious to start work which might placate it. Indeed, he had seized upon the request to join the committee as a swimmer in difficulty clasps the gunwale of a dinghy. A man who kept his gaze steadily on the table cleared his throat and said, "The matter is not in order, Mr. Chairman, but I am sure I am expressing the feelings of the committee in proposing a vote of condolence to yourself on the terrible loss which you have sustained in the death of your son at the front." "I beg to second that," said a lady quickly. "Our chairman has given his only son." Tears came into her eyes. She seemed to appeal for help. There were hears and more sympathetic murmurs. The proposer, with his gaze still steadily fixed on the table, said, "I beg to put the resolution to the meeting." "Yes," said the chairman, with calm self-control in the course of his acknowledgment. "And if I had 10 sons, I would willingly give them all, for the cause." And his firm, hard glance appeared to challenge any member of the committee to assert that his profession of parental and patriotic generosity of heart was not utterly sincere. However, nobody had the air of doubting that if the chairman had had 10 sons, or as many sons as Solomon, he would have sacrificed them all with the most admirable and eager heroism. The agenda was opened. G.J. had little but newspaper knowledge of the enterprises of the committee, and it would not have been proper to waste the time of so numerous a company in enlightening him. The common-sense custom evidently was that new members should pick up the threads as they went along. G.J. honestly tried to do so, but he was preoccupied with the personalities of the committee. He soon saw that the whole body was effectively divided into 2 classes, the chairman of the various subcommittees and the rest. Few members were interested in any particular subject. Those who were not interested either stared at the walls or at the agenda paper, or laboriously drew intricate and meaningless designs on the agenda paper, or folded up the agenda paper into fantastic shapes, until, when someone in authority brought out the formula, "I think the view of the committee will be," a resolution was put, and the issue settled by the mechanical raising of hands on the fulcrum of the elbow. And at each raising of hands, everybody felt that something positive had indeed been accomplished. The new member was a little discouraged. He had the illusion that the 2 hospitals run in France for French soldiers by the Letchford Committee were an illusion, that they did not really exist, that the committee was discussing an abstraction. Nevertheless, each problem as it was presented, the drains, postponed, the repairs to the motor ambulances, the ordering of a new X-ray apparatus, the dilatoriness of a French minister in dealing with correspondence, the cost per day per patient, the relations with the French civil authorities and the French military authorities, the appointment of a new matron who could keep the peace with the senior doctor, and the great principle involved in deducting 5 francs 50 centimes for excess luggage from a nurse's account for travelling expenses. Each problem helped to demonstrate that the hospitals did exist, and that men and women were toiling therein, and that French soldiers in grave need were being magnificently cared for, and even saved from death. And it was plain, too, that none of these excellent things could have come to pass or could continue to occur if the committee did not regularly sit round the table and at short intervals perform the rite of raising hands. G.J.'s attention wandered. He could not keep his mind off the thought that he should soon be seeing Christine again. Sitting at the table with a mien of intelligent interest, he had a waking dream of Christine. He saw her just as she was, ingenuous and ignorant, if you like, except that she was pure. Her purity, though, had not cooled her temperament, and thus she combined in herself the characteristics of at least 2 different women, both of whom were necessary to his happiness. And she was his wife, and they lived in a roomy house in Hyde Park Gardens, and the war was over, and she adored him, and he was passionately fond of her. And she was always having children. She enjoyed having children. She demanded children. She had a child every year, and there was never any trouble. And he never admired her more poignantly than at the periods just before his children were born, when she had the vast, exquisitely swelling figure of the French Renaissance Virgin in marble that stood on a console in his drawing-room at the Albany. Such was G.J.'s dream as he assisted in the control of the Letchford hospitals. Emerging from it, he looked along the table. Quite half the members were dreaming too, and he wondered what thoughts were moving secretly within them. But the chairman was not dreaming. He never loosed his grasp of the matter in hand, nor did the earnest young blonde by the chairman's side, who took down in stenography the decisions of the committee. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evans. Chapter 14. Queen. Then Lady Queenie Paul entered rather hurriedly, filling the room with a distinguished scent. All the men rose in haste, and there was a frightful scraping of chair legs on the floor. Lady Queenie cheerfully apologized for being late, and, begging no one to disturb himself, took a modest place between the chairman and the secretary, and a little behind them. Lady Queenie obviously had what is called race. The renown of her family went back far, far beyond its special Victorian vogue, which had transformed an earldom into a marquisate, and which, incidentally, was responsible for the new family Christian name that Queenie herself bore. She was young, tall, slim, and pale, and dressed with the utmost smartness in black, her half-brother having gloriously lost his life in September. She nodded to the secretary, who blushed with pleasure, and she nodded to several members, including G.J. Being accustomed to publicity and to seeing herself nearly every week in either the Tatler or the Sketch, she was perfectly at ease in the room, and the fact that nearly the whole company turned to her as plants to the sun did not in the least disturb her. The attention which she received was her due, for she had few rivals as a war worker. She was connected with the Queen's Work for Women Fund, Queen Mary's Needlework Guild, the Three Arts Fund, the Women's Emergency Corps, and many minor organizations. She had joined a women's suffrage society because such societies were being utilized by the government. She had had 10 lessons in first aid in 10 days, had donned the Red Cross, and gone to France with 2 motor cars and a staff and a French maid, in order to help in the great national work of nursing wounded heroes. And she might still have been in France, had not an unsympathetic and audacious colonel of the RAMC insisted on her being shipped back to England. She had done practically everything that a patriotic girl could do for the war, except perhaps join a voluntary aid detachment and wash dishes and scrub floors for 15 hours a day and 13.5 days a fortnight. It was from her mother that she had inherited the passion for public service. The Marchioness of Letchford had been the cause of more philanthropic work in others than any woman in the whole history of philanthropy. Lady Letchford had said, "Let there be Letchford hospitals in France," and lo, there were Letchford hospitals in France. When troublesome complications arose, Lady Letchford had, with true self-effacement, surrendered the establishment to a thoroughly competent committee, and while retaining a seat on the committee for herself and another for Queenie, had curved tirelessly away to the inauguration of fresh and more exciting schemes. "Mamma was very sorry she couldn't come this afternoon," said Lady Queenie, addressing the chairman. The formula of those with authority in deciding now became, "I don't know exactly what Lady Letchford's view is, but I venture to think." Then suddenly the demeanour of every member of the committee was quickened. Everybody listened intently to everything that was said. A couple of members would speak together. Pattern designing and the manufacture of paper ships, chains, and flowers ceased. It was as though a tonic had been mysteriously administered to each individual in the enervating room. The cause of the change was a recommendation from the hospital's management subcommittee that it be an instrument to the new matron of the smaller hospital to forbid any nurse and any doctor to go out alone together in the evening. Scandal was insinuated, nothing really wrong, but a bad impression produced upon the civilians of the tiny town, who could not be expected to understand the holy innocence which underlies the superficial license of Anglo-Saxon manners. The personal characters and strange idiosyncrasies of every doctor and every nurse were discussed. Broad principles of conduct were enunciated, together with the advantages and disadvantages of those opposite poles, discipline and freedom. The argument continually expanded, branching forth like the timber of a great oak tree from the trunk, and the minds of the committee ran about the tree like monkeys. The interest was endless. A quiet delegate, who had just returned from a visit to the tiny town, completely blasted one part of the argument by asserting that the hospital bore a blameless reputation among the citizens. But new arguments were instantly constructed by the adherents of the idea of discipline. The committee had plainly split into two even parties. G.J. began to resent the harshness of the disciplinarians. "I think we should remember," he said in his modest voice, "I think we should remember that we are dealing with adult men and women." The libertarians at once took him for their own. The disciplinarians gave him to understand with their eyes that it might have been better if he, as a new member attending his first meeting, had kept silence. The discussion was inflamed. One or two people glanced surreptitiously at their watches. The hour had long passed 6:30. G.J. grew anxious about his rendezvous with Christine. He had enjoined exactitude upon Christine. But the main body of the excited and happy committee had no thought of the flight of time. The amusements of the tiny town came up for review. As a fact, there was only one amusement, the cinema. The whole town went to the cinema. Cinemas were always darkened. Human nature was human nature. G.J. had an extraordinarily realistic vision of the hospital staff slaving through its long and heavy day and its everlasting week, and preparing in sections to amuse itself on certain evenings, and thinking with pleasant anticipation of the ecstasies of the cinema, and pathetically unsuspicious that its fate was being decided by a council of omnipotent deities in the heaven of a London hotel. "Mamma has never mentioned the subject to me," said Lady Queenie in response to a question, looking at her rich muff. "This is a question of principle," said somebody sharply, implying that at last individual consciences were involved, and that the opinions of the Marchioness of Letchford had ceased to weigh. "I am afraid it's getting late," said the impassive chairman. "We must come to some decision." In the voting, Lady Queenie, after hesitation, raised her hand with the disciplinarians. By one vote the libertarians were defeated, and the dalliance of the hospital staff in leisure hours received a severe check. "She would, of course," breathed the sharp-nosed little woman in the chair next but one to G.J., gazing inimically at the lax mouth and cynical eyes of Lady Queenie, who for 4 years had been the subject of universal whispering and some shouting, and 1 or 2 ferocious battles in London. Chair legs scraped. People rose here and there to go as they rise in a music hall after the Scottish comedian has retired, bowing from his final encore. They protested urgent appointments elsewhere. The chairman remarked that other important decisions yet remained to be taken, but his voice had no insistence because he had already settled the decisions in his own mind. G.J. seized the occasion to depart. "Mr. Hope," the chairman detained him a moment, "the committee hopes you will allow yourself to be nominated to the accounts subcommittee. We understand that you are by way of being an expert. The subcommittee meets on Wednesday mornings at 11, doesn't it, Sir Charles?" "Half-past," said Sir Charles. "Oh, half-past." G.J., somewhat surprised to learn of his expertise in accountancy, consented to the suggestion, which renewed his resolution, impaired somewhat by the experience of the meeting, to be of service to the world. "You will receive the notice, of course," said the chairman. Down below, just as G.J. was getting away with Christine's chrysanthemums in their tissue paper, Lady Queenie darted out of the lift opposite. It was she who, at Concepcion's instigation, had had him put in the committee. "I say, Queen," he said with a casual air, on account of the flowers, "who's been telling 'em I know about accounts?" "I did." "Why?" "Why?" she said maliciously. "Don't you keep an account of every penny you spend?" It was true. Here was a fair example of her sardonic and unscrupulous humour, a humour not of words, but of acts. G.J. simply tossed his head, aware of the futility of expostulation. She went on in a different tone. "You were the first to see Connie?" "Yes," he said sadly. "She's lain in my arms all afternoon," Lady Queenie burst out, her voice liquid. "And now I'm going straight back to her." She looked at him with the strangest triumphant expression. Then her large, equivocal blue eyes fell from his face to the flowers, and their expression simultaneously altered to disdainful amusement, full of mischievous implications. She ran off without another word. The glazed entrance doors revolved, and he saw her nip into an electric brougham, which, before he had time to button his overcoat, vanished like an apparition in the rainy mist. Chapter 15. Evening Out. He found Christine exactly as he had left her, in the same tea-gown and the same posture, and on the same sofa. But a small table had been put by the sofa, and on this table was a penny bottle of ink in a saucer, and a pen. She was studying some kind of official form. The pucker between the eyes was very marked. "Already!" she exclaimed, as if amazed. "But there is not a clock that goes, and I have not the least idea of the hour. Besides, I was splitting my head to fill up this form." Such was her notion of being exact. He had abandoned an important meeting of a committee which was doing untold mercies to her compatriots in order to keep his appointment with her, and she, whose professional business it was that evening to charm him and harmonize with him, had merely flouted the appointment. Nevertheless, her gestures and smile as she rose and came towards him were so utterly exquisite that immediately he also flouted the appointment. What, after all, could it matter whether they dined at 8, 9, or even 10 o'clock? "Thou wilt pardon me, monsieur?" she murmured, kissing him. No woman had ever put her chin up to his as she did, nor with a glance expressed so unreserved a surrender to his masculinity. She went on, twining languishingly round him. "I do not know whether I ought to go out. I am yet far from... It is perhaps imprudent." "Absurd!" he protested. He could not bear the thought of her not dining with him. He knew too well the desolation of a solitary dinner. "Absurd! We go in a taxi. The restaurant is warm. We return in a taxi." "To please thee, then." "What is that form?" "It is for the telephone. Thou understandest how it is necessary that I have the telephone, me. But I comprehend nothing of this form." She passed him the form. She had written her name in the space allotted, Christine Dubois. A fair caligraphy. But what a name! The French equivalent was Smith. Nothing could be less distinguished. Suddenly it occurred to him that Concepcion's name also was Smith. "I will fill it up for you. It's quite simple." "It is possible that it is simple when one is English. But English, that is as if to say Chinese. Everything contrary. Here's a pen." "No, I have my fountain pen." He hated a cheap pen, and still more a penny bottle of ink. But somehow this particular penny bottle of ink seemed touching in its simple ugliness. She was eminently teachable. He would teach her his own attitude towards penny bottles of ink. Of course she would need the telephone, that could not be denied. As Christine was signing the form, Martha entered with the chrysanthemums, which he had handed over to her. She had arranged them in a horrible blue glass vase, cheaply gilded, and while Martha was putting the vase on the small table, there was a ring at the outer door. Martha hurried off. Christine said, kissing him again tenderly, "Thou art a squanderer. Fine for me to tell thee not to buy costly flowers. Thou hast spent at least 10 shillings for these." "With 10 shillings?" "No, no," he interrupted her, 5. It was a fib. He paid half a guinea for the few flowers, but he could not confess it. They could hear a powerful voice indistinctly booming at the top of the stairs. 2 callers on one afternoon, G.J. reflected. And yet she had told him she went out for the first time only the day before yesterday. He scarcely liked it, but his reason rescued him from the puerility of a grievance against her on this account. Why not? She's bound to be a marked success. Martha returned to the drawing-room and shut the door. "Madame," she began, slightly agitated. "Speak, then," Christine urged, catching her agitation. "It is the police." G.J. had a shock. He knew many of the policemen who lurked in the dark doorways of Piccadilly at night, had little friendly talks with them, held them for excellent fellows. But a policeman invading the flat of a courtesan, and himself in the flat, seemed a different being from the honest stalwarts who threw the beams of lanterns on the keyholes of jewellers' shops. Christine steeled herself to meet the crisis with self-reliance. She pointedly did not appeal to the male. "Well, what is it that he wants?" "He talks of the chimney. It appears this morning there was a chimney in fire, but since we burn only anthracite and gas, he knows Madame's name." There was a pause. Christine asked sharply and mysteriously, "How much do you think?" "If Madame gave £5, having regard to the chic of the quarter." Christine rushed into the bedroom and came back with a £5 note. "Here, chuck that at him, politely. Tell him we are very sorry." "Yes, Madame." "But he'll never take it. You can't treat the London police like that." G.J. could not help expostulating as soon as Martha had gone. He feared some trouble. "My poor friend," Christine replied patronizingly, "thou art not up in these things. Martha knows her affair, a woman very experienced in London. He will take it, thy policeman, and if I do not deceive myself, no more chimneys will burn for about a year. Ah, the police do not wipe their noses with broken bottles." She meant that the police knew their way about. "I know more than they. I do not wipe my nose with broken bottles." She was moved, indignant, stoutly defensive. G.J. grew self-conscious. Moreover, her slang disturbed him. It was the first slang he had heard her use, and in using it her voice had roughened. But he remembered that Concepcion also used slang, and advanced slang, upon occasion. The booming ceased. A door closed. Martha returned once more. "Well?" "He is gone. He was very nice, Madame. I told him about Madame, but Madame was very discreet." Martha finished in a murmur. "So much the better. Now help me to the rest. Quick, quick, Monsieur will be impatient." G.J. was ashamed of the innocence he had displayed, and ashamed, too, of the whole Metropolitan Police Force, admirable though it was in stopping traffic for a perambulator to cross the road. £5. These ladies were bled. £5 wanted earning. It was a good sign, though, that she had not so far asked him to contribute. And he felt sure that she would not. "Come in, then, poltroon," she cooed softly and encouragingly from the bedroom, where Martha was busy with her. The door between the bedroom and the drawing-room was open. G.J., humming, obeyed the invitation and sat down on the bed between 2 heaps of clothes. Christine was very gay. She was like a child. She had apparently quite forgotten her migraine and also the incident of the policeman. She snatched the cigarette from G.J.'s mouth, took a puff, and put it back again. Then she sat in front of the large mirror and did her hair, while Martha buttoned her boots. Her corset fitted beautifully, and as she raised her arms above her head, under the shaded lamp G.J. could study the marvellous articulation of the arms at the bare shoulders. The close atmosphere was drenched with femininity. The 2 women, one so stylish and the other by contrast piquantly a heavy slattern, hid nothing whatever from him, bestowing on him with perfect tranquillity the right to be there and to watch at his ease every mysterious transaction. The most convincing proof that Christine was authentically young. And G.J. had the illusion again that he was in the Orient, and he was extraordinarily agreeable. The recollection of the scene of the lecture committee amused him like a pantomime witnessed afar off through a gauze curtain. It had no more reality than that. But he thought better of the committee now. He perceived the wonderful goodness of it and of its work. It really was running those real hospitals. It had a real interest in them. He meant to do his very best in the accounts department. After all, he had been a lawyer, and knew the routine of an office and the minutest phenomena of a ledger. He was eager to begin. "How findest thou me?" She stood for inspection. She was ready, except the gloves. The angle of her hat, the provocation of her veil, these things would have quickened the pulse of a Patagonian. Perfume pervaded the room. He gave the classic response that nothing could render trite. "Tu es exquise." She raised her veil just above her mouth. In the drawing-room she hesitated, and then settled down on the piano-stool like a bird alighting, and played a few bars from the Rosenkavalier waltz. He was thunderstruck, for she had got not only the air, but some of the accompaniment right. Go on, he urged her, marvelling. She turned, smiling, and shook her head. "That is all that I can recall to myself." The obvious sincerity of his appreciation delighted her. She is really musical, he thought, and was convinced that while looking for a bit of coloured glass he picked up an emerald. Martin produced his overcoat, and when he was ready for the street, Christine gazed at him and said, "For the true chic there are only Englishmen." In the taxi she proved to him by delicate effronteries the genuineness of her confessed fancy for him. And she poured out slang. He began to be afraid, for this excursion was an experiment such as he had never tried before in London. In Paris, of course, the code was otherwise. But as soon as the commissionaire of the restaurant at Victoria approached the door of the taxi, her manner changed. She walked up the long interior with the demureness of a stockbroker's young wife out for the evening from Putney Hill. He thought, relieved. She is the embodiment of common sense. At the end of the vista of white tables, the restaurant opened out to the left. In a far corner they were comfortably secure from observation. They sat down. A waiter beamed his flatteries upon them. G.J. was serenely aware of his own skilled faculty for ordering a dinner. He looked over the menu card at Christine. Nobody could possibly tell that she was a professed enemy of society. These French women are astounding, he thought. He intensely admired her. He was mad about her. His bliss was extreme. He could not keep it within bounds meet for the great world catastrophe. He was happy as for quite 10 years he had never hoped to be. Yes, he grieved for Concepcion, but somehow grief could not mingle with nor impair the happiness he felt. And was not Concepcion lying in the affectionate arms of Queenie Paul? Christine, glancing about her contentedly, reverted to one of her leading ideas. "Truly, it is very romantic there, London." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 16. The Virgin. Christine went into the oratory of St. Philip at Brompton on a Sunday morning in the following January, dipped her finger into one of the Italian basins at the entrance, and signed herself with the holy water. She was dressed in black. She had the face of a pretty martyr. Her brow was crumpled by the world's sorrow. She looked, and actually was at the moment, intensely religious. She had months earlier chosen the Brompton Oratory for her devotions, partly because of the name of Philip, which had been murmured in accents of affection by her dying mother, and partly because it lay on a direct, comprehensible bus route from Piccadilly. You got into the motor bus opposite the end of the Burlington Arcade, and in about 6 minutes it dropped you in front of the oratory, and you could not possibly lose yourself in the topographical intricacies of the unknown city. Christine never took a taxi, except when on business. The interior was gloomy with the winter forenoon. The broad Renaissance arches showed themselves only faintly above. On every side there were little archipelagos of light made by groups of candles in front of great pale images. The church was comparatively empty, and most of the people present were kneeling in the chapels. For Christine had purposely come, as she always did, at the slack hour between the sevenths and last of the early morning low masses and the high masses at 11. She went up the right aisle and stopped before the miraculous infant Jesus of Prague, a charming and naive little figure about 18 inches high, in a stiff embroidered cloak and a huge symbol upon his curly head. She had put herself under the protection of the miraculous infant Jesus of Prague. She liked him. He was a change from the Virgin, and he stood in the darkest corner of the whole interior, behind the black statue of St. Peter with protruding toe, and within the deep shadow made by the organ loft overhead. Also, he had a motto in French: "Plus vous m'honorez, plus je vous favoriserai." Christine hesitated, and then left the miraculous infant Jesus of Prague without even a transient genuflection. She was afraid to devote herself to him that morning. Of course, she had been brought up strictly in the Roman Catholic faith, and in her own esteem she was still an honest Catholic. For years she had not confessed, and therefore had not communicated. For years she had had a desire to cast herself down at a confessional box, but she had not done so because of one of the questions in the Petit Paroissien which she used. Avez-vous péché par pensée, parole ou action contre la pureté ou la modestie? And because also of the preliminary injunction, Maintenant essayez de vous rappeler vos péchés, et combien de fois vous les avez commis. She could not bring herself to do that. Once she had confessed a great deal to a priest at Sens, but he had treated her too lightly. His lightness with her had indeed been shameful. Since then she had never confessed. Further, she knew herself to be in a state of mortal sin by reason of her frequent wilful neglect of the holy offices, and occasionally, at the most inconvenient moments, the conviction that if she died she was damned would triumph over her complacency. But on the whole she had hopes for the future. Though she had sinned, her sin was mysteriously not like other people's sin of exactly the same kind. And finally there was the Virgin Mary, the sweet and dependable goddess. She had been electing the very clement Virgin Mary in favour of the miraculous infant Jesus of Prague. A whim, a thoughtless caprice which she had paid for. The Virgin Mary had withdrawn her defending shield. At least, that was the interpretation which Christine was bound to put upon the terrible incident of the previous night in the promenade. She had quite innocently been involved in a drunken row in the lounge. 2 military officers, one of whom, unnoticed by Christine, was intoxicated, and 2 women, Madame Larivaudière and Christine. The Belgian had been growing more and more jealous of Christine. The row had flamed up in the 10th of a second like an explosion. The 2 officers, then the 2 women. The bright silvery sound of glass shattered on marble, high voices, deep voices. Half the promenade had rushed vulgarly into the lounge, panting with a gross appetite to witness a vulgar scene. And as the Belgian was jealous of the French girl, so were the English girls horribly jealous of all the foreign girls, and scornful too. Nothing but the overwhelming desire of the management to maintain the perfect respectability of the promenade had prevented a rough and tumble between the officers. As for Madame Larivaudière, she had been ejected and told never to return. Christine had fled to the cloakroom, where she had remained for half an hour, and thence had vanished away, solitary, by the side entrance. It was precisely such an episode as Christine's mother would have deprecated in horror, and as Christine herself intensely loathed. And she could never assuage the moral wound of it by confiding the affair to Gilbert. She was mad about Gilbert. She thrilled to be his slave. She had what seemed an immeasurable confidence in him, and yet never, never could she mention another individual man to him, much less tell him of the public shame that had fallen upon her in the exercise of her profession. Why had fate been thus hard on her? The answer was surely to be found in the displeasure of the Virgin, and so she did not dare to stay with the miraculous infant Jesus of Prague, nor even to murmur the prayer beginning, Adorable Jésus, divin modèle de la perfection. She glanced round the great church, considering what were to her the major and minor gods and goddesses on their ornate thrones, St. Anthony, St. Joseph, St. Sebastian, St. Philip, the Sacred Heart, St. Cecilia, St. Peter, St. Wilfrid, St. Mary Magdalene. Not at that altar could she be seen. St. Patrick, St. Veronica, St. Francis, St. John Baptist, St. Teresa, Our Lady of Good Counsel. No, there was only one goddess possible for her, Our Lady of $7. She crossed the wide nave to the severe black and white marble chapel of the $7. The aspect of the shrine suited her. On one side she read the English words, "Of your charity pray for the soul of Flora, Duchess of Norfolk, who put up this altar to the Mother of Sorrows, that they who mourn may be comforted." The very words were romantic to her, and she thought of Flora, Duchess of Norfolk, as a figure inexpressibly more romantic than the illustrious female figures of French history. The Virgin of the $7 was enigmatically gazing at her, waiting no doubt to be placated. The Virgin was painted gigantic, in oil on canvas, but on her breast stood out a heart made in 3 dimensions of real silver and pierced by the swords of the $7, 3 to the left and 4 to the right, and in front was a tiny gold figure of Jesus crucified on a gold cross. Christine cast herself down and prayed to the painted image and the hammered heart. She prayed to the goddess whom the Middle Ages had perfected, and who in the minds of the simple and the savage has survived the Renaissance and still triumphantly flourishes. The Queen of Heaven, the Tyrant of Heaven, the Woman in Heaven, who was so venerated that even her sweat is exhibited as a relic, who was softer than Christ, as Christ was softer than the Father, who in becoming a goddess had increased her humanity, who put living roses for a sign into the mouths of fornicators when they died, if only they had been faithful to her, who told the amorous sacristan to kiss her face and not her feet, who questioned lovers about their mistresses, "Is she as pretty as I?" who fell like a pestilence on the nuptial chambers of young men who, professing love for her, had taken another bride, who enjoyed being amused, who admitted a weakness for artists, tumblers, soldiers, and the common herd, who visibly led both opponents on every battlefield for centuries, who impersonated absent, disreputable nuns and did their work for them until they returned, repentant, to be forgiven by her, who acted always on her instinct and never on her reason, who cared nothing for legal principles, who openly used her feminine influence with the Trinity, who filled heaven with riffraff, and who had never on any pretext driven a soul out of heaven. Christine made peace with this jealous and divine creature. She felt unmistakably that she was forgiven for her infidelity due to the infant in the darkness beyond the opposite aisle. The face of the Lady of $7 miraculously smiled at her. The silver heart miraculously shed its tarnish and glittered beneficent lightnings. Doubtless she knew somewhere in her mind that no physical change had occurred in the picture or the heart. But her mind was a complex, and like nearly all minds could disbelieve and believe simultaneously. Just as High Mass was beginning, she rose, and in grave solace left the oratory. She would not endanger her new peace with the Virgin Mary by any devotion to other gods. She was solemn but happy. The conductor who took her penny in the motor bus never suspected that on the pane before her, where some agency had caused to be printed in colour the words, "Seek ye the Lord," she saw, in addition to the amazing oddness of the Anglo-Saxon race, a dangerous incitement to unfaith. She kept her thoughts passionately on the Virgin, and by the time the bus had reached Hyde Park Corner, she was utterly sure that the horrible adventure of the promenade was purged of its evil potentialities. In the house in Cork Street, she took out her latch-key, placidly opened the door, and entered, smiling at the solitude. Martha, who also had a soul in need of succour, would in the ordinary course have gone forth to a smaller church and a late mass. But on this particular morning, fat Martha, in déshabillé, came running to her from the little kitchen. "Oh, madame, there is someone, he is drunk!" Her voice was outraged. She pointed fearfully to the bedroom. Christine, courageous, walked straight in. An officer in khaki was lying on the bed. His muddy, spurred boots had soiled the white lace coverlet. He was asleep and snoring. She looked at him, and, recognizing her acquaintance of the previous night, wondered what the very clement Virgin could be about. Chapter 17. Sunday Afternoon. "What is Madame going to do?" whispered Martha, still alarmed and shocked, when they had both stepped back out of the bedroom. And she added, "He has never been here before." Martha was a woman of immense experience, but little brains, and when phenomena passed beyond her experience, she became rather like a foolish, raw girl. She had often dealt with drunken men. She had often, especially in her younger days, satisfactorily explained a situation to visitors who happened to call when her mistress, for the time being, was out. But only on the very rarest occasions had she known a client commit the awful solecism of calling before lunch, and that a newcomer, even intoxicated, should commit this solecism staggered her and left her trembling. "What am I going to do? Nothing," answered Christine. "Let him sleep." Christine, too, was dismayed. But Martha's weakness gave her strength, and she would not show her fright. Moreover, Christine had some force of character, though it did not often show itself as sudden firmness. She condescended to Martha. She also condescended to the officer, because he was unconscious, because he put himself in a false position, because sooner or later he would look extremely silly. She regarded the officer's intrusion as tiresome, but she did not gravely resent it. After all, he was drunk, and before the row in the promenade he had asked her for her card, saying that he was engaged that night, but would like to know where she lived. Of course she had protested, as what woman in her place would not, against the theory that he was engaged that night, and she had been in a fair way to convince him that he was not really engaged that night, except morally to her, since he had accosted her, when the quarrel had supervened, and it had dawned on her that he had been in the taciturn and cautious stage of acute inebriety. He had, it now seemed, probably been drinking through the night. There were men, as she knew, who simply had to have bouts, whose only method to peace was to drown the demon within them. She would never knowingly touch a drunken man, or even a partially intoxicated man, if she could help it. She was not a bit like the polite young lady above, who seemed to specialize in noisy tipplers. Her way with the top-heavy was to leave them to recover in tranquillity. No other way was safe. Nevertheless, in the present instance, she did venture again into the bedroom. The plight of the lace coverlet troubled her, and practically drove her into the bedroom. She got a little towel, gently lifted the sleeper's left foot, and tied the towel round his boot. Then she did the same to his other foot. The man did not stir. But if later he should stir, neither his boots nor his spurs could do further harm to the lace coverlet. His cane and gloves were on the floor. She picked them up. His overcoat, apparently of excellent quality, was still on his back, and the cap had not quite departed from his head. Christine had learned enough about English military signs and symbols to enable her to perceive that he belonged to the artillery. "But how will Madame change her dress?" Martha demanded in the sitting-room. Madame always changed her dress immediately on returning from church, for that which is suitable for mass may not be proper to other ends. "I shall not change," said Christine. "It is well, Madame." Christine was not deterred from changing by the fact that the bedroom was occupied. She retained her church dress because she foresaw the great advantage she would derive from it in the encounter which must ultimately occur with the visitor. She would not even take her hat off. The two women lunched, mainly on macaroni, with some cheese and an apple. Christine had coffee. She must always have her coffee. As for a cigarette, she never smoked when alone, because she did not really care for smoking. Martha, however, enjoyed smoking, and Christine gave her a cigarette, which she lighted while clearing the table. One was mistress, the other servant, but the two women were constantly meeting on the plane of equality. Neither of them could avoid it, or consistently tried to avoid it. Although Martha did not eat with Christine, if a meal was in progress, she generally came into the sitting-room with her mouth more or less full of food. Their repasts were trifles, passovers, unceremonious and irregular peckings, begun and finished in a few moments. And if Martha was always untidy in her person, Christine, up till 3 in the afternoon, was also untidy. They went about the flat in a wonderful state of unkempt and insecure slovenliness. And sometimes Martha might be lolling in the sitting-room over the illustrations in La Vie Parisienne, which was part of the apparatus of the flat, while Christine was in the tiny kitchen washing gloves, as she alone could wash them. The flat lapsed into at any rate a superficial calm. Martha, seeing that fate had deprived her of the usual consolations of religion, determined to reward herself by remaining a perfect slattern for the rest of the day. She would not change at all. She would not wash up either the breakfast things or the lunch things. Leaving a small ring of gas alight in the gas stove, she sat down all dirty on a hard chair in front of it, and fell into a luxurious catalepsy. In the sitting-room, Christine sat upright on the sofa and read lusciously a French translation of East Lynne. She was in no hurry for the man to waken. Her sense of time was very imperfect. She was never pricked by the thought that life is short, and that many urgent things demand to be done before the grave opens. Nor was she apprehensive of unpleasant complications. The man was in the flat, but it was her flat. Her law ran in the flat, and the door was fast against invasion. Still, the gentle snore of the man, rising and falling, dominated the flat, and the fact of his presence preoccupied the one woman in the kitchen and the other in the sitting-room. Christine noticed that the thickness of the pages read had imperceptibly increased to 3/4 of an inch, while the thickness of the unread pages had diminished to 1/4 of an inch. And she also noticed on the open page another phenomenon. It was the fading of the day, the faintest shadow on the page. With incredible transience, another of those brief interruptions of darkness which in London in winter are called days, was ending. She rose and went to the discreetly curtained window, and, conscious of the extreme propriety of her appearance, boldly pushed aside the curtain and looked across, through naked glass, at the hotel nearly opposite. There was not a sound, not a movement in Cork Street. Cork Street, the flat, the hotel, the city, the universe, lay entranced and stupefied beneath the grey vapours of the Sabbath. The sensation to Christine was melancholy, but it was exquisitely melancholy. The solid hotel dissolved, and in its place Christine saw the interesting, pathetic phantom of her own existence. A stern, serious existence, full of disappointments, and not free from dangerous episodes, an existence which entailed much solitude and loss of liberty. But the verdict upon it was that in the main it might easily have been more unsatisfactory than it was. With her indolence and her unappeasable temperament, what other vocation, indeed, save that of marriage, could she have taken up? And her temperament would have rendered any marriage an impossible prison for her. She was a modest success. Her mother had always counselled her against ambition, but she was a success. Her magic power was at its height. She continued to save money, and had become a fairly regular frequenter of the West End branch of the Crédit Lyonnais. Incidentally, she had come to an arrangement with her Paris landlord. But more important than money, she was saving her health, and especially her complexion, the source of money. Her complexion could still survive the minutest examination. She achieved this supreme end by plenty of sleep and by keeping to the minimum of alcohol. Of course, she had to drink professionally. Clients insisted. Some of them were exhilarated by the spectacle of a girl tipsy. But she was very ingenious in avoiding alcohol. When invited to supper, she would respond with an air of restrained eagerness, "Oh, yes, with pleasure," and then carelessly add, "unless you would prefer to come quietly home with me. My maid is an excellent cook, and one is very comfortable chez moi." And often the prospect thus sketched would piquantly allure a client. Nevertheless, at intervals she could savour a fashionable restaurant as well as any harum-scarum minx there. Her secret fear was still obesity. She was capable of imagining herself as fat as Martha, and ruined. For, though a few peculiar amateurs appreciated solidity, the great majority of men did not. However, she was not getting stouter. She had a secret, sincere respect for certain of her own qualities, and if women of the world condemned certain other qualities in her, well, she despised women of the world, selfish idlers who did nothing, who contributed nothing to the sum of life, whereas she was a useful and indispensable member of society, despite her admitted indolence. In this summary way she comforted herself in her loss of caste. Without Gilbert, of course, her existence would have been fatally dull, and she might have been driven to terrible remedies against ennui and emptiness. The depth and violence of her feeling for Gilbert were indescribable, at any rate by her. She turned again from the darkening window to the sofa, and sat down and tried to recall the figure of the dozens of men who had sat there, and she could recall at most 6 or 8, and Gilbert alone was real. What a paragon! Her scorn for girls who succumbed to souteneur was measureless. As a fact, she had met few who did. She would have liked to beautify her flat for Gilbert, but in the first place she did not wish to spend money on it, in the second place she was too indolent to buckle to the enterprise, and in the third place, if she beautified it, she would be doing so not for Gilbert, but for the monotonous procession of her clients. Her flat was a public resort, and so she would do nothing to it. Besides, she did not care a fig about the look of furniture. The feel of furniture alone interested her. She wanted softness and warmth, and no more. She moved across to the piano, remembering that she had not practised that day, and that she had promised Gilbert to practise every day. He was teaching her. At the beginning she had dreamt of acquiring brilliance such as his on the piano, but she had soon seen the futility of the dream and had moderated her hopes accordingly. Even with terrific efforts, she could not make her hand do the thing that his did quite easily at the first attempt. She had, for example, abandoned the Rosenkavalier waltz, having never succeeded in struggling through more than about 10 bars of it, and those the simplest. But her French dances she had notably improved in. She knew some of them by heart, and could patter them off with a very tasteful vivacity. Instead of practising, she now played gently through a slow waltz from memory. If the snoring man was wakened, so much the worse, or so much the better. She went on playing, and the evening continued to fall, until she could scarcely see the notes. Then she heard movements in the bedroom, a sigh, a bump, some English words that she could not comprehend. She still, by force of resolution, went on playing, to protect herself, to give herself countenance. At length she saw a dim male figure against the pale oblong of the doorway between the 2 rooms, and behind the figure a point of glowing red in the stove. "I say, what time is it?" She recognized the heavy, resonant, vibrating voice. She had stopped playing because she was making so many mistakes. "Late? Late?" she murmured timidly. The next moment the figure was kneeling at her feet, and her left hand had been seized in a hot hand and kissed respectfully. "Forgive me, you beautiful creature," begged the deep, imploring voice. "I know I don't deserve it, but forgive me. I worship women, honestly." Assuredly she had not expected this development. She thought, "Is he not sober yet?" But the query had no conviction in it. She wanted to believe that he was sober. At any rate, he had removed the absurd towels from his boots. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. The Mystic. "Say you forgive me," the officer insisted. "But there is nothing—" "Say you forgive me." She had counted on a scene of triumph with him when he woke up, anticipating that he was bound to cut a ridiculous appearance. He knelt dimly there without a sign of self-consciousness or false shame. She forgave him. "Great baby." Her hand was kissed again and loosed. She detected a faint, sad smile on his face. "Ah!" He rose, towering above her. "I know I'm a drunken sot," he said. "It was only because I knew I was drunk that I didn't want to come with you last night. And I called this morning to apologize. I did really. I had no other thought in my poor old head. I wanted you to understand why I tried to hit that chap. The other woman had spoken to me earlier, and I suppose she was jealous, seeing me with you. She said something to him about you, and he laughed, and I had to hit him for laughing. I couldn't hit her. If I caught him an uppercut with my left, he'd have gone down, and he wouldn't have got up by himself, I warrant you." "What did he say?" Christine interrupted, not comprehending the technical idiom and not interested in it. "I don't know, but he laughed. Anyhow, he smiled." Christine turned on the light, and then went quickly to the window to draw the curtains. "Take off your overcoat," she commanded him kindly. He obeyed, blinking. She sat down on the sofa and, raising her arms, drew the pins from her hat and put it on the table. She motioned him to sit down too, and left him a narrow space between herself and the arm of the sofa, so that they were very close together. Then, with puckered brows, she examined him. "I'd better tell you," he said. "It does me no good to confess to you, you beautiful thing. I had a bottle of whisky upstairs in my room at the Grosvenor. Night before last, when I arrived there, I couldn't get to sleep in the bed. Hadn't been used to a bed for so long, you know. I had to turn out and roll myself up in a blanket on the floor. And last night I spent drinking by myself. Yes, by myself. Somehow I don't mind telling you. This morning I must have been worse than I thought I was." He stopped and put his hand on her shoulder. "There are tears in your eyes, little thing. Let me kiss your eyes. No, I respect you. I worship you. You're the nicest little woman I ever saw, and I'm a brute. But let me kiss your eyes." She held her face seriously, even frowning somewhat, and he kissed her eyes gently, one after the other, and she smelt his contaminated breath. He was a spare man, with a rather thin, ingenuous, mysterious, romantic, appealing face. It was true that her eyes had moistened. She was touched by his look and his tone as he told her that he had been obliged to lie on the floor of his bedroom in order to sleep. There seemed to be an infinite pathos in that trifle. He was one of the fighters. He had fought. He was come from the horrors of the battle. A man of power. He had killed, and he was probably 10 or a dozen years her senior. Nevertheless, she felt herself to be older than he was, wiser, more experienced. She also wanted to nurse him, and for her he was too the protected of the very clement Virgin. Inquiries from Martha showed that he must have entered the flat at the moment when she was kneeling at the altar, and when the lady of $7 had miraculously granted to her pardon and peace. He was part of the miracle. She had a duty to him, and her duty was to brighten his destiny, to give him joy, not to let him go without a charming memory of her soft womanly acquiescences. At the same time, her temperament was aroused by his personality, and she did not forget she had a living to earn. But still her chief concern was his satisfaction, not her own, and her overmastering sentiment one of dutiful, nay religious, surrender. French gratitude of the English fighter, and a mystic, fearful allegiance to the very clement Virgin, these things inspired her. "Ah," he sighed, "my throat's like leather." And seeing that she did not follow, he added, "Thirsty." He stretched his arms. She went to the sideboard and half-filled a tumbler with soda water from the siphon. "Drink," she said, as if to a child. "Just a dash, the tiniest dash," he pleaded in his rich voice, with a glance at the whisky. "You don't know how it'll put me together. You don't know how I need it." But she did know, and she humoured him, shaking her head disapprovingly. He drank and smacked his lips. "Ah," he breathed voluptuously, and then said in changed, playful accents, "Your French accent is exquisite. It makes English sound quite beautiful. And you're the daintiest little thing." "Daintiest? What is that? I have much to learn in English, but it is something nice. Daintiest, it is a compliment." She somehow understood then that, despite appearances, he was not really a devotee of her sex, that he was really a solitary, that he would never die of love, and that her role was a minor role in his existence. And she accepted the fact with humility, with enthusiasm, with ardour, quite ready to please and to be forgotten. In playing the slave to him, she had the fierce French illusion of killing Germans. Suddenly she noticed that he was wearing 2 wrist-watches, one close to the other, on his left arm, and she remarked on the strange fact. The officer's face changed. "Have you got a wrist-watch?" he demanded. "No." Silently he unfastened one of the watches, and then said, "Hold out your beautiful arm." She did so. He fastened the watch on her arm. She was surprised to see that it was a lady's watch. The black strap was deeply scratched. She privately reconstructed the history of the watch, and decided that it must be a gift returned after a quarrel, and perhaps the scratches on the strap had something to do with the quarrel. "I beg you to accept it," he said. "I particularly wish you to accept it." "It's really a lovely watch," she exclaimed. "How kind you are!" She rewarded him with a warm kiss. "I have always wanted a wristwatch, and now they are so chic.
In fact, one must have one. Moving her arm about, she admired the watch at different angles. "It isn't going, and what's more, it won't go," he said. "Ah," she politely murmured. "No, but you know why I gave you that watch?" "Why?" "Because it is a Mascot." "True?" "Absolutely a Mascot. It belonged to a friend of mine who is dead." "Ah, a lady?" "No, not a lady. A man. He gave it to me a few minutes before he died, and he was wearing it, and he told me to take it off his arm as soon as he was dead. I did so." Christine was somewhat alarmed. "But if he was wearing it when he died, how can it be a Mascot?" "That was what made it a Mascot. Believe me, I know about these things. I wouldn't deceive you, and I wouldn't tell you it was a Mascot unless I was quite certain." He spoke with a quiet, initiated authority that reassured her entirely and gave her the most perfect confidence. "And why was your friend wearing a lady's watch?" "I cannot tell you." "You do not know?" "I do not know, but I know that watch is a Mascot." "Was it at the front, all this?" The man nodded. "He was wounded, killed, your friend?" No, not wounded. He was in my battery. We were galloping some guns to a new position. He came off his horse. The horse was shot under him. He himself fell in front of a gun. Of course the drivers dared not stop, and there was no room to swerve. Hence they had to drive right over him. Later I came back to him. They had got him as far as the advanced dressing station. He died in less than an hour." Solemnity fell between Christine and her client. She said softly, "But if it is a Mascot, do you not need it, you at the front? It is wrong for me to take it." "I have my own Mascot. Nothing can touch me except my great enemy, and he is not German." With an austere gesture he indicated the glass. His deep voice was sad, but very firm. Christine felt that she was in the presence of an adept of mysticism. The Virgin had sent this man to her, and the man had given her the watch. Clearly the heavenly power had her in its holy charge. "Ah, yes," said the man in a new tone, as if realizing the solemnity and its inappropriateness, and trying to dissipate it. "Ah, yes. Once we had the day of our lives together, he and I. We got a day off to go and see a new trench mortar. We did have a time." "Trench mortar? What is that?" He explained. "But tell me how it works," she insisted, not because she had the slightest genuine interest in the technical details of war, for she had not, but because she desired to help him to change the mood of the scene. "Well, it's not so easy, you know. It was a 4.5-pound shell filled with gun-cotton slabs and shrapnel bullets packed in sawdust. The charge was black powder in a paper bag, and you stuck it at the bottom end of the pipe and put a bit of fuse into the touch-hole. But, of course, you must take care it penetrates the charge. The shell fuse has a pinner with a detonator with the right length of fuse shoved into it. You wrap some clay around the end of the fuse to stop the flash of the charge from detonating the shell. Well, then you load the shell." She comprehended simply nothing, and the man, professionally absorbed, seemed to have no perception that she was comprehending nothing. She scarcely even listened. Her face was set in a courteous, formal smile, but all the time she was thinking that the man, in spite of his qualities, must be lacking in character to give a watch away to a woman to whom he had not been talking for 10 minutes. His lack of character was shown also in his unshamed confession concerning his real enemy. Some men would bare their souls to a cocotte in a fashion that was flattering neither to themselves nor to the cocotte, and Christine never really respected such men. She did not really respect this man, but respected and stood in awe of his mysticism. And further, her instinct to satisfy him, to make a spoiled boy of him, was not in the least weakened. Then, just as the man was in the middle of his description of the functioning of the trench mortar, the telephone bell rang, and Christine excused herself. The telephone was in the bedroom, not by the bedside, for such a situation has its inconveniences, but in the farthest corner between the window and the washstand. As she went to the telephone, she was preoccupied by one of the major worries of her vacation, the worry of keeping clients out of each other's sight. She wondered who could be telephoning to her on Sunday evening. Not Gilbert, for Gilbert never telephoned on Sunday except in the morning.
She insisted, of course, on his telephoning to her daily, or almost daily. She did this to several of her more reliable friends, for there was no surer way of convincing them of the genuineness of her regard for them than to vituperate them when they failed to keep her informed of their health, their spirits, and their doings. In the case of Gilbert, however, her insistence had entirely ceased to be a professional device. She adored him violently. The telephoner was Gilbert. He made an amazing suggestion. He asked her to come across to his flat, where she had never been and where he had never asked her to go. It had been tacitly and quite amiably understood between them that he was not one who invited young ladies to his own apartments. Christine cautiously answered that she was not sure whether she could come. "Are you alone?" he asked pleasantly. "Yes, quite." "Well, I'll come and fetch you." She decided exactly what she would do. "No, I will come. I will come now. I shall be enchanted." Purposely, she spoke without conviction, maintaining a mysterious reserve. She returned to the sitting-room and the other man. Fortunately, the conversation on the telephone had been in French. "See," she said, speaking and feeling as though they were intimates, "I have a lady friend who is ill. I am called to see her. I shall not be long. I swear to you I shall not be long. Wait. Will you wait?" "Yes," he replied, gazing at her. "Put yourself at your ease." She was relieved to find that she could so easily reconcile her desire to please Gilbert with her pleasurable duty towards the protégé of the very clement Virgin. Chapter 19. The Visit. In the doorway of his flat, Christine kissed G.J. vehemently, but with a certain preoccupation. She was looking about her, very curious. The way in which she raised her veil and raised her face, mysteriously glanced at him, puckered her kind brow. These things thrilled him. She said, "You are quite alone, of course?" She said it nicely, even benevolently. Nevertheless, he seemed to hear her saying, "You are quite alone, or, of course, you wouldn't have let me come." "I suppose it's through here," she murmured, and without waiting for an invitation she passed direct into the lighted drawing-room, and stood there, observant. He followed her. They were both nervous in the midst of the interior which he was showing her for the first time, and which she was silently estimating. For him she made an exquisite figure in the drawing-room. She was so correct in her church dress, so modest, prim, and demure, and her appearance clashed excitingly with his absolute knowledge of her secret temperament. He had often hesitated in his judgment of her. Was she good enough, or was she not? But now he thought more highly of her than ever. She was ideal, divine, the realization of a dream. And he felt extraordinarily pleased with himself because, after much cautious indecision, he had invited her to visit him. By heaven, she was young physically, and yet she knew everything. Her miraculous youthfulness rejuvenated him. As a fact, he was essentially younger than he had been for years. Not only she, but his war work had revitalized him. He had developed into a considerable personage on the Lechford Committee. He was chairman of a subcommittee. He bore responsibilities and had worries. And, for a climax, the committee had sent him out to France to report on the accountancy of the hospitals. He had received a special passport. He had had glimpses of the immense and growing military organization behind the front. He had chatted in his fluent and idiomatic French with authorities, military and civil. He had been ceremoniously complimented on behalf of his committee and country by high officials of the Service de Santé. A wondrous experience, from which he had returned to England with a greatly increased self-respect and a sharper apprehension of the significance of the war. Life in London was proceeding much as usual. If, on the one hand, the Treasury had startlingly put an embargo upon capital issues, on the other hand, the King had resumed his patronage of the theatre, and the town talked of a new Lady Teazle, and a British dye industry had been inaugurated. But behind the thin gauze of social phenomena, G.J. now more and more realistically perceived and conceived the dark shape of the war as a vast moving entity. He kept concurrently in his mind, each in its place, the most diverse factors and events, not merely the Flemish and the French battles, but the hoped-for intervention of Romania, the defeat of the Austrians by Servia, the menace of a new Austrian attack on Servia, the rise in prices, the Russian move north of the Vistula, the raid on Yarmouth, the divulgence of the German axioms about frightfulness, the rumour of a definite German submarine policy, the terrible storm that had disorganized the entire English railway system, and the dim, distant Italian earthquake, whose death roll of thousands had produced no motion whatever on a globe monopolized by one sole interest. And tonight he'd had a private early telephonic information of a naval victory in the North Sea in which big German cruisers had been chased to their ignominious lairs and one sunk. Christine could not possibly know of this grand affair, for the Sunday night extras were not yet on the streets. He had it ready for her, eagerly waiting to pour it into her delicious lap, along with the inexhaustible treasures of his heart. At that moment he envisaged the victory as a shining jewel, specially created in order to give her a throb of joy. "It seems they picked up a lot of survivors from the Blucher," he finished his narration rather proudly. She retorted, quietly but terribly scornful. "Zut, you English are so naive. Why save them? Why not let them drown? Do they not deserve to drown? Look what they have done, those Boches. And you save them. Why did the German ships run away? They had set a trap that sees itself in addition to being cowards. You save them, and you think you have made a fine gesture, but you are nothing but simpletons." She shrugged her shoulders in inarticulate disdain. Christine's attitude towards the war was uncomplicated by any subtleties. Disregarding all but the utmost spectacular military events, she devoted her whole soul to hatred of the Germans and all the Germans. She believed them to be damnably cleverer than any other people on earth, and especially than the English. She believed them to be capable of all villainies whatsoever. She believed every charge brought against them, never troubling about evidence. She would have imprisoned on bread and water all Germans and all persons with German names in England. She was really shocked by the transparent idiocy of Britons who opposed the retirement of Prince Louis of Battenberg from the navy. For weeks she had remained happily in the delusion that Prince Louis had been shot in the Tower, and when the awakening came, she had instantly decided that the sinister influence of Lord Haldane and naught else must have saved Prince Louis from a just retribution. She had a vision of England as overrun with innumerable German spies, who moved freely at inexpressible speed about the country in high-powered grey automobiles with dazzling headlights, while the marvellously stupid and blind British police touched their hats to them. G.J. smiled at her in silence, aware by experience of the futility of argument. He knew quite a lot of women who had almost precisely Christine's attitude towards the war, and quite a lot of men too. But he could have wished the charming creature to be as desirable for her intelligence as for her physical and her strange spiritual charm. He could have wished her not to be providing yet another specimen of the phenomena of woman repeating herself so monotonously in the various worlds of London. The simpleton of 50 made in his soul an effort to be superior, and failed. What is it that binds me to her? He reflected, imagining himself to be on the edge of a divine mystery, and never expecting that he and Christine were the huge contrivances of certain active spermatozoa for producing other active spermatozoa. Christine did not wonder what bound her to G.J. She knew, though she had never heard such a word as spermatozoa. She had a violent passion for him. It would, she feared, be eternal, whereas his passion for her could not last more than a few years. She knew what the passions of men were, so she said to herself superiorly. Her passion for him was in her smile, as she smiled back at his silent smile. But in her smile there was also a convinced apostleship, for she alone was the repository of the truth concerning Germans, which truth she preached to an unheeding world. And there was something else in her baffling smile, namely, a quiet, good-natured, resigned resentment against the richness of his home. He had treated her always with generosity, and at any rate with rather more than fairness. He had not attempted to conceal that he was a man of means. She had nothing to reproach him with financially, and yet she did reproach him for having been too modest. She had a pretty sure instinct for the price of things, and she knew that this Albany interior must have been very costly. Further, it displayed what she deemed to be the taste of an exclusive aristocrat. She saw that she had been undervaluing her Gilbert. The proprietor of this flat would be entitled to seek relations of higher standing than herself in the ranks of coquetry. He would be justified in spending far more money on a girl than he had spent on her. He was indeed something of a fraud, with his exaggerated English horror of parade. And he lived by himself, save for servants. He was utterly free, and yet for 2 months he had kept her out of these splendours, preventing her from basking in the glow of these chandeliers and lounging on those extraordinary sofas, and beholding herself in these terrific mirrors. Even now he was ashamed to let his servants see her. Was it altogether nice of him? Her verdict on him had not the slightest importance, even for herself. In kissing other men she generally kissed him, to cheat her appetite. She was at his mercy, whatever he was. He was useful to her and kind to her. He might be the fount of very important future advantages, but he was more than that. He was indispensable to her. She walked exploringly into the little glittering bedroom. Beneath the fantastic dome of the bed, the sheets were turned down and a suit of pyjamas laid out. On a Chinese tray on a lacquered table by the bed was a spirit lamp and kettle, and a box of matches in an embroidered case, with one match sticking out, ready to be seized and struck. She gazed, and left the bedroom, saying nothing, and wandered elsewhere. The stairs were so infinitesimal and dear and delicious that they drew from her a sharp exclamation of delight. She ran up them like a child. G.J. turned switches. In the little glittering dining-room a little cold repast was laid for 2 on an inlaid table covered with a sheet of glass. Christine gazed, saying nothing, and wandered again to the drawing-room floor, while G.J. hovered attendant. She went to the vast Regency desk, idly fingering papers, and laid hold of a document. It was his report on the accountancy of the Ledgeford hospitals in France. She scrutinized it carefully, murmuring sentences from it aloud in her French accent. At length she dropped it. She did not put it down. She dropped it, and murmured, "All that, what good does it do to wounded men? True, I comprehend nothing of it, I." Then she sat to the piano, whose gorgeous and fantastic case might well have intimidated even a professional musician. "Dare I?" She took off her gloves. As she began to play her best waltz, she looked round at G.J. and said, "I adore thy staircase." And that was all she did say about the flat. Still, her demeanour, mystifying as it might be, was benign, benevolent, with a remarkable appearance of genuine humility. G.J., while she played, discreetly picked up the telephone and got the Marlborough Club. He spoke low, so as not to disturb the waltz, which Christine in her nervousness was stumbling over. "I want to speak to Mr. Montague Riper. Yes, he is in the club. I spoke to him about an hour ago, and he is waiting for me to ring him up." "That you, Monty? Well, dear heart, I find I shan't be able to come tonight after all. I should like to awfully, but I've got these things I absolutely must finish. You understand?" No. Is she, by Jove? Bye-bye, old thing." When Christina pettishly banged the last chord of the coda, he came close to her and said with an appreciative smile in English, "Charming, my little girl." She shook her head, gazing at the front of the piano. He murmured, it was almost a whisper, "Take your things off." She looked round and up at him, and the light diffused from 1,000 lustres fell on her mysterious and absorbed face. "My little rabbit, I cannot stay with thee tonight." The words, though he did not by any means take them as final, seriously shocked him. For 5 days he had known that Mrs. Brading, subject to his convenience, was going down to Bramshott to see the defender of the Empire. For 4 days he had hesitated whether or not he should tell her that she might stay away for the night. In the end he had told her to stay away. He had insisted that she should stay. He had protested that he was quite ready to look after himself for a night and a morning. She had gone unwillingly, having first arranged a meal which he said he was to share with a friend, naturally for Mrs. Brading, a male friend. She wanted him to dine at the club, but he had explained to Mrs. Brading that he would be busy about hospital work, and that another member of the committee would be coming to help him. The friend, of course. Even when he had contrived this elaborate and perfect plot, he had still hesitated about the bold step of inviting Christine to the flat. The plan was extremely attractive, but it held dangers. Well, he had invited her. If she had not been at home, or if she had been unwilling to come, he would not have felt desolated. He would have accepted the fact as perhaps providential. But she was at home, she was willing, she had come. She was with him. She had put him into an ecstasy of satisfaction and anticipation. One evening alone with her in his own beautiful flat. What a frame for her and for love! And now she said that she would not stay. It was incredible. It could not be permitted. But why not? We are happy together. I just refused a dinner because of this. Didn't you hear me on the phone? That was wrong, she smiled. I am not worth a dinner. It is essential that I should return home. I am tired. Tired. It is Sunday night, and I have sworn to myself that I will pass this evening at home, alone. Exasperating, maddening creature, he thought. I fancied I knew her, and I don't know her. I'm only just beginning to know her. He stared steadily at her soft, serious, worried, enchanting face, and tried to see through it into the arcana of her queer little brain. He could not. The sweet face foiled him. Then why come? Because I wished to be nice to thee, to prove to thee how nice I am. She seized her gloves. He saw that she meant to go. His demeanour changed. He was aware of his power over her, and he would use it. She was being subtle, but he could be subtle too, far subtler than Christine. True, he had not penetrated her face. Nevertheless, his instinct and his male gift of ratiocination informed him that beneath her gentle politeness she was vexed, hurt, because he had got rid of Mrs. Brading before receiving her. She had her feelings, and despite her softness she could resent. Still, her feelings must not be overindulged. They must not be permitted to make a fool of her. He said, rather teasingly but firmly, I know why she refuses to stay. She cried, plaintive, It is not that I have another rendezvous, no, but naturally thou thinkest it is that. He shook his head. Not at all. The little silly wants to go back home because she finds there is no servant here. She is insulted in her pride. I noticed it in her first words when she came in, and yet she ought to know. Christine gave a loud laugh that really disconcerted him. Au revoir, my old one. Embrace me. She dropped the veil. No. He could play a game of pretence longer than she could. She moved with dignity towards the door, but never would she depart like that. He knew that when it came to the point, she was at the mercy of her passion for him. She had confessed the tyranny of her passion, as such victims foolishly will. Moreover, he had perceived it for himself. He followed her to the door. At the door she would relent. And, sure enough, at the door she leapt at him, and clasped his neck with fierceness, and fiercely kissed him through her veil, and exclaimed bitterly, Ah, thou dost not love me, but I love thee. But the next instant she had managed to open the door, and she was gone. He sprang out to the landing. She was running down the stone stairs. Christine! She did not stop. G.J. might be marvellously subtle, but he could not be subtle enough to divine that on that night Christine happened to be the devotee of the most clement Virgin, and that her demeanour throughout the visit had been contrived, half unconsciously, to enable her to perform a deed of superb self-denial and renunciation in the service of the dread goddess. He ate most miserably, alone, facing an empty chair. The desolate solitude of the evening was terrible. He lacked the force to go seeking succour in clubs. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. Mascot. A single light burned in Christine's bedroom. It stood low on the pedestal by the wide bed, and was heavily shaded, so that only one half of the bed, Christine's half, was exempt from the general gloom of the chamber. The officer had thus ordained things. The white, plump arm of Christine was imprisoned under his neck. He had ordered that, too. He was asleep. Christine watched him. On her return from the Albany, she had found him apparently just as she had left him, except that he was much less talkative. Indeed, though unswervingly polite, even punctilious with her, he had grown quite taciturn and very obstinate and finicking in self-assertion. There was no detail as to which he did not formulate a definite wish. Yet, not until by chance her eye fell on the whisky decanter did she perceive that in her absence he had been copiously drinking again. He was not, however, drunk. Remorseful at her defection, she constituted herself his slave. She covered him with acquiescences. She drank his tippler's breath. And he was not particularly responsive. He had all his own ideas. He ought, for example, to have been hungry, but his idea was that he was not hungry. Therefore he had refused her dishes. She knew him better now. Save on one subject discussed in the afternoon, he was a dull, narrow, direct man, especially in love. He had no fancy, no humour, no resilience. Possibly he worshipped women, as he had said, perhaps devoutly, but his worship of the individual girl tended more to ritualism than to ecstasy. The Parisian devotee was thrown away on him, and she felt it, but not with bitterness. On the contrary, she liked him to be as he was. She liked to be herself unappreciated, neglected, bored. She thought of the delights which she had renounced in the rich and voluptuous drawing-room of the Albany. She gazed under the reddish illumination at the tedious eternal market-place on which she exposed her wares, and which, in Tottenham Court Road, went by the name of Bedstead. And she gathered nausea and painful longing to her breast, as the Virgin gathered the swords of the dollars at the oratory, and was mystically happy in the ennui of serving the miraculous envoy of the Virgin. And when Martha, uneasy, stole into the sitting-room, Christine, the door being ajar, most faintly transmitted to her a command in French to tranquillize herself and go away. And outside, a boy broke the vast lull of the Sunday night with a shattering cry of victory in the North Sea. Possibly it was this cry that roused the officer out of his doze. He sat up, looked unseeing at Christine's bright smile and at the black gauze that revealed the reality of her youth, and then reached for his tunic, which hung at the foot of the bed. "You asked about my mascot," he said, drawing from a pocket a small envelope of semi-transparent oilskin. "Here it is. Now that is a mascot." He had wakened under the spell of his original theme, of his sole genuine subject. He spoke with assurance, as one inspired. His eyes, as they masterfully encountered Christine's eyes, had a strange, violent religious expression. Christine's eyes yielded to his, and her smile vanished in seriousness. He undid the envelope and displayed an oval piece of red cloth with a picture of Christ, his bleeding heart surrounded by flames and thorns, and a great cross in the background. "That," said the officer, "will bring anybody safe home again." Christine was too awed even to touch the red cloth. The vision of the dishevelled, inspired man in khaki shirts, collar and tie, holding the magic Saviour in his thin, veined, aristocratic hand, powerfully impressed her, and she neither moved nor spoke. "Have you seen the Touchwood mascot?" he asked. She signified a negative, and then nervously fingered her gauze. "No? It's a well-known mascot, sort of tiny imp sort of thing, with a huge head, glittering eyes, khaki cap of oak, and crossed legs in gold and silver. I hear that tens of thousands of them are sold. But there is nothing like my mascot." "Where have you got it?" Christine asked in her queer but improving English. "Where did I get it? Just after Mons, on the road, in a house." "Have you been in the retreat?" "I was." "And the angels, have you seen them?" He paused, and then said with solemnity, "Was it an angel I saw? I was lying doggo by myself in a hole, and bullets whizzing over me all the time. It was nearly dark, and a figure in white came and stood by the hole. He stood quite still, and the German bullets went on just the same. Suddenly I saw he was wounded in the hand. It was bleeding. I said to him, 'You're hit in the hand.' 'No,' he said. He had a most beautiful voice.
"That is an old wound. It has reopened lately. I have another wound in the other hand." And he showed me the other hand, and that was bleeding too. Then the firing ceased, and he pointed, although I had eaten nothing at all that day and was dead beat. I got up and ran the way he pointed, and in 5 minutes I ran into what remained of my unit. The officer's sonorous tones ceased. He shut his lips tightly, as though clinching the testimony, and the life of the bedroom was suspended in absolute silence. That's what I saw, and with the lack of food my brain was absolutely clear. Christine, on her back, trembled. The officer replaced his musket. Then he said, waving the little bag, "Of course there are fellows who don't need muskets, fellows that if their name isn't written on a bullet or a piece of shrapnel it won't reach them any more than a letter not addressed to you would reach you. Now, my colonel, for instance, it was he who told me how good my musket was. Well, he can stop shells, turn 'em back. Yes, he's just got the DSO. And he said to me, 'Edgar,' he said, 'I don't deserve it. I got it by inspiration.' And so he did. What time's that?" The gilded Swiss clock in the drawing-room was striking its tiny gong. 9 o'clock. The officer looked dully at his wristwatch, which, not having been wound on the previous night, had inconsiderately stopped. "Then I can't catch my train at Victoria." He spoke in a changed voice, lifeless, and sank back on the bed. "Train? What train?" "Nothing, only the leave train. My leave is up tonight. Tomorrow I ought to have been back in the trenches." "But you have told me nothing of it. If you had told me... But not one word, my dear." "When one is with a woman—" He seemed gloomily and hopelessly to reproach her. Chapter 21. The Leave Train. "What o'clock your train?" 9:30. "But you can catch it. You must catch it." He shook his head. "It's fate," he muttered, bitterly resigned. "What is written is written." Christine sprang to the floor, shuffled off the black gauze in almost a single movement, and seized some of her clothes. "Quick! You shall catch your train. The clock is wrong. The clock is too soon." She implored him with positive desperation. She shook him and dragged him, energized in an instant by the overwhelming idea that for him to miss his train would be fatal to him, and to her also. She could and did believe in the efficacy of muskets against bullets and shrapnels and bayonets. But the traditions of a country of conscripts were ingrained in her childhood and youth, and she had not the slightest faith in the efficacy of no matter what musket to protect from the consequences of indiscipline. And already during her short career in London she had had good reason to learn the sacredness of the leave train. Fantastic tales she had heard of capital executions for what seemed trifling laxities. Tales whispered half proudly by the army in the rooms of horrified courtesans. Tales in which the remote and ruthless imagined figure of the Grand Provost Marshal rivalled that of God himself. And moreover, if this man fell into misfortune through her, she would eternally lose the grace of the most clement Virgin who had confided him to her, and who was capable of terrible revenges. She secretly called on the Virgin. Nay, she became the Virgin. She found a miraculous strength and furiously pulled the poor sot out of bed. The fibres of his character had been soaked away, and she mystically replaced them with her own. Intimidated, and, as it were, mesmerized, he began to dress. She rushed, as she was, to the door. "Martha! Martha!" "Madame," replied the fat woman in alarm. "Run for a taxi." "But, madame, it is raining terribly." "Je m'en fous. Run for a taxi." Turning back into the room, she repeated, "The clock is too soon." And she knew that it was not. Nearly nude, she put on a hat. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Do not worry, I come with you." She took a skirt and a jersey, and then threw a cloak over everything. He was very slow. He could find nothing. He could button nothing. She helped him. But when he began to finger his leggings with the endless laces and the innumerable eyelets, she snatched them from him. "Those in the taxi," she said. "But there is no taxi." "There will be a taxi. I have sent the maid." At the last moment, as she was hurrying him onto the staircase, she grasped her handbag. They stumbled one after the other down the dark stairs. He had now caught the infection of her tremendous anxiety. She opened the front door.
The glistening street was absolutely empty. The rain pelted on the pavements and the roadway, each drop falling like a missile and raising a separate splash, so that it seemed as if the flood on the earth was leaping up to meet the flood from the sky. "Come," she said with hysterical impatience. "We cannot wait. There will be a taxi in Piccadilly, I know." Simultaneously, a taxi swerved round the corner of Burlington Street. Martha stood on the step next to the driver. As the taxi halted, she jumped down. Her drenched white apron was over her head, and she was wet to the skin. In the taxi, while the officer struck matches, Christine knelt and fastened his leggings. He could not have performed the nice operation for himself. And all the time she was doing something else. She was pushing forward the whole taxi, till her muscles ached with the effort. Then she sat back on the seat, smoothed her hair under the hat, unclasped the bag, and patted her features delicately with the powder puff. Neither knew the exact time, and in vain they tried to discern the faces of clocks that flew past them in the heavy rain. Christine sighed and said, "These tempests is the rain. They say it is because of the big cannons which break the clouds." The officer, who had the air of being in a dream, suddenly bent towards her and replied with a most strange solemnity, "It is to wash away the blood." She had not thought of that. Of course it was. She sighed again. As they neared Victoria, the officer said, "My kit bag, it's at the hotel. Shall I have time to pay my bill and get it? The Grosvenor's next to the station, you know." She answered unhesitatingly, "You will go direct to the train. I will try the hotel." "Drive round to the Grosvenor entrance like hell," instructed the driver when the taxi stopped at the station yard. In the hotel she would never have got the bag, owing to her difficulties in explaining the situation in English to a haughty reception clerk, had not a French-Swiss waiter been standing by. She flung imploring French sentences at the waiter like a stream from a hydrant. The bill was reduced in less than half a minute. She put down money of her own to pay for it, for she had refused to wait at the station while the officer fished in the obscurities of his purse. The bag, into which a menial had crammed a kit probably scattered about the bedroom, arrived unfastened. Once more at the station, she gave the cabman all the change which she had received at the hotel counter. By a miracle, she made a porter understand what was needed, and how urgently it was needed. He said the train was just going, and ran. She ran after him. The ticket collector at the platform gate allowed the porter to pass, but raised an implacable arm to prevent her from following. She had no platform ticket, and she could not possibly be travelling by the train. Then she descried her officer standing at the open carriage door in conversation with another officer and tapping his leggings with his cane. How aristocratic and disdainful and self-absorbed the pair looked. They existed in a world utterly different from hers. They were the triumphant and legitimate males. She endeavoured to direct the porter with her pointing hand, and then, hysterical again, she screamed out the one identifying word she knew, "Edgar!" It was lost in the resounding echoes of the immense vault. Edgar certainly did not hear it, but he caught the great black initials E.W. on the kit bag as the porter staggered along, and stopped the aimless man, and the kit bag was thrown into the apartment. Doors were now banging. Christine saw Edgar take out his purse and fumble at it, but Edgar's companion pushed Edgar into the train and himself gave a tip which caused the porter to salute extravagantly. A porter, at any rate, had been rewarded. Christine began to cry, not from chagrin, but with relief. Women on the platform waved absurd little white handkerchiefs. Heads and khaki shoulders stuck out of the carriage windows of the shut train. A small green flag waved, arms waved like semaphores. The train ought to have been gliding away, but something delayed it, and it was held as if spellbound under the high, dim semicircle of black glass, amid the noises of steam, the hissing of electric globes, the horrible rattle of luggage trucks, the patter of feet, and the vast murmuring gloom. Christine saw Edgar leaning from a window and gazing anxiously about. The little handkerchiefs were still courageously waving, and she, too, waved a little wisp. But he did not see her. He was not looking in the right place for her. She thought, why did he not stay near the gate for me? But she thought again, because he feared to miss the train. It was necessary that he should be close to his compartment. He knows he is not quite sober. She wondered whether he had any relatives or any relations with another woman. He seemed to be as solitary as she was. On the same side of the platform gate as herself, a very tall, slim dandy of an officer was bending over a smartly dressed girl, smiling at her and whispering. Suddenly the girl turned from him with a disdainful toss of the head, and said in a loud, clear, Cockney voice, "You can't tell the tale to me, young man. This is my second time on earth." Christine heard the words, but was completely puzzled. The train moved, at first almost imperceptibly. The handkerchiefs showed extreme agitation. Then a raucous song floated from the train. John Brown's baby's got a pimple on his shoe. John Brown baby's got a pimple on his shoe. John Brown baby's got a pimple on his shoe, and we all went marching home. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory. The rails showed empty where the train had been, and the sound of the song faded and died. Some of the women were crying. Christine felt that she was in a land of which she understood nothing but the tears. She also felt very cold in the legs. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. Getting on with the war. The floors of the Reynolds galleries were covered with some hundreds of very well-dressed and very expensively dressed women, and some scores of men. The walls were covered with a lone collection of oil paintings, watercolour drawings, and etchings, English and French, but chiefly English. A very large proportion of the pictures were portraits of women, done by a select group of very expensive painters in the highest vogue. These portraits were the main attraction of the elegant crowd, which included many of the sitters. As for the latter, they failed to hide under an unconvincing mask of indifference their curiosity as to their own effectiveness in a frame. The portraits, for the most part, had every quality save that of sincerity. They were transcendently adroit, and they reeked of talent. They were luxurious, refined, sensual, titillating, exquisite, tender, compact, of striking poses and subtle new tones. And, while the heads were well finished and instantly recognizable as likenesses, the impressionism of the hands and of the provocative draperies showed that the artists had fully realized the necessity of being modern. The mischief and the damnation were that the sitters liked them because they produced in the sitters the illusion that the sitters were really what the sitters wanted to be, and what indeed nearly every woman in the galleries wanted to be, and the ideal of the sitters was a low ideal. The portraits flattered, but only a few guessed that they flattered ignobly. Scarcely any even of the artists guessed that. The portraits were a success, the exhibition was a success, and all the people of the private view justly felt that they were part of and contributing to the success. And though seemingly the aim of everybody was to prove to everybody else that no war, not the greatest war, could disturb the appearances of social life in London, yet many were properly serious and proud in their seriousness. It was the autumn of 1915. British troops were triumphantly on the road to Kut, and British forces were approaching decisive victory in Gallipoli. The Russians had turned on their pursuers. The French had initiated in Champagne an offensive so dramatic that it was regarded as the beginning of the end. And the British on their left, in the taking of Loos and Hill 70, had achieved what might have been regarded as the greatest success on the Western Front, had it not been for the rumour, current among the informed personages of the Reynolds galleries, that recent bulletins had been reticent to the point of deception, and that in fact Hill 70 had ceased to be ours a week earlier. Further, Zeppelins had raided London and killed and wounded numerous Londoners, and all present in the Reynolds galleries were aware, from positive statements in the newspapers, that whereas German morale was crumbling, all Londoners, including themselves, had behaved with the most marvellous stoic calm in the ordeal of the Zeppelins. The Assembly had a further and particular reason for serious pride. It was getting on with the war, and in a most novel way. Private views are customarily views gratis, but the entrance to this private view cost a guinea, and there was absolutely no free list. The guineas were going to the support of the Letchford hospitals in France. The happy idea was G.J.'s own, and Lady Queenie Paul and her mother had taken the right influential measures to ensure its grandiose execution. A queen had visited the private view for half an hour. Thus all the very well-dressed and very expensively dressed women, and all the men who admired and desired them as they moved in voluptuous perfection, amid dazzling pictures with the soft illumination of screened skylights above and the reflections in polished parquet below, all of both sexes were comfortably conscious of virtue in the undoubted fact that they were helping to support two renowned hospitals where at that very moment dissevered legs and arms were being thrown into buckets. In a little room at the end of the galleries was a small but choice collection of the etchings of Felicius Rops, a collection for connoisseurs, as the critics were to point out in the newspapers the next morning. For Rops, though he had an undeniable partiality for subjects in which ugly and prurient women displayed themselves in nothing but the inessentials of costume, was a classic before whom it was necessary to bow the head in homage. G.J. was in this room in company with a young and handsome staff officer, Lieutenant Mulder, home on convalescent leave from Suvla Bay. Mr. Mulder had left Oxford in order to join the army. He had behaved admirably, and well earned the red shoulder ornaments which pure accident had given him. He was a youth of artistic and literary tastes, with genuine ambitions quite other than military, and after a year of horrible existence in which he had hungered for the arts more than for anything, he was solacing and renewing himself in the contemplation of all the masterpieces that London could show. He greatly esteemed G.J.'s connoisseurship, and G.J. had taken him in hand. At the close of a conscientious and highly critical round of the galleries, they had at length reached the Rops room, and they were discussing every aspect of Rops except his lubricity, when Lady Queenie Paul approached them from behind. Mulder was the first to notice her and turn. He blushed. "Well, Queen," said G.J., who had already had several conversations with her in the galleries that day and on the previous days of preparation. She replied, "Well, I hope you're satisfied with the result of your beautiful idea." The young woman, slim and pale, had long since gone out of mourning. She was most brilliantly attired, and no detail lacked to the perfection of her modish outfit. Indeed, just as she was, she would have made a marvellous mannequin, except for the fact that mannequins are not usually allowed to perfume themselves in business hours. Her thin, rather high voice, which somehow matched her complexion and carriage, had its customary tone of amiable insolence, and her tired, drooping eyes their equivocal glance, as she faced the bearded and grave middle-aged bachelor and the handsome and muscular boy. Even the boy was older than Queen, yet she seemed to condescend to them as if she were an immortal from everlasting to everlasting, and could teach both of them all sorts of useful things about life. Nobody could have guessed from that serene demeanour that her self-satisfaction was marred by any untoward detail whatever. Yet it was. All her frocks were designed to conceal a serious defect which seriously disturbed her. She was low-breasted. G.J. said bluntly, "May I present Mr. Mulder, Lady Queenie Paul?" And he said to himself, secretly annoyed, "Dash the infernal chit! That's what she's come for, now she's got it." She gave the slightest dubious nod to Mulder, who, having faced fighting Turks with an equanimity equal to Queenie's own, was yet considerably flurried by the presence and the gaze of this legendary girl. Queenie, enjoying his agitation, but affecting to ignore him, began to talk quickly in the vein of exclusive gossip. She mentioned in a few seconds the topics of the imminent entry of Bulgaria into the war, the maturing Salonika expedition, the confidential terrible utterances of Kay on recruiting, and, of course, the misfortune, due to causes which Queenie had at her finger-ends, roundabout loose. Then, in regard to the last, she suddenly added, quite unjustifiably implying that the two phenomena were connected, "You know, Mother's hospitals are frightfully full just now. But of course you do know. That's why I'm so specially glad today's such a success." Thus, in a moment, and with no more than 10 phrases, she had conveyed the suggestion that while mere soldiers, ageing men about town, and the ingenuous mass of the public might and did foolishly imagine the war to be a simple affair, she herself, by reason of her intelligence and her private sources of knowledge, had a full, unique apprehension of its extremely complex and various formidableness. G.J. resented the familiar attitude, and he resented Queenie's very appearance, and the appearance of the entire opulent scene. In his head at that precise instant was not only the statistics of mortality and major operations at the Letchford hospitals, but also the astounding, desolating tales of the handsome boy about folly, ignorance, stupidity, and martyrdoms at Suvla. He said, with the peculiar polite restraint that in him masked emotion and acrimony, "Yes, I'm glad it's a success, but the machinery of it is perhaps just slightly out of proportion to the results. If people had given to the hospitals what they have spent on clothes to come here, and what they've paid painters so that they could see themselves on the walls, we should have made 20 times as much as we have made, 100 times as much. My good God, Queen, the whole afternoon's takings wouldn't buy what you're wearing now, to say nothing of the 500 other women here." His eye rested on the badge of her half-brother's regiment, which he had reproduced in diamonds. At this juncture he heard himself addressed in a hearty, heavy voice as, "G.J., old soul." An officer with a solitary crowd on his sleeve, bald, stoutish, but probably not more than 45, touched him, much gentler than he spoke, on the shoulder. "Grave, my son, you're back. Well, it's starting to see you at a picture show, anyhow." The Major, saluting Lady Queenie as a distant acquaintance, retorted, "Morally, you owe me a guinea, my dear G.J. I called at the flat, and the young woman there told me you'd surely be here." While they were talking, G.J. could hear Queenie Paul and Mulder. "Where are you back from?" "Suvla, Lady Queenie." "You must be oozing with interest and actuality. Tell G.J. to bring you to tea one day, quite soon, will you? I'll tell him." And Mulder murmured something fatuously conventional. G.J. showed decorously that he had caught his own name. Whereupon Lady Queenie, instead of naming a day for tea, addressed him almost bitterly. "G.J., what's come over you? What in the name of Pan do you suppose all your males are fighting each other for?" She paused effectively. "Good God, if I began to dress like a housemaid, the Germans would be in London in a month. Our job as women is quite delicate enough, without you making it worse by any damned sentimental superficiality. I want you to bring Mr. Mulder to tea tomorrow, and if you can't come, he must come alone." With a last strange look at Mulder, she retired into the glitter of the crowded larger room. "She been driving any fresh men to suicide lately?" Major Crave demanded acidly under his breath. G.J. raised his eyebrows. Then, "That's not you, Frankie," said the Major, with a start of recollection towards a staff lieutenant. "Yes, sir," said Mulder. They shook hands. At the previous Christmas they had lain out together on the cliffs of the east coast in wild weather, waiting to repel a phantom army of 30,000 Germans. "It was the red hat put me off," the Major explained. "Not my fault, sir," Mulder smiled. "Devilish glad to see you, my boy." G.J. murmured to Mulder, "You don't want to go and have tea with her, do you?" And Mulder answered with the somewhat fatuous, self-conscious grin that no amount of intelligence can keep out of the face of a good-looking fellow who knows that he has made an impression. "Well, I don't know." G.J. raised his eyebrows again, but with indulgence, and winked at Crave. The Major shut his lips tight, then stood with his mouth open for a second or two, in the attitude of a man suddenly receiving the onset of a great and original idea. "She's right, hang it all!" he exclaimed. "She's right, of course she is. What's all this?" He waved an arm at the whole scene. "What's all this but sex? Look at 'em. Look at their portraits. You aren't going to tell me. What's the good of pretending? Hang it all, when my own aunt comes down to breakfast in a low-cut blouse that would have given her fits even in the evening 10 years ago. Jolly fine, too. I'm all for it. More of it the merrier. That's what I say. And don't any of you highbrows go trying to alter it. If you do, I retire, and you can defend your own bally front." "Crave," said G.J. affectionately, "until you and Queen came along, Mulder and I really thought we were at a picture exhibition, and we still think so, don't we, Mulder?" The lieutenant nodded. "Now, as you're here, just let me show you one or two things." "Oh," breathed the Major, "have pity. Not any canvas woman that I want, by Jove." He caught sight of an invention of Felician Ropp's, a pig on the end of a string, leading, or being driven by, a woman who wore nothing but stockings, boots, and a hat. "What do you call that?" "My dear fellow, that's one of the most famous etchings in the world." "Is it?" the Major asked. "Well, I'm not surprised. There's more in this business than I imagined." He set himself to examine all the exhibits by Rops, and when he had finished he turned to G.J. "Listen here, G.J., we're going to make a night of it. I've decided on that." "Sorry, dear heart," said G.J. "I'm engaged with Moulder tonight. We shall have some private chamber music at my rooms, just for ourselves. You ought to come, much better for your health." "What time will the din be over?" "About 11. Now, I say again, listen here, let's talk business. I'll come to your chamber music. I've been before and survived, and I'll come again. But if afterwards you'll come with me to the guinea fowl." "But, my dear chap, I can't throw Moulder out into Vigo Street at 11 o'clock," G.J. protested, startled by the blunt mention of the notorious nightclub in the young man's presence. "Naturally you can't. You'll come along with us. Frankie and I have nearly fallen into the North Sea or German Ocean together, haven't we, Frankie? It'll be my show, and I'll turn up with the stuff, 1, 2, or 3 pretty ladies, according as your worship wishes." G.J. was now more than startled. He was shocked. He felt his cheeks reddening. It was the presence of Moulder that confused him. Never had he talked to Moulder on any subjects but the arts, and if they had once or twice lighted on the topic of women, it was only in connection with the arts. He was really interested in and admired Moulder's unusual aesthetic intelligence, and he had done what he could to foster it, and he immensely appreciated Moulder's youthful esteem for himself. Moreover, he was easily old enough to be Moulder's father. It seemed to him that though 2 generations might properly mingle in anything else, they ought not to mingle in licence. Crave's crudity was extraordinary. "See here," Crave went on, serious and determined, "you know the sort of thing I've come from. I got 4 days, unexpected. I had to run down to my uncle's. The old things would have died if I hadn't. Tomorrow I go back. This is my last night. I haven't had a scratch up to now, but my turn's coming, you bet. Next week I may be in heaven or hell, as anywhere, or blind for life, or without my legs, or any damn thing you please. But I'm going to have tonight, and you're going to join in." G.J. saw the look of simple, half-worshipful appeal that sometimes came into Crave's rather ingenuous face. He well knew that look, and it always touched him. He remembered certain descriptive letters which he had received from Crave at the front. They corresponded faithfully. He could not explain the intimacy of his relations with Crave. They had begun at a club over cards. The two had little in common. Crave was a stockbroker when world wars did not happen to be in progress. But G.J. greatly liked him because, with all his crudity, he was such a decent, natural fellow, so kind-hearted, so fresh and unassuming. And Crave, on his part, had developed an admiration for G.J., which G.J. was quite at a loss to account for. The one clue to the origin of the mysterious attachment between them had been a naive phrase which he had once overheard Crave utter to a mutual acquaintance. "Old G.J.'s so subtle, isn't he?" G.J. said to himself, reconsidering the proposal, "And why on earth not?" And then aloud, soothingly to Crave, "All right, all right." The Major brightened and said to Moulder, "You'll come, of course?" "Oh, rather," answered Moulder, quite simply. And G.J. again to himself said, "I am a simpleton." The Major's pleading and the spectacle of the 2 officers with their precarious hold on life humiliated G.J. as well as touched him, and, if only in order to avoid the momentary humiliation, he would have been well content to be able to roll back his existence and to have had a military training, and to be with them in the sacred and proud uniform. "Now listen here," said the Major, "about the aforesaid pretty ladies." There they stood together in the corner, hiding several of Rop's eccentricities, ostensibly discussing art, charity, world politics, the strategy of war, the casualty lists. Chapter 23. The Call. Christine found the night at the Guinea Fowl rather dull. The supper-room, garish and tawdry in its decorations, was functioning as usual. The round tables and the square tables, the tables large and the tables small, were well occupied with mixed parties and couples. Each table had its own yellow illumination, and the upper portion of the room, with a certain empty space in the centre of it, was bafflingly shadowed. Between 2 high, straight, falling curtains could be seen a section of the ballroom, very bright against the curtains, with the figures of dancers whose bodies seemed to be glued to each other, pale to black or pale to khaki, passing slowly and rhythmically across. The ragtime music, over a sort of ground bass of syncopated tom-tom, surged through the curtains like a tide of the Sea of Aphrodite, and bathed everyone at the supper tables in a mysterious aphrodisiacal fluid. The waiters alone were insensible to its influence. They moved to and fro with the impassivity and disdain of eunuchs separated for ever from the world's temptations. Loud laughs or shrill little shrieks exploded at intervals from the sinister melancholy of the interior. On Christine's left, at a round table in a corner, sat G.J. On her right, the handsome boy Mulder. On Mulder's right, Miss Ada Alltime spread her amplitude, and on G.J.'s left was a young girl known to the company as Alice. Major Crave, the host, the splendid quality of whose hospitality was proved by the flowers, the fruit, the bottles, the cigar boxes, and the cigarette boxes on the table, sat between Alice and Ida Alton. The three women, on principle, despised and scorned each other with false, warm smiles and sudden outbursts of compliment. Christine knew that the other two detested her as being one of those French girls who, under the protection of free trade, came to London, and, by their lack of scruple and decency, took the bread out of the mouths of the nice, modest, respectable English girls. She, on her side, disdained both of them, not merely because they were courtesans, which somehow Christine considered she really was not, but also for their characteristic insipidity, lackadaisicalness, and ignorance of the technique of the profession. They expected to be paid for doing nothing. Ida Alltime she knew by sight as belonging to a great rival promenade. Ida had reached the purgatory of obesity, which Christine always feared. Despite the largeness of her mass, she was a very beautiful woman in the English manner, blonde, soft, idle, without a trace of temperament, and incomparably dull and stupid. But she was ageing. She had been favourably known in the West End continuously, save for a brief escapade in New York, for perhaps a quarter of a century. She was at the period when such as she realized with flaccid alarm that they have no future, when they are ready to grist grave imprudences for youths who feel flattered by their extreme maturity. Christine gazed calmly at her, supercilious and secure in the immense advantage of at least 15 years to the good. And if she shrugged her shoulders at Ida for being too old, Christine did the same at Alice for being too young. Alice was truly a girl, probably not more than 17. Her pert, pretty, infantile face was an outrage against the code. She was a mere amateur, with everything to learn, absurdly presuming upon the very quality which would vanish first. And she was a fool. She obviously had no sense, not even the beginnings of sense. She was wearing an impudently expensive frock, which must have cost quite 5 times as much as Christine's own, though the latter, in the opinion of the wearer, was by far the more authentically chic. And she talked proudly at large about her losses on the turf and of the swindles practised upon her. Christine admitted that the girl could make plenty of money, and would continue to make money for a long, long time, barring accidents, but her final conclusion about Alice was, she will end on straw. The supper was over. The conversation had never been vivacious, and now it was half drowned in champagne. The girls had wanted to hear about the war, but the Major, who had arrived in a rather dogmatic mood, put an absolute ban on shop. Alice had then kept the talk, such as it was, upon her favourite topic, reviews. She was an encyclopaedia of knowledge concerning reviews, past, present, and to come. She had once, indeed, figured for a few grand weeks in a review chorus, thereby acquiring unique status in her world. The topic palled upon both Ida and Christine, and Christine had said to herself, they are aware of nothing, these two. For Ida and Alice had proved to be equally and utterly ignorant of the superlative social event of the afternoon, the private view of the Reynolds Galleries, at which indeed Christine had not assisted, but of which she had learned all the intimate details from G.J. What, Christine demanded, could be done with such a pair of ninnies? She might have been excused for abandoning all attempts to behave as a woman of the world should at a supper party. Nevertheless, she continued good-naturedly and conscientiously in the performance of her duty, to charm, to divert, and to enliven. After all, the ladies were there to captivate the males, and if Ida and Alice dishonestly flouted obligations, Christine would not. She would, at any rate, show them how to behave. She especially attended to G.J., who, having drunk little, was taciturn and preoccupied in his amiabilities. She divined that something was the matter, but she could not divine that his thoughts were saddened by the recollection at the Guinea-Fowl of the lovely music which he had heard earlier in his drawing-room, and by the memory of the Major's letters, and of what the Major had said at the Reynolds Galleries about the past and the possibilities of the future. The Major was very benevolently intoxicated, and at short intervals he raised his glass to G.J., who did not once fail to respond with an affectionate smile, which Christine had never before seen on G.J.'s face. Suddenly, Alice, who had been lounging semi-somnolent with an extinct cigarette in her jewelled fingers, sat up, and said in the uncertain voice of an inexperienced girl who has ceased to count the number of glasses emptied, "Shall I recite? I've been trained, you know." And not waiting for an answer, she stood and recited, with a surprisingly correct and sure pronunciation of difficult words, to show that she had in fact received some training. "Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nicean barks of yore, that gently o'er a perfumed sea the weary, wayworn wanderer bore to his own native shore. On desperate seas long wont to roam, thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy Naiad airs have brought me home to the glory that was Greece, to the grandeur that was Rome. Lo, in your brilliant window niche, how statue-like I see thee stand, the agate lamp within thy hand. Ah, Psyche from the regions which are Holy Land." The uncomprehended marvellous poem, having startled the whole room, ceased, and the ragtime resumed its sway. A drunken "Bravo!" came from one table, a cheer from another. Young Alice nodded an acknowledgment and sank loosely into her chair, exhausted by her last effort against the spell of champagne and liqueurs. And the naive, big Major, bewitched by the child, subsided into soft contact with her, and they almost tearfully embraced. A waiter sedately replaced a glass which Alice's drooping, negligent hand had overturned, and wiped the cloth. G.J. was silent. The whole table was silent. "Est-ce de la grande poésie?" asked Christine of G.J., who did not reply. Christine, though she condemned Alice as now disgusting, had been taken aback, and in spite of herself much impressed by the surprising display of elocution. "Oui," said Mulder in his clipped, self-conscious Oxford French. Two couples from other tables were dancing in the middle of the room. Mulder demanded, leaning towards her, "I say, do you dance?" "But certainly," said Christine. "I learnt at the convent." And she spoke of her convent education, a triumphant subject with her, though she had actually spent less than a year in the convent. After a few moments they both rose, and Christine, bending over G.J., whispered lovingly in his ear, "Dear, thou wilt not be jealous if I dance one term with thy young friend?" She was addressing the wrong person. Already throughout the supper, Ida, ignoring the fact that the whole structure of civilized society is based on the rule that at a meal a man must talk first to the lady on his right, and then to the lady on his left, and so on infinitely, had secretly taken exception to the periodic intercourse, and particularly the intercourse in French, between Christine and Mulder, who was officially hers. That these two should go off and dance together was a supreme insult to her. By ill chance she had not sufficient physical command of herself. Christine felt that Mulder would have danced better 2 hours earlier, but still he danced beautifully. Their bodies fitted like two parts of a jigsaw puzzle that had discovered each other. She realized that G.J. was middle-aged, and regret tinctured the ecstasy of the dance. Then suddenly she heard a loud, imploring cry in her ear. "Christine!" She looked round, pale, still dancing, but only by inertia. Nobody was near her. The 4 people at the Major's table gave no sign of agitation or even of interest. The Major still had Alice more or less in his arms. "What was that?" she asked wildly. "What was what?" said Mulder, at a loss to understand her extraordinary demeanour. And she heard the cry again, and then again. "Christine! Christine!" She recognized the voice. It was the voice of the officer whom she had taken to Victoria Station one Sunday night months and months ago. "Excuse me," she said, slipping from Mulder's hold, and she hurried out of the room to the ladies' cloak-room, got her wraps, and ran past the watchful guardian through the dark, dubious portico of the club into the street. The thing was done in a moment, and why she did it she could not tell. She knew simply that she must do it, and that she was under the dominion of those unseen powers in whom she had always believed. She forgot the guinea fowl as completely as though it had been a prenatal phenomenon with her. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24. The Soldier. But outside she lost faith. Half a dozen motor cars were slumbering in a row near the door of the guinea fowl, and they all stirred monstrously, yet scarcely perceptibly, at the sight of the woman's figure, solitary, fragile, and pale in the darkness. They seemed for an instant to lust for her, and then, recognizing that she was not their prey, to sink back into the torpor of their inexhaustible patience. The sight of them was prejudicial to the dominion of the unseen powers. Christine admitted to herself that she had drunk a lot, that she was demented, that her only proper course was to return dutifully to the supper-party. She wondered what, if she did not so return, she could possibly say to justify herself to G.J. Nevertheless, she went on down the street, hurrying, automatic, and reached the main thoroughfare. It was dark with the new protective darkness. The central hooded lamps showed like poor candles, making a series of rings of feeble illumination on the vast invisible floor of the road. Nobody was afoot, not a soul. The last of the motor buses that went about killing and maiming people in the new protective darkness had long since reached its yard. The seductive dim violet bulbs were all extinguished on the entrances of the theatres, and, save for a thread of light at some lofty window here and there, the curving facades of the street were as undecipherable as the heavens above or as the asphalt beneath. Then Christine's ear detected a faint roar. It grew louder, it became terrific, and a long succession of huge loaded army wagons with peering headlamps thundered past at full speed, one close behind the next, shaking the very avenue. The slightest misjudgment by the leading wagon in the confusion of light and darkness, and the whole convoy would have pitched itself together in a mass of iron, flesh, blood, and ordnance. But the convoy went ruthlessly and safely forward till its final red tail lamp swung round a corner and vanished. The avenue ceased to shake. The thunder died away, and there was silence again. Whence and why the convoy came, and at whose dread omnipotent command? Whither it was bound? What it carried? No answer in the darkness to these enigmas. And Christine was afraid of England. She remembered people in Ostend saying that England would never go to war. She too had said it, bitterly. And now she was in the midst of the unmeasured city which had darkened itself for war, and she was afraid of an unloosed might. What madness was she doing? She did not even know the man's name. She knew only that he was Edgar W. She would have liked to be his marraine, according to the French custom, but he had never written to her. He was still in her debt for the hotel bill and the taxi fare. He had not even kissed her at the station. She tried to fancy that she heard his voice calling Christine with frantic supplication in her ears, but she could not. She turned into another side street and saw a lighted doorway. 2 soldiers were standing in the veiled radiance. She could just read the lower half of the painted notice. All servicemen welcome. Beds, meals, writing and reading rooms, always open. She passed on. One of the soldiers, a non-commissioned officer of mature years, solemnly winked at her without moving an unnecessary muscle. She looked modestly down. 20 yards further on she descried near a lamp-post a tall soldier whose somewhat bent body seemed to be clustered over with pots, pans, tins, bags, valises, satchels, and weapons, like the figure of some military Father Christmas on his surreptitious rounds. She knew that he must be a poor benighted fellow just back from the trenches. He was staring up at the place where the street sign ought to have been. He glanced at her and said, in a fatigued, gloomy, aristocratic voice, "Pardon me, madam, is this Denman Street? I want to find the Denman Hostel." Christine looked into his face. A sacred dew suffused her from head to foot. She trembled with an intimidated joy. She felt the mystic influences of all the unseen powers. She knew herself with holy dread to be the chosen of the very clement Virgin, and the channel of a miraculous intervention. It was the most marvellous, sweetest thing that had ever happened. It was humanly incredible, but it had happened. "Is it you?" she murmured in a soft, breaking voice. The man stooped and examined her face. She said, while he gazed at her, "Edgar, see, the wristwatch," and held up her arm, from which the wide sleeve of her mantle slipped away. And the man said, "Is it you?" She said, "Come with me, I will look after you." The man answered glumly, "I have no money, at least not enough for you, and I owe a lot of money already. You are an angel. I'm ashamed." "What do you mean?" Christine protested. "Do you forget that you gave me a £5 note? It was more than enough to pay for the hotel. As for the rest, let us not speak of it. Come with me." "Did I?" muttered the man. She could feel the very clement Virgin smiling approval of her fib. It was exactly such a fib as the Virgin herself would have told in a quandary of charity. And when a taxi came round the corner, she knew that the Virgin, disguised as a taxi driver, was steering it, and she hailed it with a firm and yet loving gesture. The taxi stopped. She opened the door, and in her sombre mantle and bright trailing frock and glinting pale shoes, she got in, and the military Father Christmas, with much difficulty and jingling and clinking, insinuated himself after her into the vehicle, and banged to the door. And at the same moment one of the soldiers from the hostel ran up. "Here, mate, what do you want to take his money from him for, you damned whore?" But the taxi drove off. Christine had not understood, and had she understood she would not have cared. She had a divine mission. She was in bliss. "You do not seem surprised to meet me," she said, taking Edgar's rough hand. "No." "Had you called out my name, Christine?" "No." "You are sure?" "Yes." "Perhaps you were thinking of me. I was thinking of you." "Perhaps, I don't know, but I'm never surprised." "You must be very tired." "Yes." "But why are you like that? All these things. You are not an officer now." "No, I had to resign my commission just after I saw you." He paused and added dryly, "Whiskey." His deep, rich voice filled the taxi with the resigned philosophy of fatalism. "And then?" "Of course I joined up again at once," he said casually. "I soon got out to the front. Now I'm on leave. That's mere luck." She burst into tears. She was so touched by his curt story, and by the grotesquerie of his appearance in the faint light from the exterior lamp which lit the dial of the taximeter, that she lost control of herself. And the man gave a sob, or possibly it was only a gulp to hide a sob, and she leaned against him in her thin garments, and he clinked and jingled, and his breath smelt of beer. Chapter 25. The Ring. The flat was in darkness except for the little lamp by the bedside. The soldier lay asleep in his flannel shirt in the wide bed, and Christine lay awake next him. His clothes were heaped on a chair. His 80 pounds weight of kit were deposited in a corner of the drawing-room. On the table in the drawing-room were the remains of a meal. Christine was thinking, carelessly and without apprehension, of what she would say to G.J. She would tell him that she had suddenly felt unwell. No, that would be silly. She would tell him that he really had not the right to ask her to meet such women as Ida and Alice. Had he no respect for her? Or she would tell him that Ida had obviously meant to attack her, and that the dance with Lieutenant Mulder was simply a device to enable her to get away quietly and avoid all scandal in a resort where scandal was intensely deprecated. She could tell him 50 things, and he would have to accept whatever she chose to tell him. She was mystically happy in the incomparable marvel of the miracle, and in her care of the dull, unresponding man. Her heart yearned thankfully, devotedly, passionately to the Virgin of the $7. In the profound nocturnal silence, broken only by the man's slow, regular breathing, she heard a sudden ring. It was the front door-bell ringing in the kitchen. The bell rang again and again, obstinately. G.J.'s party was over then, and he had arrived to make inquiries. She smiled and did not move. After a few moments she could hear Martha stirring. She sprang up, and then, cunningly considerate, slipped from under the bedclothes as noiselessly and as smoothly as a snake, so that the man should not be disturbed. The two women met in the little hall, Christine in the immodesty of a lacy and diaphanous garment, and Martha in a coarse cotton nightgown covered with a shawl. The bell rang once more, loudly, close to their ears. "Are you mad?" Crispin whispered with fierceness. "Go back to bed. Let him ring." Chapter 26. The Return. It was afternoon in April 1916. G.J. rang the right bell at the entrance of the London home of the Letchfords, Letchford House, designed about 1840 by an Englishman of genius, who in this rare instance had found a patron with the wit to let him alone, was one of the finest examples of domestic architecture in the West End. Inspired by the formidable palaces of Rome and Florence, the artist had conceived a building in the style of the Italian Renaissance, but modified, softened, chastened, civilized, to express the bland and yet haughty sobriety of the English climate and the English peerage. People without an eye for the perfect would have correctly described it as a large plain house in grey stone, of 3 stories, with a width of 4 windows on either side of its black front door, a jutting cornice, and rather elaborate chimneys. It was, however, a masterpiece for the connoisseur, and foreign architects sometimes came with cards of admission to pry into it professionally. The blinds of its principal windows were down, not because of the war. They were often down, for at least 4 other houses disputed with Letchford House the honour of sheltering the Marquis and his wife and their sole surviving child. Above the roof, a wire platform for the catching of bombs had given the mansion a somewhat ridiculous appearance, but otherwise Letchford House managed to look as though it had never heard of the European war. One half of the black entrance swung open, and a middle-aged gentleman, dressed like Lord Letchford's stockbroker, but who was in reality his butler, said, in answer to G.J.'s inquiry, "Lady Queenie is not at home, sir." "But it is 5 o'clock," protested G.J., suddenly sick of Queen's impudent unreliability, "and I have an appointment with her at 5. The butler's face relaxed, ever so little, from its occupational inhumanity of a suet pudding. The spirit of compassion seemed to inform it for an instant. "Her ladyship went out about a quarter of an hour ago, sir." "When do you think she'll be back?" The suet pudding was restored. "That I could not say, sir." "Damn the girl," said G.J. to himself, and aloud, "Please tell her ladyship that I've called." "Mr. Hope, is it not, sir?" "It is." By the force of his raisin eyes, the butler held G.J. as he turned to descend the steps. "There's nobody at home, sir, except Mrs. Carlos Smith. Mrs. Carlos Smith is in Lady Queenie's apartments." "Mrs. Carlos Smith!" exclaimed G.J., who had not seen Concepcion for some 17 months, nor heard from her for nearly as long, nor heard of her since the previous year. "Yes, sir." "Ask her if she can see me, will you?" said G.J. impetuously, after a slight pause. He stepped on to the tessellated pavement of the outer hall. On the raised tessellated pavement of the inner hall stood 2 meditative youngish footmen, possibly musing upon the problems of the intensification of the Military Service Act, which were then exciting journalists and statesmen. Beyond was the renowned staircase, which, rising with insubstantial grace, lost itself in silvery altitude like the way to heaven. Presently G.J. was mounting the staircase and passing statues by Canova and Thorwaldsen, and portraits of which the heads had been painted by Lawrence, and the hands and draperies by Lawrence's hireling, and huger canvases on which the heads and breasts had been painted by Rubens, and everything else by Rubens's regiment of hirelings. The guiding footman preceded him through a great chamber which he recognized as the drawing-room in its winding-sheet, and then up a small and insignificant staircase, and G.J. was on ground strange to him, for never till then had he been higher than the first floor in Letchford House. Lady Queenie's apartments did violence to G.J.'s sensibilities as an upholder of traditionalism in all the arts, of the theory that every sound movement in any art must derive from its predecessor. Some months earlier he had met for a few minutes the creative leader of the newest development in internal decoration, and he vividly remembered a saying of the grey-haired, slouch-hatted man. "At the present day the only people in the world with really vital perceptions about decoration are African niggers, and the only inspiring productions are the coloured cotton stuffs designed for the African native market." The remark had amused and stimulated him, but he had never troubled to go in search of examples of the inspiring influence of African taste on London domesticity. He now saw perhaps the supreme instance lodged in Letchford House, like a new and truculent state within a great empire. Lady Queenie had imposed terms on her family, and, under threats of rupture, of separation, of scandal, Lady Queenie's exotic nest had come into existence in this very fortress of unchangeable British convention. The phenomenon was a war phenomenon, due to the war, begotten by the war, for Lady Queenie had said that if she was to do war work without disaster to her sanity, she must have the right environment. Thus, the putting together of Lady Queenie's nest had proceeded concurrently with the building of national projectile factories and of square miles of offices for the girl clerks of ministries and departments of government. The footman left G.J. alone in a room designated the boudoir. G.J. resented the boudoir because it was like nothing that he had ever witnessed. The walls were irregularly covered with rhombuses, rhomboids, lozenges, diamonds, triangles, and parallelograms. The carpet was treated likewise, and also the upholstery and the cushions. The colourings of the scene, in their excessive brightness, crudity, and variety, surpassed G.J.'s conception of the possible. He had learned the value of colour before Queen was born, and in the Albany had translated principle into practice. But the hues of the boudoir made the gaudiest effects of Regency furniture appear sombre. The place resembled a gigantic and glittering kaleidoscope, deranged and arrested. G.J.'s glance ran round the room like a hunted animal seeking escape, and found no escape. He was as disturbed as he might have been disturbed by drinking a liqueur on the top of a cocktail. Nevertheless, he had to admit that some of the contrasts of pure colour were rather beautiful, even impressive, and he hated to admit it. He was aware of a terrible apprehension that he would never be the same man again, and that henceforth his own abode would be eternally stricken for him with the curse of insipidity. Regaining somewhat his nerve, he looked for pictures. There were no pictures. But every piece of furniture was painted with primitive sketches of human figures, or of flowers, or of vessels, or of animals. On the front of the mantelpiece were perversely but brilliantly depicted, with a high degree of finish, two nude, crouching women, who gazed longingly at each other across the impassable semicircular abyss of the fireplace, and, just above their heads, on a scroll, ran these words: "The ways of God are strange." He heard movements and a slight cough in the next room, the door leading to which was ajar. Concepcion's cough. He thought he recognized it. 5 minutes ago he had had no notion of seeing her. Now he was about to see her, and he felt excited and troubled as much by the sudden violence of life as by the mere prospect of the meeting. After her husband's death, Concepcion had soon withdrawn from London. A large engineering firm on the Clyde, one of the heads of which happened to be constitutionally a pioneer, was establishing a canteen for its workmen, and Concepcion, the tentacles of whose influence would stretch to any length, had decided that she ought to take up canteen work, and in particular the canteen work of just that firm. But first of all, to strengthen her prestige and acquire new prestige, she had gone to the United States, with a powerful introduction to Sears, Roebuck and Company of Chicago, in order to study industrial canteenism in its most advanced and intricate manifestations. Portraits of Concepcion in splendid furs on the deck of the steamer in the act of preparing to study industrial canteenism in its most advanced and intricate manifestations had appeared in the illustrated weeklies. The luxurious trip had cost several hundreds of pounds, but it was war expenditure, and moreover Concepcion had come into considerable sums of money through her deceased husband. Her return to Britain had never been published. Advertisements of Concepcion ceased. Only a few friends knew that she was in the most active retirement on the Clyde. G.J. had written to her twice, but had obtained no replies. One fact he knew, that she had not had a child. Lady Queenie had not mentioned it. It was understood that the inseparables had quarrelled in the heroic manner, and separated for ever. She entered the boudoir slowly. G.J. grew self-conscious, as it were because she was still the martyr of destiny, and he was not. She wore a lavender-tinted gown of Queen's. He knew it was Queen's because he had seen precisely such a gown on Queen, and there could not possibly be another gown precisely like that very challenging gown. It suited Queen, but it did not suit Concepcion. She looked older. She was 32 and might have been taken for 35. She was very pale, with immense fatigued eyes, but her ridiculous nose had preserved all its originality. And she had the same slightly masculine air, perhaps somewhat intensified, with an added dignity. And G.J. thought, "She's as mysterious and unfathomable as I am myself." And he was impressed and perturbed. With a faint sardonic smile, glancing at him as a physical equal from her unusual height, she was as tall as Lady Queenie, she said abruptly and casually, "Am I changed?" "No," he replied as abruptly and casually, clasping almost inimically her ringed hand. She was wearing Queenie's rings. "But you're tired. The journey, I suppose?" "It's not that. We sat up till 5 o'clock this morning talking." "Who?" "Queen and I." "What did you do that for?"
"Well, you see, we'd had the devil's own row."
She stopped, leaving his imagination to complete the picture of the meeting and the night talk. He smiled awkwardly, tried to be paternal, and failed. "What about?"
"She never wanted me to leave London. I came back last night with only a handbag, just as she was going out to dinner."
"She didn't go out to dinner."
"Queen is a white woman. Nobody knows how white Queen is. I didn't know myself until last night."
There was a pause.
G.J. said, "I had an appointment here with the white woman on business." "Yes, I know," said Concepcion negligently. "She'll be home soon."
Something infinitesimally malicious in the voice and gaze sent the singular idea shooting through his mind that Queen had gone out on purpose so that Concepcion might have him alone for a while. And he was wary of both of them, as he might have been of two pagan goddesses whom he, a poor defiant mortal, suspected of having laid an eye on him for their own ends.
"You've changed, anyhow," said Concepcion.
"Older?"
"No, harder."
He was startled, but not displeased.
"How harder?"
"More sure of yourself," said Concepcion, with a trace of the old harsh egotism in her tone.
"It appears you're a perfect tyrant on the Letchford Committee, now you're vice-chairman, and all the more Footling members dread the days when you're in the chair. It appears also that you've really overthrown two chairmen, and yet you won't take the situation yourself."
He was still more startled, but now positively flattered by the world's estimate of his activities and individuality. He saw himself in a new light.
"This what you were talking about until 5 a.m.?
The butler entered.
"Shall I have tea, madam?"
Concepcion looked at the man scornfully.
"Yes."
One of the minor stalwarts entered and arranged a table, and the other followed with a glittering, steaming tray in his hands, while the butler hovered like a winged hippopotamus over the operation. Concepcion half sat down by the table, and then, altering her mind, dropped onto a vast chaise longue, as wide as a bed, and covered with as many cushions as would have stocked a cushion shop, which occupied the principal place in front of the hearth. The hem of her rich gown just touched the floor. G.J. could see that she was wearing the transparent deep purple stockings that Queen wore with the transparent lavender gown. Her right shoulder rose high from the mass of the body, and her head was sunk between two cushions. Her voice came smothered from the cushions.
"Damn it, G.J., don't look at me like that."
He was standing near the mantelpiece.
"Why?" he explained. "What's the matter, Con?"
There was no answer. He lit a cigarette. The ebullient kettle kept lifting its lid in growing impatience, but Concepcion seemed to have forgotten the tea. G.J. had a thought, distinct like a bubble on a sea of thoughts, that if the tea was already made, as no doubt it was, it would soon be stewed. Concepcion said, "The matter is that I'm a ruined woman, and Queen can't understand." And in the bewildering, voluptuous brightness and luxury of the room, G.J. had the sensation of being a poor, baffled ghost groping in the night of existence. Concepcion's left arm slipped over the edge of the daybed and hung limp and pale, the curved fingers touching the carpet. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Pretty Lady by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. The Clyde. She was sitting up on the chaise longue and had poured out the tea. He had pushed the tea-table towards the chaise longue, and she was talking in an ordinary tone just as though she had not immodestly bared her spirit to him, and as though she knew not that he realized she had done so. She was talking at length, as one who in the past had been well accustomed to giving monologues and to holding drawing-rooms in subjection while she chattered, and to making drawing-rooms feel glad that they had consented to subjection. She was saying, "You've no idea what the valley of the Clyde is now. You can't have. It's filled with girls, and they come into it every morning by train to huge stations specially built for them, and they make the most ghastly things for killing other girls' lovers all day, and they go back by train at night. Only some of them work all night. I had to leave my own works to organize the canteen of a new filling factory. 5,000 girls in that factory. It's frightfully dangerous. They have to wear special clothing. They have to take off every stitch from their bodies in one room and run in their innocence and nothing else to another room where the special clothing is. That's the only way to prevent the whole place being blown up one beautiful day. But 5,000 of them. You can't imagine it. You'd like to, GJ, but you can't. However, I didn't stay there very long. I wanted to go back to my own place. I was adored at my own place. Of course the men adored me. They used to fight about me sometimes. Terrific men. Nothing ever made me happier than that, or so happy. But the girls were more interesting. 2,000 of them there. You'd never guess it, because they were hidden in thickets of machinery. But see them rush out endlessly to the canteen for tea. All sorts. Lots of devils and cats. Some lovely creatures, heavenly creatures as fine as a queen. They adored me too. They didn't at first, some of them, but they soon tumbled to it that I was the modern woman, and that they'd never seen me before, and it was a great discovery. Absurdly easy to raise yourself to be the idol of a crowd that fancies itself canny. Incredibly easy. I used to take their part against the works manager as often as I could. He was a fiend. He hated me. But then I was a fiend too, and I hated him more. I used often to come on at 6 in the morning, when they did, and sign on. It isn't really signing on now at all. There's a clock dial and a whole machine for catching you out. They loved to see me doing that. And I worked the lathe sometimes, just for a bit, just to show that I wasn't ashamed to work, etc. All that sentimental twaddle. It pleased them. And if any really vigorous-minded girl had dared to say it was sentimental twaddle, there would have been a crucifixion or something of the sort in the cloakrooms. The mob's always the same. But what pleased them far more than anything was me knowing them by their Christian names. Not all, of course. Still, hundreds of them. Marvellous feats of memorizing I did. I used to go about muttering under my breath. Winnie, wart on left hand, Winnie, wart on left hand, Winnie, wart on left hand. You see? And I've sworn at them, not often. Wouldn't do, naturally. But there was scarcely a woman there that I couldn't simply blast in 2 seconds if I felt like it. On the other hand, I assure you I could be very tender. I'm surprised how tender I could be now and then in my little office. They'd tell me anything. Sounds sentimental, but they would. And some of them had no more notion that there's such a thing on earth as propriety than a monkey has. I thought I knew everything before I went to the Clyde Valley. Well, I didn't. Concepcion looked at GJ. You know, you're very innocent, GJ, compared to me. I should hope so, said GJ impenetrably. What do you think of it all? She demanded in a fresh tone, leaning a little towards him. He replied, I'm impressed. He was, in fact, very profoundly impressed, but he had to illustrate the hardness in himself which she had revealed to him. He wondered whether the members of the Lecture Committee really did credit him with having dethroned a couple of chairmen. The idea was new to his modesty. Perhaps he had been underestimating his own weight on the committee. No doubt he had. All constraint was now dissipated between Concepcion and himself. They were behaving to each other as though their intimacy had never been interrupted for a single week. She amazed him, sitting there in the purple stockings and the affronting gown, and he admired. Her material achievement alone was prodigious. He pictured her as she rose in the winter dark and in the summer dawn to go to the works and wrestle with so much incalculable human nature and so many complex questions of organization, day after day, week after week, month after month, for nearly 18 months. She had kept it up. That was the point. She had shown what she was made of, and what she was made of was unquestionably marvellous. He would have liked to know about various things to which she had made no reference. Did she live in a frowsy lodging-house near the great works? What kind of food did she get? What did she do with her evenings and her Sundays? Was she bored? Was she miserable or exultant? Had she acquaintances, external interests? Or did she immerse herself completely, inclusively, in the huge, smoking, whirring, foul, perilous hell which she had described. The contemplation of the horror of the hell gave him, and her too, he thought, a curious feeling which was not unpleasurable. It had savour. He would not, however, inquire from her concerning details. He preferred on reflection to keep the details mysterious as her individuality and as the impression of her worn eyes. The setting of mystery in his mind suited her. He said, "But of course your relations with those girls were artificial after all." "No, they weren't. I tell you the girls were perfectly open. There wasn't the slightest artificiality." "Yes, but were you open to them? Did you ever tell them anything about yourself, for instance?" "Oh, no." "Did they ever ask you to?" "No, they wouldn't have thought of doing so." "That's what I call artificiality. By the way, how have you been ruined? Who ruined you? Was it the hated works manager?" There had been no change in his tone. He spoke with the utmost detachment. "I was coming to that," answered Concepcion, apparently with a detachment equal to his. "Last week but one, in one of the shops, there was a girl standing in front of a machine with her back to it. About 22. You must see her in your own mind. About 22, nice chestnut hair. Cap over it, of course, that's the rule. Khaki overalls and trousers. Rather high-heeled patent leather boots. They fancy themselves, thank God. And a bit of lace showing out of the khaki at the neck. Red cheeks. She was fairly new to the works. Do you see her? She meant to be one of the devils. Earning £2 a week nearly, and eagerly spending it all. Fully awake to all the possibilities of her body. I was in the shop. I said something to her, and she didn't hear at first. The noise of some of the shops is shattering. I went close to her and repeated it. She laughed out of mere vivacity, and threw back her head as people do when they laugh. The machine behind her must have caught some hair that wasn't under her cap. All her hair was dragged from under the cap, and in no time all her hair was torn out, and the whole of her scalp ripped clean off. In a second or two I got her onto a trolley. I did it, and threw an overall over her and ran her to the dressing station, close to the main office entrance. There was a car there. One of the directors was just driving off. I stopped him. It wasn't a case for our dressing station. In 3 minutes I had her at the hospital. 3 minutes. The car was soaked in blood, but she didn't lose consciousness, that child didn't. She's dead now. She's buried. A body that she meant to use so profusely for her own delights is squeezed up in the little black box in the dark and the silence, down below where the spring can't get at it. I had no sleep for 2 nights. On the second day, a doctor at the hospital said that I must take at least 3 months' holiday. He said I'd had a nervous breakdown. I didn't know I had, and I don't know now. I said I wouldn't take any holiday, and that nothing would induce me to. Why, Con? Because I'd sworn, absolutely sworn to myself to stick that job till the war was over. You understand, I'd sworn it. Well, they wouldn't let me on to the works, and yesterday one of the directors brought me up to town himself. He was very kind in his Clyde way. Now you understand what I mean when I say I'm ruined. I'm ruined with myself, you see. I didn't stick it. I couldn't. But there were 20 or 30 girls who saw the accident. They're sticking it. Yes, he said in a voice soft and moved. I understand. While he spoke thus aloud, though his emotion was genuine, and his desire to comfort and sustain her genuine, and his admiration for her genuine, he thought to himself, how theatrically she told it. Every effect was studied, nearly every word. Well, she can't help it. But does she imagine I can't see that all the casualness was deliberately part of the effect? She lit a cigarette and leaned her half-draped elbows on the tea-table, and curved her ring fingers, which had withstood time and fatigue much better than her face. And then she reclined again on the chaise longue, on her back, and sent up smoke perpendicularly, and through the smoke seemed to be trying to decipher the enigmas of the ceiling. G.J. rose and stood over her in silence. At last she went on. The work those girls do is excruciating, hellish, and they don't realize it. That's the worst of it. They'll never be the same again. They're ruining their health, and what's more important, their looks. You can see them changing under your eyes. Ours was the best factory on the Clyde, and the conditions were unspeakable. In spite of canteens and restrooms and libraries and sanitation and all this damned welfare. Fancy a girl chained up for 12 hours every day to a thundering, whizzing iron machine that never gets tired. The machine's just as fresh at 6 o'clock at night as it was at 6 in the morning, and just as anxious to maim her if she doesn't look out for herself, more anxious. The whole thing's still going on. They're at it now, this very minute. You're interested in a factory, aren't you, G.J.? Yes, he answered gently, but looking with seemingly callous firmness down at her. The Britannic Company, or some such name? Yes. Making tons of money, I hear. Yes. You're a profiteer, G.J. I'm not. Long since I decided I must give away all my extra profits. Ever go and look at your factory? No. Any nice young girls working there? I don't know. If there are they decently treated? Don't know that either. Why don't you go and see? It's no business of mine. Yes, it is. Aren't you making yourself glorious as a philanthropist out of the thing? I tell you it's no business of mine, he insisted evenly. I couldn't do anything if I went. I've no status. Rotten system. Possibly, but systems can't be altered like that. Systems alter themselves, and they aren't in a hurry about it. This system isn't new, though it's new to you. You people in London don't know what work is. And what about your Clyde strikes? G.J. retorted. Well, that's all settled now, said Concepcion rather uneasily, like a champion who foresees a fight but lacks confidence. Yes, but... G.J. suddenly altered his tone to the persuasive. You must know all about these strikes. What was the real cause? We don't understand them here. If you really want to know, nerves, she said earnestly and triumphantly. Nerves? Overwork, no rest, no change, everlasting punishment. The one incomprehensible thing to me is that the whole of Glasgow didn't go on strike and stay out forever. There's just as much overwork in London as there is on the Clyde. There's a lot more talking, Parliament, Cabinet, committees. You should hear what they say about it in Glasgow. Con, he said kindly, you don't suspect it, but you're childish. It's the job of one part of London to talk. If that part of London didn't talk, your tribes on the Clyde couldn't work, because they wouldn't know what to do nor how to do it. Talking has to come before working, and let me tell you, it's more difficult and it's more killing, because it's more responsible. Excuse this common sense made easy for beginners, but you put it on yourself. She frowned. And what do? Do you talk or work? She smiled. I'll tell you this, said he, smiling candidly and benevolently. It took me a dickens of a time really to put myself into anything that meant steady effort. I'd lost the habit. Natural enough, and I'm not going to sackcloth about it. However, I'm improving. I'm going to take on the secretaryship of the Lexford Committee. Some of them mayn't want me, but they'll have to have me. And when they've got me, they'll have to look out. All of them, including Queen and her mother. Would it take the whole of your time? Yes, I'm doing 3 days a week now. I suppose you think you've beaten me? Con, I do ask you not to be a child. But I am a child. Why don't you humour me? You know I've had a nervous breakdown. You used to humour me. He shook his head. Humouring you won't do your nervous breakdown any good. It might some women's, but not yours. You shall humour me, she cried. I haven't told you half my ruin. Do you know I meant to love Carly all my life? I felt sure I should. Well, I can't. It's gone, all that feeling, already, in less than 2 years. And now I'm only sorry for him and sorry for myself. Isn't it horrible? Isn't it horrible? Try not to think, he murmured. She sat up impetuously. Don't talk such damn nonsense. Try not to think. Why, my frightful unhappiness is the one thing that keeps me alive. Yes, G.J. yielded. It was nonsense. She sank back. He saw moisture in her eyes, and felt it in his own. Chapter 28. Salome. Lady Queenie arrived in haste, as though relentless time had pursued her up the stairs. "Why, you're in the dark here!" she exclaimed impatiently, and impatiently switched on several lights. "Sorry I'm late, G.J.," she said perfunctorily, without taking any trouble to put conviction into her voice. "How have you two been getting on?" She looked at Concepcion and G.J. in a peculiar way, inquisitorial and implicatory. Then, towards the door, come in, darling." A young soldier with the stripe of a lance corporal entered, slightly nervous and slightly defiant. "And you, miss, I forget your name?" A young woman entered. She had very red lips and very high heels, and was both more nervous and more defiant than the young soldier. "This is Mr. Darlin, you know, Con, second ballet master at the Ottoman. I met him by sheer marvellous chance. He's only got 10 minutes. He hasn't really got that, but he's going to see me do my Salome dance." Lady Queenie made no attempt to introduce Miss I forget your name, who of her own accord took a chair with a curious dashed effrontery. It appeared that she was attached to Mr. Darlin. Lady Queenie cast off rapidly gloves, hat, and coat, and then, having rushed to the bell and rung it fiercely several times, came back to the chaise longue and gazed at it and at the surrounding floor. "Would you mind, Con?" Concepcion rose. Lady Queenie, rushing off again, pushed several more switches, and from a thick cluster of bulbs in front of a large mirror at the end of the room there fell dazzling sheets of light. A footman presented himself. "Push the day-bag right away towards the window," she commanded. The footman inclined and obeyed, and the lance corporal superiorly helped him. Then the footman was told to energize the gramophone, which, in its specially designed case, stood in a corner. The footman seemed to be on intimate terms with the gramophone. Meanwhile, Lady Queenie, with a safety pin, was fastening the back hem of her short skirt to the front between the knees. Still bending, she took her shoes off. Her scent impregnated the room. "You see, it will be barefoot," she explained to Mr. Darlin. The walls of London were already billed with an early announcement of the marvels of the pageant of Terpsichore, which was to occur at the Albert Hall, under the superintendence of the greatest modern English painters, in aid of a fund for soldiers disabled by deafness. The performers were all ladies of the upper world, ladies bearing names for the most part as familiar as the names of streets, and not a stage star among them. Amateurism was to be absolutely untainted by professionalism in the prodigious affair. Therefore, the price of tickets ruled high, and queens had conferred their patronage. Lady Queenie removed several bracelets and a necklace, and seizing a plate, deposited it on the carpet. "That piece of bread and butter," she said, "is the head of my beloved John." The clever footman started the gramophone, and Lady Queenie began to dance. The lance corporal walked round her, surveying her at all angles, watching her like a tiger, imitating movements, suggesting movements, sketching emotions with his arm, raising himself at intervals on the toes of his thick boots. After a few moments, Concepcion glanced at G.J., conveying to him a passionate, adoring admiration of Queenie's talent. G.J., startled by her brightened eyes so suddenly full of temperament, nodded to please her. But the fact was that he saw naught to admire in the beautiful and brazen amateur's performance. He wondered that she could not have discovered something more original than to follow the footsteps of Maud Allan in a scene which years ago had become stale. He wondered that, at any rate, Concepcion should not perceive the poor, pretentious quality of the girlish exhibition. And as he looked at the mincing Darlin, he pictured the lance corporal helping to serve a gun. And as he looked at the youthful, lithe Queenie posturing in the shower bath of rays amid the blazing chromatic fantasy of the room, and his nostrils twitched to her pungent perfume, he pictured the reverberating shell factory on the Clyde, where girls had their scalps torn off by unappeasable machinery, and the filling factory where 5,000 girls stripped themselves naked in order to lessen the danger of being blown to bits. After a climax of capering, Queen fell full length on her stomach upon the carpet, her soft chin accurately adjusted to the edge of the plate. The music ceased. The gramophone gnashed on the disc until the footman lifted its fang. Miss I forget your name raised both her feet from the floor, stuck her legs out in a straight slanting line, and condescendingly clapped. Then, seeing that Queen was worrying the piece of bread and butter with her teeth, she exclaimed in agitation, "Oh, my!" Mr. Darlin assisted the breathless Queen to rise, and they went off into a corner, and he talked to her in low tones. Soon he looked at his wrist-watch and caught the summoning eye of Miss I forget your name. "But it's pretty all right, isn't it?" said Queen. Oh, yes, he soothed her with an expert's casualness. "Naturally you wanted to work it up. You fell beautifully. Now you go and see Crevelli, he's the man."
I shall get him to come here. What's his address?" "I don't know. He just moved, but you'll see it in the April number of the Dancing Times." As the footman was about to escort Mr. Darlin and his urgent lady downstairs, Queen ordered, "Bring me up a whisky and soda." "It's splendid, Queen," said Concepcion enthusiastically when the two were alone with G.J. "I'm so glad you think so, darling. How are you, darling?" She kissed the older woman affectionately, fondly on the lips, and then gave G.J. a challenging glance. "Oh!" she exclaimed, and called out very loud, "Robin, I want you at once." The secretarial Miss Robinson, carrying a notebook, appeared like magic from the inner room. "Get me the April number of the Dancing News." "Times," G.J. corrected. "Well, Times, it's all the same. And write to Mr. Opson and say that we really must have proper dressing-room accommodation. It's most important." "Yes, your ladyship. Your ladyship has the subcommittee as to entrance arrangements for the public at 6:30. "I shan't go. Telephone to them. I've got quite enough to do without that. I'm utterly exhausted. Don't forget about the Dancing Times, and to write to Mr. Opson." "Yes, your ladyship." "G.J.," said Queen, after Robin had gone, "you are a pig if you don't go on that subcommittee as to entrance arrangements. You know what the Albert Hall is. They'll make a horrible mess of it, and it's just the sort of thing you can do better than anybody." "Yes, but a pig I am," answered G.J. firmly. Then he added, "I'll tell you how you might have avoided all these complications." "How?" "By having no pageant and simply going round collecting subscriptions. Nobody would have refused you, and there would have been no expenses to come off the total." Lady Queenie put her lips together. "Has he been behaving in this style to you, Con?" "A little now and then," said Concepcion. Later, when the chaise longue and Queen's shoes had been replaced, and the tea-things and the head of John the Baptist taken away, and all the lights extinguished save one over the mantelpiece, and Lady Queenie had nearly finished the whisky and soda, and nothing remained of the rehearsal except the safety-pin between Lady Queenie's knees, G.J. was still waiting for her to bethink herself of the hospital subject upon which he had called by special request and appointment to see her. He took oath not to mention it first. Shortly afterwards, stiff in his resolution, he departed. In 3 minutes he was in the smoking-room of his club, warming himself at a fine, old, huge, wasteful grate, in which burned such a coal-fire as could not have been seen in France, Italy, Germany, Austria, Russia, nor anywhere on the continent of Europe. The war had as yet changed nothing in the impregnable club, unless it was that ordinary matches had recently been substituted for the giant matches on which the club had hitherto prided itself. The hour lay neglected midway between tea and dinner, and there were only 2 other members in the vast room, solitaries, each before his own grand fire. G.J. took up the Times, which his duties had prevented him from reading at large in the morning. He wandered with a sense of ease among its multifarious pages, and, in full leisure, brought his information up to date concerning the state of the war and of the country. Air raids by Zeppelins were frequent, and some authorities talked magniloquently about the defence of London. Hundreds of people had paid immense sums for pictures and objects of art at the Red Cross sale at Christie's, one of the most successful social events of the year. The House of Commons was inquisitive about Mesopotamia as a whole, and one British army was still trying to relieve another British army besieged in Kut. German submarine successes were obviously disquieting. The supply of beer was reduced. There were to be 40 principal aristocratic dancers in the pageant of Terpsichore. The Chancellor of the Exchequer had budgeted for 500 millions, and was very proud. The best people were at once proud and scared of the new income tax of 5 shillings in the pound. They expressed the fear that such a tax would kill income, or send it to America. The theatrical profession was quite sure that the amusements tax would involve utter ruin for the theatrical profession, and the match trade was quite sure that the match tax would put an end to matches, and some unnamed modest individuals had apparently decided that the travel tax must, and forthwith would, be dropped. The story of the evacuation of Gallipoli had grown old and tedious. Cranks were still vainly trying to prove to the blunt John Bullishness of the Prime Minister that the Daylight Saving Bill was not a piece of mere freak legislation. The whole of the West End and all the inhabitants of country houses in Britain had discovered a new deity in Australia, and spent all their spare time and lungs in asserting that all other deities were false and futile. His earthly name was Hughes. Jan Smuts was fighting in the primeval forests of East Africa. The Germans were discussing their war aims, and on the Verdun front
they had reached Mort Homme in the usual way. That was, according to the London press, by sacrificing more men than any place could possibly be worth. Still, they had reached Mort Homme. And though our losses and the French losses were everywhere, one might assert, so to speak, negligible, nevertheless the steadfast band of thinkers and fact-facers who held a monopoly of true patriotism were extremely anxious to extend the Military Service Act so as to rope into the army every fit male in the island, except themselves. The pages of the Times grew semi-transparent, and G.J. descried Concepcion moving mysteriously in a mist behind them. Only then did he begin effectively to realize her experiences and her achievement and her ordeal on the distant romantic Clyde. He said to himself, "I could never have stood what she has stood." She was a terrific woman, but because she was such a mixture of the mad heroic and the silly foolish, he rather condescended to her. She lacked what he was sure he possessed, and what he prized beyond everything: poise. And had she truly had a nervous breakdown, or was that fancy? Did she truly despair of herself as a ruined woman, doubly ruined, or was she acting a part, as much in order to impress herself as in order to impress others? He thought the country, and particularly its press, was somewhat like Concepcion as a complex. He condescended to Queenie also, not bitterly, but with sardonic pity. There she was, unalterable by any war, instinctively and ruthlessly working out her soul and her destiny. The country was somewhat like Queenie too. But of course, comparison between Queenie and Concepcion was absurd. He'd had to defend himself to Concepcion, and had he not defended himself? True, he had begun perhaps too slowly to work for the war. However, he had begun. What else could he have done beyond what he had done? Become a special constable? Grotesque. He simply could not see himself as a special constable, and if the country could not employ him more usefully than in standing on guard over an electricity works or a railway bridge in the middle of the night, the country deserved to lose his services. Become a volunteer? Even more grotesque. Was he, a man turned 50, to dress up and fall flat on the ground at the word of some fantastic jackanapes, or stare into vacancy while some inspecting general examined his person as though it were a tailor's mannequin? He had tried several times to get into a government department which would utilize his brains, but without success. And the club hummed with the unimaginable stories related by disappointed and dignified middle-aged men whose too eager patriotism had been rendered ridiculous by the vicious foolery of government departments. No, he had some work to do, and he was doing it. People were looking to him for decision, for sagacity, for initiative. He supplied these things. His work might grow even beyond his expectations, but if it did not, he should not worry. He felt that, unfatigued, he could and would contribute to the mass of the national resolution in the latter and more racking half of the war. Morally, he was profiting by the war. Nay, more in a deep sense, he was enjoying it, the immensity of it, the terror of it, the idiocy of it, the splendour of it, its unique grandeur as an illustration of human nature, thrilled the spectator in him. He had little fear for the result. The nations had measured themselves. The factors of the equation were known. Britain conceivably might not win, but she could never lose. And he did not accept the singular theory that unless she won this war, another war would necessarily follow. He had, in spite of all, a pretty good opinion of mankind, and would not exaggerate its capacity for lunatic madness. The worst was over when Paris was definitely saved. Suffering would sink and die like a fire. Privations were paid for day by day in the cash of fortitude. Taxes would always be met. A whole generation, including himself, would rapidly vanish, and the next would stand in its place. And at worst, the path of evolution was unchangeably appointed. A harsh, callous philosophy, perhaps. What impressed him, and possibly intimidated him beyond anything else whatever, was the onset of the next generation. He thought of Queenie, of Mr. Dialin, of Miss I-forget-your-name, of Lieutenant Mulder. How unconsciously sure of themselves and arrogant in their years! How strong, how unapprehensive! And yet he had just been taking credit for his own freedom from apprehensiveness. They were young, and he was so no longer. Pooh! A brave pooh! He was wiser than they. He had acquired the supreme and subtly enjoyable faculty which they had yet painfully to acquire, of nice, sure, discriminating, all-weighing judgment. Concepcion had divested herself of youth, and Christine, since he knew her, had never had any youthfulness save the physical. There were only these two. Said a voice behind him, "You dining here tonight?" "I am." "Shall we crack a bottle together?" It was astonishing and deplorable how clichés survived in the best clubs. "By all means." The voice spoke lower. "That Bollinger's all gone at last." "You were fearing the worst the last time I saw you," said G.J. "Auction afterwards?" the voice suggested. "Afraid I can't," said G.J. after a moment's hesitation. "I shall have to leave early." End of chapter 28.